The 15th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information, and Disaster Management of Grenada. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, members of the Assembly, guests and friends, thank you for the opportunity to address this Assembly. It is my honor to speak to you as the Prime Minister of Grenada and the Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. Mr. President, before I get into the core of my remarks, allow me to draw to your attention two hemispheric issues that require the attention of this Assembly. The first issue is that Cuba continues to face severe economic hardships. While Grenada and CARICOM welcome the United States' decision to remove Cuba from its list, and I quote, of states not cooperating fully, unquote, in the fight against terrorism, Cuba remains on the American list of state sponsors of terrorism, and the U.S. blockade remains in place. CARICOM is deeply troubled that the Cuban people have been forced to endure this 60-year imposition, which serves no constructive purpose and continues to harm the people of Cuba. We reiterate our call for the removal of Cuba from that list and the end of the blockade. Secondly, there is an urgent humanitarian crisis in Haiti, marked by acute food insecurity and a challenging security situation. We are grateful to Belize and Jamaica for sending security personnel to support the Kenyan troops, but the funding of the multinational security support mission remains critical. We are deeply interested in the United States' proposal to transition this mission into a formal United Nations peacekeeping operation. But regardless of the approach, we call on the international community to do its part to support the MSS mission and to alleviate the humanitarian crisis, especially by helping Haitian children's access to education. Haitians understand that the future of their country begins with investing in their youth. Thank you for consideration of these two important matters. Mr. President, my message today is simple. It can be summed up in one word: resilience. It is a trendy term, I realize, but for 16 million people in the Caribbean community. Resilience is not merely a buzzword. It is the definition of daily life. Resilience resonates in our core as Caribbean people, making the most of tough circumstances and finding new ways to not only survive, but to thrive. So today, I want to speak about resilience in the face of climate change, paths to economic resilience, and the role of education in ensuring both. I will conclude by speaking about what Grenada and our fellow CARICOM nations are looking for in terms of international cooperation, but also what we bring to the table in return. Mr. President, the notion of resilience is not just a policy goal for me. It is deeply personal. And I tell you the story that you are about to hear, not because it is unique, but because at its heart, it is an experience that has been shared among so many of us in Grenada and the Caribbean. I was born in 1977 in a small hillside village in the parish of St. David in Grenada. Most households, including my own, did not have running water or electricity. We would walk to the public standpipe to fetch water in buckets. In my small agricultural community, the people I lived with worked the land or took up domestic work in town. At the time, that was common in Grenada. We were an agricultural island. We lived modest lives, built on hard work, community, and a sense of determination. But when I was quite young, that began to change. In 1979, Grenada experienced a political revolution that brought many changes. Education became a focus. So did tourism. Then, in 1983, when I was only 6 years old, the revolution came to a violent end, and we were thrust into the spotlight of global politics because of American intervention. It was a dividing line in our shared history and in minds. By 1989, both my parents had left the island to pursue opportunities overseas. My aunt helped to raise my siblings and me. In the years that followed, I continued my education. However, at that time in Grenada, education was not state-funded after age 16. So to continue my studies, I had to hustle. I had to develop entrepreneurial skills. I collected spice in the hills, and I sold it. Many of the kids in my village did the same. Those were frugal years, and I had to be disciplined. Once I finished my A-levels, I returned to teach at my high school, much to the amusement of my friends, many of whom were still attending high school there. But this role helped me to save for the next step in my educational journey. Law school in the islands of Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. So within a few years, I became a lawyer in Grenada with my own practice, serving clients locally and internationally. My personal resilience in the face of the many difficulties that crossed my path over the years allowed me to achieve the dream I sought. Finally, I was in a position to give back to my community. But, Mr. President, there is a limit to resilience. In 2020, something happened that none of us in this assembly were prepared for. As the COVID-19 pandemic began to take root in Grenada, I could see the strain on many of our people. We could see the glaring inadequacies of the systems and policies that were in place to support us. I saw the tension between the government's decisions and the needs of the people. And so, I could no longer stay on the sidelines. For months, I met with people who felt the same way I did, hoping to find ways to help our communities adapt to the challenges. But eventually, I realized that no matter how much we try to support change from the outside, real and meaningful transformation had to come from within. So it was at this moment that I decided to run for office. But it was not an easy decision. But I was driven by the belief that leadership means listening, adapting, and being willing to step up when your people need you. And so now, as Prime Minister, I'm determined to ensure that the resilience I learned becomes a cornerstone of Grenada's future and the future of the wider Caribbean. Mr. President, that means developing resilient minds. And so a major priority for me is ensuring that children in Grenada have the opportunity to learn, to study, and to realize their full potential. Because after all, it was education that took me from a small village to where I stand today, addressing you at the United Nations General Assembly. And it is education that will empower the next generation of leaders, thinkers, and dreamers, who I am sure will go on to achieve even more. So in Grenada, we are working to ensure that every child has access to free education up to the age of 18. This is because we understand that our greatest asset is our people. For small nations like ours, the path to resilience lies in unlocking the potential of our young people. But it is not just about traditional education. It is about preparing them for a digital and technological future. We need to ensure that they have access to digital education, to skills training, and the tools they need to compete in the global economy. Digital education and digitization more broadly is a priority for our government because we know that if we want to build future resilience in the next generation of young people, we need to prepare them with the relevant training now. So at a time where it is possible to work in any market in the world, from anywhere in the world, digitization means that young people in the Caribbean have just as much potential access to global opportunities as their peers in Europe or North America, and with the added benefit of year-round sunshine. So digitization for Grenadians represents the democratization of opportunity. And this is where international cooperation is crucial. By bridging the digital divide, we can empower our young people to create solutions that will help not only Grenada, but the entire world move forward into a stronger, more sustainable, and more resilient future. We have become experts at resilience in the Caribbean because that is the Caribbean's reality. In Grenada, our resilience has been continually tested. One of our most challenging moments in recent history came in 2004, when Hurricane Ivan devastated the island, leaving destruction in its wake and forcing us to rebuild from the ground up. Less than 1 year later, we were struck by Hurricane Emily. And so we borrowed heavily. And while we were thankful that we were able to do so, the financial toll has been immense. For many years after, we struggled under the weight of that debt. Mr. President, only 3 months ago, that resilience was again tested when the islands of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, which form part of the tri-island state of Grenada, were hit by Hurricane Beryl, causing unimaginable destruction. And so again, this round of rebuilding will take months, if not years. The lesson that we and the wider Caribbean community continue to take to heart is that we understand that we cannot continue to rebuild after every storm without seeking sustainable solutions. So with international partnership, we develop innovative financial tools, like the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, which allows us to receive financial payouts and recover more swiftly from natural disasters. We also introduced a hurricane relief clause in our financial agreements, enabling us to suspend debt payments in times of crisis, giving us the resources we need to focus on recovery. These efforts reflect more than just economic policy. They show that small island nations like Grenada can develop sophisticated solutions to the challenges we face. However, we also understand that we cannot do it alone. We need partnerships with the international community. Partnerships that will help us access both the financial tools and the technology needed to adapt to this new reality. Grenada, like many other small island developing states, is baffled by the continued debate in some spaces about whether climate change exists. But we do not have the luxury of skepticism. Rising sea levels are already affecting lives and livelihoods in our coastal villages. And warming seas continue to spawn stronger and more frequent storms. Hurricane Beryl was the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record in the Atlantic. And so the message that we in the Caribbean have for those who are looking to adapt to climate change, our message is simple. Learn from us. If there is an upside from the many storms that we have endured over the years, it is the lessons that we were able to take away from the various disasters. We have lived through the destructive power of hurricanes, which can erase decades of progress in just a few minutes. But we've also seen that when communities are prepared, we can save lives and we can save livelihoods. There is much more we can do. There is much more we must do. As a region, we have a clear vision and a plan to harness technology, ranging from drones that assess storm damage to early warning systems that enhance our preparedness. But we cannot fund these projects alone. While nations like Grenada are doing our part, we need the international community to step up and support our efforts. We are asking for more than just financial aid. We are looking for partnerships where we can work together on climate adaptation. Because we believe the resilience we are building today, through technology, through innovation, through partnerships, can serve as a model for others. My friends, we are a living lab on the front lines of global climatic challenge. Let us help you. To paraphrase a famous tourism slogan, what happens in Grenada does not just stay in Grenada. The lessons we are learning can help nations facing their own climate crises, from wildfires in Canada to flooding in Europe. Join us in testing ideas and technologies that can make a difference beyond Grenada. So in concluding, Mr. President, friends, colleagues, resilience is not something that can be built overnight. It requires partnerships, innovation, and a shared commitment to a better future. Today, I invite the international community to join us. We are asking for the $100 billion promised to support climate adaptation and mitigation to be met. Partnership, in our case, requires concrete financial support to help us rebuild with greater resilience. But beyond that, we are also inviting the international community to partner with us so that we can share our experiences and learn from one another. In return, we offer our lessons in resilience. We offer the knowledge that comes from living with and dealing with the worst of climate change, from building back after devastation, and from finding innovative policies and programs to secure a digital future. Grenada, CARICOM, stand ready to share these lessons with the world. Because, my friends, Resilience is not just about surviving a storm. It is about ensuring that together we emerge from it stronger, more united, and more understanding of each other than ever before. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to address this August Assembly.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Amadou Ouriba, Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le
Secretary General, President Young, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, I'm standing before you today on behalf of His Excellency, the General of the Armed Forces, Mamadi Doumbouya, President of the Republic of Guinea, with the honor and responsibility of representing a nation that is engaged in a historic transformation. We are here to reaffirm our determination to redefine our future, a future built on peace, justice, and dignity for all. Today, September 28th, 2024, there are 3 dates, 3 events, 3 moments that embody the spirit of resilience and freedom of our people. September 28th, 1958, the people of Guinea chose to vote overwhelmingly no in the referendum proposed by General de Gaulle, thus choosing immediate independence. On September 28th, 2009, this same people reclaimed, at a heavy price, the full enjoyment of their freedom, democracy, and dignity. Today, on September 28th, 2024, on this symbolic day for Guinea, we are here before this august assembly to reaffirm our freely made commitment toward these dynamics to build a future based on peace, justice, and dignity. At this time of great global turbulence, a time of conflict, growing inequality, and a climate crisis that threatens the existence of humanity, it is crucial that we be bold in our actions and united in our vision. This is my conviction as I stand before you. At the outset, I commend the United Nations, this unique space for dialogue and cooperation, where all nations, large and small, can meet on an equal footing to build a better world. Our faith in this institution is a profound one, for it reflects our common values, that is, peace, sustainable development, and respect for human rights. We know that the challenges we are facing today are great ones, but we also know that the spirit of solidarity and cooperation that have guided this organization since its creation is more crucial than ever. Distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, today, the Republic of Guinea has begun an ambitious process of a profound transformation of its state, led by the National Committee for Reconciliation and Development and by the President of the Republic, His Excellency General of the Armed Forces, Mamadi Doumbouya, we have chosen to turn the page on instability, to write a new history, a new story, that of a resilient nation that is reinventing itself to provide its people with a life full of dignity, freedom, and prosperity. Guinea aspires to become a model of resilience and renewal in Africa, thus proving that in the face of adversity, a positive transformation is possible. The most striking example of our commitment to justice and to combating impunity is the historic trial regarding the events of September 28, 2009. For the first time in the history of our nation, the perpetrators of this tragedy have been brought before a national court. This was a pivotal turning point in our battle against impunity. This trial has become a global reference point. It's an example for Africa, and it embodies our will to rebuild our society based on justice, truth, and reconciliation, while inspiring other countries to follow our path toward accountability and transparency. In this same vein of transformation, His Excellency the General of the Armed Forces, Mamadi Doumbouya, has laid out a clear and ambitious vision to guide Guinea toward a prosperous future founded upon three key pillars: the social, economic, and political pillars. In addition, we are basing these actions on 5 values that define the governance of our country. Institutional rectification, through which we are building robust institutions, legitimate institutions that are impartial. Through rebuilding, we are strengthening the integrity of politics. Through reconciliation, we are bringing together all elements of our nation. Through recovery, we are establishing transparent and responsible governance. And lastly, through repositioning Guinea, we are stepping up our commitment toward our global partners, ensuring active, dynamic cooperation with the world's institutions, both bilateral and multilateral. These values guide each step that we take toward national transformation in a spirit of justice, solidarity, and dignity. This national transformation is based on an emblematic project that embodies our vision for the present and future. That is the Simandou Mega Project and its ambitious Simandou 2040 program. Simandou 2040 was born as a mining project. Guinea now is building 670 kilometers of multi-use railways for mineral ore exploitation of the iron mines of Simandou. This project for 2040 is now much more than just a mining project. It's a model for comprehensive transformation for Guinea, which aims to build around this project a real social and environmental program in which humans and their environment can coexist in harmony. Unlike other countries that fell prey to the natural resource curse, we are trying to avoid that path. We've learned lessons from the past, and we are committed to making Simandou a lever for shared prosperity, stability, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, in this process of transformation, we've drawn inspiration from the rich and diverse history of our country, a history that is marked by our ancestral values of justice, solidarity, and respect for human dignity. I remind you that most of the empires that existed in West Africa were based on our country, that is the current Republic of Guinea. Since the Kurukan-Fuga Charter, proclaimed in 1236, which laid the foundations of a just society by abolishing slavery and promoting equality and freedom for all, and all the way up into the establishment of the Futa theocracy, recognized as a land of asylum and protection for the oppressed fleeing the slave trade, Guinea has always been a bastion for humanist values and fair governance. These traditions, which can be found in the social structures of all of the country's regions, from Lower Guinea to Forested Guinea, where the collective management of resources and peaceful resolution of conflict are at the heart of our life together. Our national identity clearly is rooted in a quest for justice, empathy, peace, and solidarity. Today, we are building the future of our nation. We are reaffirming these values in our new draft constitution, which we are currently putting before the people of Guinea. We would like to build a modern state that incorporates these timeless principles, a state in which each citizen, regardless of their origins, culture, or faith, has a role to play in a harmonious and close-knit social fabric. Ladies and gentlemen, this path toward transformation cannot be accomplished single-handedly. We are calling for sincere and strengthened international support based on mutual respect, understanding, and support as we pursue our common goals. Guinea is not asking for compassion. Rather, it's proposing a partnership, an active and dynamic alliance, so we can come together to build a better world. This period also is a unique opportunity for Guinea to redefine its role on the international arena as a committed and responsible actor that contributes to regional stability and to peace in the world. We have taken active part in peacekeeping efforts led by the United Nations, and we will continue to do so. We are convinced that peace is the key precondition for development and justice. That is why we're willing to provide more than 650 police and gendarmes for the stabilization of Haiti, this martyr country. However, peace can only be achieved through strengthened cooperation and meaningful reforms of multilateral institutions. And that is why we must also rethink our approach to resolving persistent conflicts in the region of the Sahel. It is high time to transcend purely military responses. And it is time to promote an integrated strategy that combines economic development, institutional strengthening, and heightened regional cooperation. This approach should be focused on each community in this vast space to enjoy their freedom, respect, identity, and recognition of their own rights in a multi-ethnic and multi-faith state space. This is what can ensure national cohesion and peaceful coexistence. The Security Council of the United Nations today must truly reflect the diversity and aspirations of the world of today. We strongly support the Eswatini Consensus, and we call for a more equitable and democratic representation within decision-making bodies. Africa, with its 54 member states, represent more than a fourth of the UN's member states. It can no longer be pushed to one side in decisions that concern global peace and security. We call for the African continent to acquire permanent seats in the Security Council with all of the associated rights, including veto rights. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in light of the many crises that are threatening our world, it is clear that our responses must be collective, humanitarian, and based on empathy with people suffering in conflict zones. Everywhere, people are suffering from the ravages of war. Families are separated, communities displaced, lives lost, essential infrastructure destroyed. Whether in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, in Europe, or in the Middle East with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or in Africa, especially in Sudan, or in other regions of the world, the suffering of the people is immense and transcends borders and nationalities. In addition to these human tragedies, there also are the devastating effects of climate change, which are exacerbating conflicts and increasing the vulnerability of those who have the least. We reaffirm our commitment to including the Futajalon Highlands on the UNESCO World Heritage List. This would send a strong message in favor of environmental protection. And in doing so, we are striving for a paradigm change in regional governance in West Africa. The future of our nation will be based on our ability to invest in our young people as well, because youth are the greatest asset of our country. By providing young people with opportunities and the means to achieve their full potential, we can effectively combat the evils that drive them toward clandestine immigration. Immigration is in no way a solution. Rather, it is draining our country of its human resources, which are so precious. In addition, technological and digital advances must serve the interests of all. Therefore, we are advocating universal access to technological innovations while ensuring that ethics remain at the heart of their use, as said by François Rabelais. Science without conscience is the ruin of the soul. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are calling for the nations to come together around a common vision, that of a world that places humans at the heart of every thought and action. Together, we can overcome the most difficult challenges. We can quell tensions and embrace a lasting peace. The world is waiting for us to do this. The United Nations was born to promote international peace and security, and it must act while there is still time to silence weapons and bombing. As for Guinea, as a sovereign and determined nation, will forge its own destiny, and it stands firmly on the international scene with a clear and independent vision. 1 year ago, at this very podium, our head of state, General Mamadi Doumbouya, declared clearly our commitment to the interests of Africa with entire sovereignty, without being influenced by contradictory interests coming from outside the continent. Today, this principle continues to guide our actions. We favor, above all else, the development and prosperity of our continent. Such is the will of His Excellency General of the Armed Forces, Mamadi Doumbouya, and the people of Guinea, that our actions today forge a future of peace and light for all. Long live peace, together for a better world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Eminence Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State of the Holy See. I request protocol to escort His Eminence and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I am honored to extend to you and to the representatives of the nations assembled here the warm greetings of His Holiness Pope Francis, while also congratulating Your Excellency on your election as President of this esteemed Assembly. Mr. President, the Holy See is deeply concerned that we are witnessing a worrying increase in the number of conflicts worldwide and the severity of their violence. These conflicts are responsible for a significant loss of innocent life and a vast amount of destruction. 75 years after the ratification of the Geneva Conventions, humanitarian law is still being undermined and increasingly being violated. The targeting of places of worship, educational institutions, medical facilities, and other civil infrastructure is a prevalent phenomenon. The OLC calls for the strict observance of international humanitarian law in all armed conflicts. The situation becomes more complex when one considers the destabilizing role often played by violent non-state actors in many of the crises around the globe. It is imperative that these groups seek a constructive engagement with states, renounce violence and acts of terrorism, and enter into legality. Peace is only possible if it is wanted. The pursuit of peace is a collective responsibility. It is imperative to move beyond rhetoric and the tendency to ascribe blame. However, the reality is that there is no genuine commitment to achieving peace. In times of conflict, there is often a tendency to prioritize military victory over the pursuit of peace. It is incumbent upon diplomacy to demonstrate unwavering dedication to pursuing every avenue for negotiation to establish enduring peace. To pursue peace, however, it is not enough simply to eliminate the instruments of war. Its root causes must be eradicated. Foremost among these is hunger, a scourge that continues to afflict entire areas of our world, while others are marked by massive waste of food. Nevertheless, the prevailing tendency has been to maintain the growth in military expenditure while striving to fulfill the commitments made on sustainable development. Pope Francis appeals to rich countries to acknowledge the gravity of so many of their past decisions and determine to forgive the debts of countries that will never be able to repay them. It is easy to become complacent and resigned in the face of the constant stream of new forms of poverty. However, this dramatic situation can be encountered all around us, not only in certain parts of the world. This is the case, for example, of the modern phenomenon of homelessness. Poverty has a particularly detrimental impact on women, often trapping them in a vicious cycle of unfortunate circumstances, resulting in isolation and abandonment before they are forced to make desperate and unwelcome decisions. Pope Francis says, the path to peace calls for respect for life, for every human life, starting with the life of the unborn child in the mother's womb, which cannot be suppressed or turned into an objective of trafficking. The practice of so-called surrogate motherhood represents a grave violation of the dignity of both the woman and the child, based on the exploitation of situation of the mother's material needs. The Holy See hopes for an effort by the international community to prohibit this practice universally. The dignity of migrants must be upheld. People seeking refuge must be not rejected, but welcomed with respect and a sense of humanity. Another affront to human dignity is trafficking human beings. This illegal and above all dehumanizing practice must be stopped and the traffickers brought to justice. Closely related to the dignity of human life is the care of our common home. The effects of climate change are borne by the poorest countries, who contribute the least to it, but are those who carry the greatest burden of its effects. Opportunities and risks are also given by the rise of new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence. There is a need to ensure and safeguard a space for proper human control over choices made by artificial intelligence. In light of the tragedy that is armed conflict, it is urgent to reconsider the development and use of devices like the so-called lethal autonomous weapons, and ultimately ban their use. No machine should ever choose to take the life of a human being. There is a necessity for the establishment of a binding ethical and regulatory framework to be negotiated both within the non-military and military domains. The Holy See is convinced that a world free from nuclear weapons is both necessary and possible. The goal of a world free of nuclear weapons can only be achieved through discussions based on mutual trust. It is evident that the adherence to and respect for international disarmament agreements and international law should not be perceived as a form of weakness. The Holy See renews its call for a total and complete disarmament. Unfortunately, as Pope Francis says, we are witnessing a third world war fought piecemeal. In the midst of the ongoing tragedy of the Russian war in Ukraine, we are faced with a situation that calls for urgent action to prevent further escalation and to create a path towards a just and peaceful resolution. While diplomatic efforts are crucial, it is evident that military engagement continues to prevail. It is therefore essential to find ways to encourage gestures of goodwill and spaces for direct dialogue between the parties involved. The Holy See continues to be worried about the ongoing stability in the Middle East, particularly following the terrorist attack of 7 October 2023 in Israel by Hamas and other armed Palestinian groups. However, the military response by Israel, considering the high number of civilian casualties, raises many questions about its proportionality. The Holy See calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the West Bank, as well as the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza, and urges humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian population. The Holy See reaffirmed that the only viable solution is a two-state solution with Jerusalem having a special status. The Holy See expresses serious concern regarding the situation in Jerusalem, where several discriminations and harassments are taking place, hindering the peaceful coexistence for Christians, Jews, and Muslims. It condemns all anti-Christian acts perpetrated months ago by a minority of Jewish individuals and calls on the authorities to continue confronting this ideological deviation firmly and clearly. The current situation in Lebanon represents a significant cause for concern for the Holy See. The ongoing intensification of the conflict between Hezbollah and the Israeli military is putting at high risk the whole region. The Holy See demands that all parties adhere to the principles of international humanitarian law and halt the escalation and enter into a ceasefire without delay. Furthermore, the Holy See highlights the humanitarian crisis in Syria and urges the international community to do more in supporting the Syrian people who feel hopeless about their future. The ongoing armed conflict in Sudan has resulted in an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, with displaced persons, particularly women and children, succumbing to starvation and malnutrition. The Holy See urges the international community to promote peace negotiations and provide the population with vital humanitarian aid. The Holy See called for more humanitarian support in the Cabo Delgado province in Mozambique, affected by armed conflict for 7 years now, with almost 905,000 internally displaced persons who are facing alarming levels of suffering, insecurity, and poverty. The situation in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo is deteriorating rapidly, leading to a disturbing increase in the humanitarian crisis. The withdrawal of the MONUSCO by the end of the year is likely to create a security vacuum. It is crucial to continue supporting diplomatic efforts to find an appropriate and sustainable solution to the ongoing conflict. The OLC follows with great preoccupation the social political situation in South Sudan, aggravated by the humanitarian crisis, the recent floods, and the conflict. It calls on the international community to show solidarity with the population and urges all the country's leaders to place the well-being of the people at the center of their political agenda. The spread of jihadist threats in the Gulf of Guinea is causing concern for the security of not just the Sahel, but all of West Africa. Christians are being targeted, while climate change and armed attacks are worsening the food crisis and causing children to drop out of school. Immediate and long-term action is needed to prevent a loss of education and stability in the region. The OLC is following the dramatic situation in Haiti with apprehension and hopes that the steps that are being taken with the support of the international community to establish democratic order and stop the violence will lead to peace and reconciliation in the country. The dramatic situation and the dire need for humanitarian aid in Myanmar, which has been exacerbated by an increase in armed conflict in recent months and made worse by severe flooding, are also a source of deep concern. The OLC calls on all parties to seek a durable, peaceful solution to the situation and to ensure access for humanitarian aid to all affected communities without prejudice. The OLC follows with great attention to what is happening in Nicaragua. It is in particular concerned about the measures taken against the personnel and institutions of the Church, which directly affect the sensitive issues of religious freedom. It is hoped that in conjunction with the other fundamental rights of individuals and society, this freedom will be adequately guaranteed. For its part, the OLC is open to respectful and constructive dialogue with the authorities of the country, with a view to resolving difficulties and promoting peace, fraternity, and harmony for the benefit of all. The recent presidential elections in Venezuela have demonstrated that despite the numerous challenges faced, the Venezuelan people continue to place their trust in the democratic values enshrined in the Constitution. These democratic values are founded upon the sovereignty of the people, which is expressed through the act of voting. In the serious crisis that followed the announcement of the result, with several deaths, numerous detentions, also of minors, and the use of violence, the OLC, deeply saddened and worried, appeals to the authorities of the country and to all those who have any responsibility for what has happened to respect and protect the life, dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of its citizens. Furthermore, it calls upon them to seek ways to resolve the present situation for the good of all, including with the assistance of members of the international community who have declared themselves willing to help in a flexible and reasonable manner. The OLC encourages the talks between Armenia and Azerbaijan so that they may continue the dialogue, assist the displaced persons, respect the places of worship of the different religious denominations, and reach a final peace treaty between the parties as soon as possible. The Holy See looks also favorably on the aspiration of the Balkans countries to join the European Union and hopes that this objective will be achieved as soon as possible. While disarmament fosters peace among nations, there is also a need to foster peace within societies through democracy. It is the result of a considered and committed acceptance of the values that inspire democratic procedures. Democracy is founded upon the tenets of freedom of expression and the fundamental principle of the respect for the will of the people. This implies that changes in the holders of power can occur. However, there is an increasing tendency to alter constitutions or to modify electoral rules and procedures for the purpose of remaining in power. Democracy entails respect for the established rules and the recognition of the expressed will of the people. Pope Francis made it clear that the path to peace calls for respect for human rights. Regrettably, in recent decades, attempts have been made to introduce new rights, leading to instances of ideological colonization, in which gender theory plays a central role. The latter cancels differences in its claim to make everyone equal. It does not even help ensuring the harmony between women and men. It is also inconceivable to associate the concept of right with the practice of abortion, which involves the taking of an innocent life. The Holy See is profoundly alarmed that some of the most common violations of human rights occur in the area of religious freedom. Christians are the most vulnerable in this regard, where 1 in 7 are subjected to persecution. Mr. President, there is a need to recover the roots, the spirit, and the values that gave rise to this organization, while at the same time taking into account the changed context. The first and most necessary reform needed is the return to a sincere and open dialogue. It is evident that without dialogue and an open exchange of perspectives, even when there is disagreement, consensus and agreement cannot be reached. The Holy See, as it has done in these last 6 decades of presence at the UN, continues to support the work of the organization, making its voice heard in defense of the poor, of those in vulnerable situations, supporting every peace process and initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Secretary of State of the Holy See. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wang Yi, Special Representative of President Xi Jinping, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China.
Mr. President, colleagues, today, humanity has once again come to a historical crossroads. We are facing a changing and turbulent world. challenges of insecurity, imbalanced development, and ineffective governance are increasingly prominent. Hotspot conflicts, major country confrontation, and geopolitical tensions keep emerging. The future of this planet is becoming a cause for growing concern. Meanwhile, we are also embracing a world full of hope. Multipolarity and globalization have become the unstoppable trend of our times. The aspirations of the global South nations for modernization has never been stronger. Our stride toward modernization has never been more steadfast. This institution, the United Nations, embodies the aspirations of people across the world for lasting peace and common prosperity, and bears witness to the glorious journey of the international community coming together in pursuit of progress. President Xi Jinping stressed on multiple occasions that the role of the UN should be strengthened, not weakened. Amid global transformation not seen in a century, what China calls for is to follow the trend of the times, keep to the direction of human progress, and make the right choices of history. What China proposes is to uphold peaceful coexistence and put in place a security architecture that ensures enduring stability, uphold openness and inclusiveness, and foster a development paradigm that promotes shared prosperity, uphold harmony without uniformity, and adopt an approach to civilizations that promotes exchange and mutual learning, and adopt fairness and justice and develop a governance structure that pulls strengths for shared benefit. In today's world, the security of all countries is tied together. In face of various kinds of global challenges and risks, no one can stay immune or enjoy security alone. Countries need to be guided by a vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. We should respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, take the legitimate security concerns of others seriously, and resolve disputes and differences through dialogue and consultation. We should actively explore a path for major countries to coexist in peace and work for a new type of international relations characterized by mutual respect, fairness, justice, and win-win cooperation. In today's world, the development of all countries is deeply integrated. If the rich get richer while the poor remain poor, then everyone is born equal would become an empty slogan, and fairness and justice would be even more elusive. Achieving modernization is a legitimate right of the people of all countries, not a prerogative of a few. We should be committed to advancing global modernization and ensure that no one and no country is left behind on the journey toward modernization. We should advocate a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization, unequivocally oppose unilateralism and protectionism, and help developing countries leap over the development divide to maintain the vitality of global economic growth. In today's world, each civilization has its own strengths. President Xi Jinping pointed out that there is no such thing as a superior or inferior civilization, and civilizations are different only in identity and location. We should respect the diversity of civilizations and strive to replace estrangement and clash of civilizations with exchanges and mutual learning. We should advocate humanity's common values, namely peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom, refrain from conducting values-oriented diplomacy, and oppose ideology-based confrontation. We should respect each other as equals and help each other succeed with an inclusive mind. In today's world, countries should all enjoy sovereign equality. As a large number of global South nations are growing with a strong momentum, gone are the days when one or two major powers call the shots on everything. We should advocate an equal and orderly multipolar world and see that all countries, regardless of their size, have their own place and role in the multipolar system. We should practice true multilateralism, oppose hegemonism and power politics, and make international relations more democratic. We should follow the principle of extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefits and make global governance more just and equitable. Mr. President, peace is the most precious thing in our world today. You may wonder if there is a path leading to peace. In fact, peace is the path. Without peace, development will not sustain. Without peace, cooperation cannot happen. For the sake of peace, a single ray of hope is reason enough not to give up. The slightest chance deserves 100-fold effort. An end to the Ukraine crisis remains elusive. The top priority is to commit to no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, and no provocation by any party, and push for de-escalation of the situation as soon as possible. China is committed to playing a constructive role, engaging in shuttle mediation and promoting talks for peace, not throwing oil on the fire or exploiting the situation for selfish gains. At this session of the General Assembly, China, Brazil, and other countries in the Global South have jointly launched the Group of Friends for Peace. Its very purpose is to uphold the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, build consensus for a political settlement of the crisis, and contribute to a prospect of peace. The question of Palestine is the biggest wound to human conscience. As we speak, the conflict in Gaza is still going on, causing more casualties with each passing day. Fighting has started in Lebanon again, but might cannot replace justice. Palestine's long-held aspiration to establish an independent state should not be shunned anymore, and the historical injustice suffered by the Palestinian people should not be ignored anymore. There must not be any delay in reaching a comprehensive ceasefire, and the fundamental way out lies in the two-state solution. China has always been a staunch supporter of the just cause of the Palestinian people to regain their legitimate national rights and a staunch supporter of Palestine's full UN membership. We have recently helped to bring about breakthroughs in intra-Palestine reconciliation and will continue to work in concert with like-minded countries for a comprehensive and just settlement of the question of Palestine and durable peace and stability in the Middle East. The issue of Afghanistan concerns regional peace and security. It is important to help the country exercise prudent governance, fight terrorism effectively, improve people's life, and reinvigorate the economy to create a better life or future for the people of Afghanistan. The Korean Peninsula should not experience war again. The important thing is to make persistent efforts for de-escalation, commit to seeking solutions through dialogue and consultation, realize a transition from the armistice to a peace mechanism, and safeguard peace and stability on the peninsula. China is deeply aware that Asia needs stability and development and opposes division and conflict. As an important origin of human civilization and a key engine of global growth, Asia has the wisdom and capability to stabilize the situations through regional cooperation and handle differences properly through dialogue and consultation. We are firmly against the meddling by countries outside the region, and will firmly resist attempts by any force to stoke trouble and confrontation in the region. Mr. President, as the world faces increasingly serious challenges, China has never opted to be an indifferent spectator. Instead, we've been playing a bigger part in global governance than ever before. President Xi Jinping has put forth the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative in recent years. They carry China's wisdom for resolving various difficult issues confronting humanity and bring impetus from China for improving global governance. In the face of uneven and inadequate global development, China's proposal is to put development at the top of the global agenda, focus on delivering the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN 2030 Agenda, increase input in development, and help developing countries better respond to different risks and challenges. At the recent Beijing summit of the FOCAC on China-Africa cooperation, President Xi Jinping outlined 10 partnership actions to be taken together with Africa to advance modernization, and announced the decision to give over 40 LDCs, including those in Africa, zero tariff treatment for 100% tariff lines. China is the first major developing country and the first major economy to take such a significant step. In the face of unilateral bullying acts such as sanctions and blockade, China firmly supports countries in defending their legitimate rights, upholding the equity and openness of the international system, making global development more coordinated and beneficial for all, and jointly opposing technology blockade and rejecting decoupling or severing supply chains. Sanctions and pressure will not bring monopolistic advantages. Suppressing and containing others will not solve problems at home. The right of people of all countries to pursue a better life should not be taken away. Here, we once again urge the United States to completely lift its blockade, sanctions, and terrorism-related designation against Cuba. In the face of aggravating ecological challenges, China is firmly committed to a path of green, low-carbon, and sustainable development. We will move from carbon peaking to carbon neutrality in the shortest time span in world history, contributing China's efforts to harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. At the global level, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities must be upheld, and the Paris Agreement must be implemented in earnest. Developed countries should assist developing countries in developing their capacity to cope with climate change. Touting the need of climate response while suppressing the green industries of others will only hold back global progress toward green transition. In the face of burgeoning artificial intelligence, China is committed to taking a people-centered approach, developing AI for good, and putting equal emphasis on development and security. We are working to explore and establish widely recognized international rules and standards. China supports the UN's role as the main channel for global AI governance and is committed to strengthening international cooperation on AI capacity building. China has put forth the AI Capacity Building Action Plan for Good and for All, and we are ready to make more contribution to the sound, orderly, fair, and inclusive development of AI. In the face of the task of human rights protection, China maintains that all countries' right to independently choose their path of human rights development should be respected. No country should impose its own will on others or interfere in others' internal affairs in the name of human rights. In human rights protection, China is committed to putting people first and promoting the free and well-rounded development of the people. We have found a path of human rights development that suits China's national conditions. China is ready to engage in equal-footed dialogue and exchanges with all countries and UN human rights bodies and jointly promote the sound development of the global human rights cause. Mr. President, Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory. This is the history and the reality. Both the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation stated in explicit terms that all the territories Japan had stolen from the Chinese, such as Taiwan and the Penghu Islands, shall be restored to China. And this constitutes an important part of the post-war international order. Right here in this august hall 53 years ago, the 26th session of the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 2758 with an overwhelming majority, deciding to restore all the rights of the People's Republic of China at the UN, to recognize the representatives of the government of the People's Republic of China as the only legitimate representatives of China to the UN, and to expel the representatives of the Taiwan region from the UN and all the organizations related to it. Once and for all, the resolution resolved the issue of the representation of the whole of China, including Taiwan, in the UN. It made clear that there is no such thing as two Chinas, or one China, one Taiwan. On this matter of principle, there is no gray zone or room for ambiguity. The complete reunification of China will be achieved. Taiwan will eventually return to the embrace of the motherland. This is the overwhelming trend of history that no one and no force can stop. Mr. President, in a few days' time, the People's Republic of China will celebrate the 75th anniversary of its founding. Over the past 75 years, no matter how the world changes, China's dedication has not changed. It is dedicated to pursuing happiness for the Chinese people and the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. It is also dedicated to human progress and world harmony. In the course of seeking its own development, China has kept in mind the common interests of the whole world, generating new opportunities for the world through its own development. Not long ago, the third plenum of the 20th CPC Central Committee made an important decision on further deepening reform comprehensively to advance Chinese modernization. It will set in motion a new journey where China joins hands with the world in common development and progress. Chinese modernization will contribute robustly to world peace. The Chinese culture values peace, and the Chinese nation has no tradition of external expansion. China, once a victim of foreign power bullying, knows full well the value of peace and the hard-won gains of development. In fact, China is the only major country that has written peaceful development into its constitution, and the only country among the 5 nuclear weapon states to pledge no first use of nuclear weapons. We're actively exploring and putting into practice the Chinese way of addressing hotspot issues, boosting the prospects for resolving the security dilemma and improving security governance, and paving the ground for conflict settlement and peace building. Every step in China's development is an increase in the force for peace. Chinese modernization will contribute robustly to common development for all. China does not only care about its own development, we are ready to develop hand-in-hand with all countries. By further expanding high-standard opening up, China is aligning proactively with high-standard international economic and trade rules to foster a market-oriented, law-based, and world-class business environment. China has realized full mutual visa exemption with many countries and is expanding its unilateral visa waiver program to facilitate two-way personnel flows. China is vigorously promoting high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, a concrete step to support the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. China will also speed up the implementation of the 8 measures in support of Global South cooperation and the series of initiatives supporting Africa's peace and development, in order to help countries in the Global South stride toward modernization. Chinese modernization will contribute robustly to improving global governance. China has been an abiding supporter of the UN's continued reform and development to bring about a modernized UN 2.0. The international financial system needs to be more fit for the times, and global governance should be more balanced and effective. China will continue to fulfill its international obligations, provide financial support, and send our best minds to the United Nations. The UN system needs to respond to the legitimate calls of developing countries and increase the representation and voice of those in the Global South. Chinese modernization will contribute robustly to the advancement of human civilization. Chinese modernization is rooted in China, but has also drawn on the achievements of other civilizations. It has created a new form of human advancement and provided a new choice to other countries in exploring modernization paths. China advocates that different civilizations respect and learn from each other to jointly advance the cause of human civilization. China has proposed the setting up of an international day for dialogue among civilizations. We call for more people-to-people exchanges and cooperation across the world to promote understanding and amity among people around the world. Mr. President, next year will mark the 80th anniversary of the victory of the World Anti-Fascist War and the founding of this very organization. China stands ready to work with all countries to renew the founding purposes and mission of the UN, reaffirm our steadfast commitment to the UN Charter, advocate and practice true multilateralism, build a community with a shared future for mankind, and jointly usher in a better world. Thank you.
I thank the Special Representative of President Xi Jinping, member of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, and Minister for Foreign Affairs of China. I now give the floor to His Excellency Murat Netlu, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election as the President of the current session. I assure him of my country's full support and wish him every success in his noble endeavors. Excellencies, as we gather here, global system is dangerously close to a breaking point. Dozens of our fellow member states represented in this August hall are gripped by conflict and instability, claiming many thousands of lives. Entire continents are affected by the climate crisis. Multilateralism is struggling to keep pace, and yet the United Nations is still the indispensable universal organization. After almost 8 decades, it remains a vital platform for dialogue and cooperation on the most acute issues of our time. This undeniable fact compels states to keep working through the UN towards a sustainable world. It reinforces our determination to seek global peace and stability. And this green podium, this hall, remind us that no nation, no matter how powerful, can tackle global problems alone. Excellencies, the plight of millions of conflict victims worldwide across the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and parts of Africa deserve immediate, decisive, and collective action. But the UN Security Council's decision-making process is paralyzed, as underscored by the Secretary General. This sad reality undermines the credibility, legitimacy, and effectiveness of the organization as a whole. Having annual discussions about reforming global institutions is no longer enough. It is time to enact the change our world so desperately needs. Last year, from this podium, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev of Kazakhstan introduced the initiative of World Unity for Just Peace and Harmony. This visionary framework seeks to cultivate peace, stability, and security through meaningful and equitable engagement between the global South and global North. The voice of middle powers and developing nations are vital in bridging divides, and nurturing a more effective international security architecture. It is in this spirit that I invite all nations to embrace my country's initiative. Together, we can pave the way for a more harmonious and united world. Excellencies, the pressing risk of another nuclear arms race is exacerbating geopolitical polarization. For over 4 decades, Kazakhstan's people and land were subject to the devastating effects of 456 nuclear tests. Nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation are key pillars of my country's foreign policy. Kazakhstan is therefore deeply concerned by the escalating rhetoric of nuclear threats. We appeal to all nuclear states to adhere to the Non-Proliferation Treaty and Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. I also urge those countries who have not joined the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons to do so as soon as possible for the safety, stability, and survival of our world. As the chair of the 3rd meeting of the TPNW, we will promote establishment of an international trust fund for assistance to victims of nuclear tests. Excellencies, another existential threat to no nation can afford to ignore is climate change. This year is expected to be the hottest on record. Droughts, floods, and other weather calamities continue to cost lives and damage economies around the globe. We therefore call again on G20 countries and multilateral development banks to share the burden by providing green technologies and concessional financing to low and middle-income countries in line with the Paris Agreement. Our region stands on the front line of global warming, despite accounting for only 1% of global emissions. Central Asia will face an above-average 2.5-degree increase in temperatures by 2050. This sober reality has deepened our commitment to addressing climate change. That is why my country will host the Regional Climate Summit in 2026, aimed at further enhancing cooperation among UN members on climate resilience and green transition. One of the consequences of climate change is water scarcity across the world. It undermines food, energy, ecological systems on every continent. 1 in 4 people today lacks access to safe drinking water. And if this trend continues, by 2050, more than 5 billion could suffer water shortages. In Central Asia, by that time, water deficiency will affect 25 to 30% of the population. Meeting this challenge requires both serious political will and resources, including scientific and economic ones. As the current chair of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan is working with regional partners on a long-term and sustainable cooperation mechanism for the effective use of water and energy resources in Central Asia. Our approach takes into account the interests of all stakeholders in irrigation, hydropower, and environmental protection. Excellencies, the largest landlocked country, Kazakhstan, actively promotes the interests of all LLDC countries in addressing the multifaceted challenges our group faces. Despite significant strides, we are still far from implementing the Vienna Program of Action. We are lagging on critical indicators, particularly the adoption of innovative technologies for trade facilitation and the development of transit and transport corridors. These challenges magnify the vulnerability of LLDCs, choke off investments, diminish trade, and escalate the debt burden. Furthermore, our geographical constraints prevent us from integrating fully into global trade and economic processes on an equal footing. We are dedicated to advancing our group's vital interests globally and regionally. My country is already a bridge for 80% of overland transit cargo traffic between Asia and Europe. Kazakhstan is committed to strengthening synergies between the Belt and Road Project, the Global Gateway Initiative, and the North-South and Trans-Caspian International Transport Road corridors. Together, we have the unique potential to transform our landlocked status into land-linked connectivity. Excellencies, the Summit of the Future distinctly highlighted digital transformation as the dividing force behind the 2030 agenda. But the true key to this shift is ensuring every nation has equitable access to cutting-edge technologies. The rapid development of AI exacerbates cyber threats and brings new challenges. This includes its potential use in warfare, the consequences for data privacy, the risks of misuse for information wars, deepfakes, and more. Kazakhstan believes the UN can and must play a leading role in this revolutionary field. We urge technologically and digital advanced states to take an active part in developing common ethics and standards to govern AI in the most responsible and peaceful way. The establishment of a UN AI office would be a welcome step in this direction. Excellencies, in the current geopolitical landscape, Central Asia is increasingly asserting itself in global affairs. Our region is not only a crossroad of cultures and economies, but it is also rapidly transforming into a bridge for cooperation between East and West. We adhere to the formula successful Central Asia, successful Kazakhstan. Along with our partners, we are building a more connected and resilient Central Asia through a set of C5+ dialogue platforms. Today, our regional agenda also includes the development of Afghanistan into a stable and predictable state, a reliable trade partner. In this context, the United Nations Regional Center on Sustainable Development for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty will be a game changer for coordinated SDG delivery. We do hope this innovative undertaking will receive broad support from member states. Excellencies, upholding human rights is not merely an aspiration, but one of the key prerequisites of sustainable development. It's also the best antidote against those inequalities that are often the root cause of instability and conflicts. Our national reforms aim to build a just and fair Kazakhstan based on inclusivity, transparency, and the rule of law. My country has abolished the death penalty, instituted a zero-tolerance policy against torture, and strengthened national preventive mechanisms. To reinforce our commitment to the values of life and humanity, Kazakhstan, along with our Central Asian neighbors and Mongolia, is spearheading the initiative to become the first region entirely free of the death penalty. Safeguarding women's rights and ensuring children's safety are top priorities of my President and government. We are advancing the UN Human Rights Council agenda by proposing impactful resolutions focused on child education and combating domestic violence. Being one of the champions of repatriation of women and children from conflict zones in the Middle East, Kazakhstan will host an international conference in 2025 on best practices in the field of repatriation and reintegration. Through partnership with the UN volunteers, we are creating new opportunities for young people and actively promoting 2026 as the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, both at home and on the global stage, Kazakhstan and its people stand resolute in our commitment to build a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future. Central to this mission is our unwavering dedication to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, embodying our shared aspiration for humanity. As we look ahead to the 80th anniversary of the United Nations next year, I urge all states to unite in the full implementing this ambitious agenda. We have the chance to transform this upcoming historical milestone into a true celebration of shared achievements. Let the Summit of the Future and the UN General Assembly session mark the beginning of a transformative journey towards a brighter and more inclusive future for all of us, our children, and coming generations. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Chenda Sovia Sok, Prime Minister of Cambodia. Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. your chosen theme, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, mirrors the prevailing aspiration of the international community despite intractable security threats and challenges, as well as uncertainty and continuously evolving geopolitical landscape. The current picture of the world is grim. Violent armed conflict in Ukraine, Gaza, Lebanon, Sudan, Myanmar, and many other parts of the world rage on despite efforts to de-escalate them. Worse, with intensifying geopolitical tensions, any misstep in various flashpoints may trigger a regional or even global war, potentially involving nuclear weapons. Military spending has surged across the world, draining resources that could be used to address multiplying non-traditional threats that no single country can effectively tackle alone, such as climate change, pandemics, food insecurity, technological disruption, transnational crime, and backsliding on SDGs. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Cambodia cannot emphasize enough the urgency for all of us to act together to confront these daunting challenges. It is critical that the principle of the UN Charter and international law remain the backbone of the world order and global cooperation. The use of diplomacy and mediation must be prioritized to resolve conflict and prevent de-escalation. Cambodia believes that sustainable peace can be achieved only through meaningful dialogue based on mutual respect, genuine goodwill, tolerance, and a commitment to peaceful coexistence. Based on these core principles, Cambodia sees great merit in the new agenda for peace presented by the UN Secretary General and support the actions laid out in the Pact for the Future for promoting international peace and security. Also based on these principles, Cambodia hopes for a prompt end to the war between Russia and Ukraine through diplomacy and dialogue based on equal respect. We commend all effort to de-escalate the fighting and all initiatives that seek to end the war through peaceful means and that engage all sides to work together towards a lasting peace. On the Palestine-Israel conflict, Cambodia remains committed to its long-held support for a two-state solution in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions. We believe this plan is the only way Palestinian and Israeli can heal their prolonged antagonism and live side by side peacefully. Cambodia supports the establishment of the State of Palestine and Palestine's bid to become a full member of the United Nations. Cambodia condemns all acts of terrorism and calls for dialogue to stop the ongoing war and the ever-worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We are deeply concerned over the prospect of an all-out region-wide war in the Middle East with the latest report on intensifying fighting in Lebanon. The current rapid escalation of war in this region must stop. Members of the international community must insist on all sides to work proactively to seek ways to defuse the very grave situation now. The crisis in Myanmar remains a serious concern to us. Cambodia, along with other ASEAN member states, is committed to the ASEAN 5-point consensus as the basis for peaceful and inclusive solutions. We stress the importance of fostering an environment conducive to dialogue and to ceasefire negotiations. We also emphasize the need for humanitarian relief and for Myanmar-owned and Myanmar-led political process aimed at a lasting peace and reconciliation. ASEAN, on the strength of its diversity, should continue to lead the effort to help Myanmar restore normalcy under Laos chairmanship. On the other hand, Cambodia welcomes the appointment of UN Secretary General on Myanmar and look forward to her working closely with the ASEAN Chair, own Special Envoy on Myanmar. A final point. Cambodia opposes unilateral coercive measures. They have a detrimental impact on ordinary citizens in targeted nations. Sanctions and economic blockades disproportionately harm the most vulnerable and impede achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, let me touch now on leaving no one behind. Given Cambodia's own dark past, we believe that peace is the key prerequisite for development, especially development that is sustainable and inclusive. Cambodia sees the attainment of sustainable development and human dignity for every individual as an absolute necessity. Cambodia's current long-term development strategy, called the Pentagonal Strategy, aims to build Cambodia into a vibrant and just society that thrives on lasting peace, political stability, good governance, and respect for the rule of law. With economic growth projected to reach 6% in 2024, Cambodia is on track to further reduce poverty to below 10% by 2028. It is also on track again to gain upper middle income status by 2030 and high income status by 2050. How do we get there? First, Cambodia will give top priority to building its human capital to meet the demand of the digital age. We will invest more on, first, quality education, science, and technology. Second, training and technical skill. Third, health and well-being. And fourth, food security and equal social protection with special attention to women, girls, and the marginalized. Second, we will deepen economic diversification by developing key sectors such as transportation and energy, and we will promote new drivers for economic growth and job creation. The construction of the Funan-Dechau Canal, inaugurated last month, will connect our capital Phnom Penh to the Gulf of Thailand. It will be a game changer for sustainable growth in Cambodia and for improving the livelihood of our people. Third, to enhance efficiency, inclusion, and access to public services, Cambodia will accelerate the development of e-government and of a digital economy and society. I am happy to note our significant advancement in financial inclusion with the introduction of an interoperable digital payment system by the central bank using blockchain technology called Dickon. Fourth, we take a whole of society approach to development that seeks to enhance resilience, sustainability, and inclusion by promoting gender equality, a green and circular economy, and environmental protection. After years on the list of the least developed countries, Cambodia looks forward to its expected graduation by LDC status by 2029. Reaching these milestones will reflect our impressive progress on our journey of revival and development. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Cambodia values multilateralism, the rule-based international order, the principle enshrined in the UN Charter and international law. These are indispensable for consensus building and mobilizing concerted actions. And we worry that confidence in the fairness and effectiveness of multilateralism is eroding. Conflicts are multiplying. Geopolitical competition is intensifying. Adherence to international regimes is declining on many fronts. Arms control, trade, the environment, human rights. In this time, it is time that member states reaffirm their commitment to the global system and rebuild trust in it. The United Nations, with its unparalleled convening power, has long been the driving force in addressing global challenges and promoting cooperation among states. But unprecedented challenges today are testing the limit of this esteemed body. We urgently need to revitalize the UN and make it more robust and more proactive. Cambodia fully supports the Secretary General's reform agenda, including the intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform. The UN Security Council needs to be tailored to the 21st century, and to be effective for today's task, its composition must be more fairly representative. As the Secretary General has rightly stated, we can create a future fit for our grandchildren with systems built for our grandparents. Cambodia also fully supports the Secretary General call for bold climate actions. To achieve net zero emission by 2050, as it has pledged it would do, Cambodia has launched many measures, including raising the current 62 renewable energy share to at least 70% by 2030, by promoting reforestation and by providing incentive to green investment projects. Cambodia is actively participate in global climate negotiation, and it's look forward to the upcoming COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan. Cambodia also fully support the work of the high-level political forum on SDGs held in July and the ECOSOC. We welcome the adoption of the Ministerial Declaration on SDGs. We reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda. We endorse an effort to bridge the SDG financial gap, reform the global financial system, and strengthen multilateral governance. As all of us together look to the future, it should seem evident that no nation can achieve these ambitious goals alone. Global challenges demand global solutions. Cambodia is committed to strengthening international cooperation, sharing knowledge and best practices, and working collaboratively with our global partners. By acting together, all of us here can create a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are a reality for all our peoples. Cambodia commends the success of the Summit of the Future and reaffirm our steadfast commitment to the letter and the spirit of the Pact for the Future, to international peace and security, to turbocharging SDGs, to modernizing multilateral institutions. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Cambodia is proud to play a significant role in global peacekeeping. Since 2006, we have sent over 9,000 of our people to serve in 11 UN missions, including over 800 women. We are honored to present our candidacy for membership in the Organizational Committee for the Peacebuilding Commission for 2025-2026. We seek your support for our bids. Cambodia supports relevant adjustment and reform to increase the effectiveness of peacekeeping operations and promote the agenda for women, peace and security, and youth, peace and security. Cambodia is also honored to hosting the 5th Review Conference of the Mine Ban Convention, also known as the Ottawa Convention, in November in Siem Reap. This landmark event will serve as a platform for renewed global solidarity in the pursuit of a world free from the scourge of anti-personal mine. We extend a warm invitation to all member states to join us for this important gathering. To conclude, Cambodia reaffirmed its steadfast commitment to working hand in hand with the UN and all member states to advance the noble goals of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. Cambodia stands ready to contribute our unique experience, resources, and unwavering determination to this endeavor. For Cambodia, sustainable and inclusive development means no one and no place is left behind. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Xavier Bettel, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs of Luxembourg.
Colleagues, it's an honor to be in front of you again, for being able to speak about the situation and how we see the world. I listened to a lot of speeches, and when I listened to the main theme of the topic we had last week and the beginning of the week, no one behind, I have to tell you that we are in a special situation. How should you explain to someone in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Kiev, in so many different places around the world, that we want to leave no one behind? That just because of war. How would you explain to some of the countries now that after some national elections, the development and the aid for those more poor countries are cut by saying no one behind? How do you want to say to people waiting outside, demonstrating outside, that we came here together to find solutions about all the troubles that we have nowadays? I can tell you that for them, we are just discussing, but not acting. We are like a very barking dog without teeth, barking all the time, but leaving so many people behind. That's just a not so optimistic introduction, but this is the case how it is today, when I see that for the moment 60 conflicts are existing and about 50 conflicts could start tomorrow. So in total we have about 115 conflicts potentially or existing already. And they go from Congo to Yemen, from Sudan to Myanmar, from Syria to Venezuela, from Haiti to Libya, from Armenia to Azerbaijan could happen tomorrow. So you see, the whole world is, in fact, if you look geographically, in conflict. You have these big conflicts we speak a lot about, but you have also all these little conflicts who are not on our agenda every day, but where people suffer that much also. I have next week a meeting of the French-speaking countries, and as I want to be welcomed, excuse me that I will continue also in French.
When I speak of the major conflicts that exist, let me begin with Ukraine. This week we had President Zelensky here, and a lot of you have been to Kyiv. You've been there to support Ukrainian colleagues. And I remember the discussions that we've had here, and I see a couple of colleagues from the Russian Federation here. That's good. It's something new. Very often they leave the room. I'd like to ask them today why there is this war. Why this war? I remember at the beginning of this conflict, a lot of you felt that this wasn't my role, but I tried to dialogue with President Putin and also have a dialogue with President Zelensky. And I remember the arguments that were put forward. I won't tell you details of my discussion with President Putin, but asking why Russia has attacked Ukraine. And it was, we were told that it was Ukraine that wanted to make Russia fearful, that it was a danger to Russia. Beginning a war is easy. Ending a war is what requires greatness. And you can have peace conferences. They are organized, but without the presence of Russia or China, believe me, these are moments of moral support for Ukraine. But if we want to find a solution, then you have to get everybody around the table to find a lasting solution for Ukraine. We ourselves are Luxembourg, and we're a small country, but twice we have experienced aggression. Twice we thought we had neighbors that thought they knew better for our country than we did ourselves. And so we understand the suffering of Ukraine. We know what it is to have a bigger neighbor and a neighbor that feels they know better. And today in the European Union, Germany is a brotherly country, a partner country with France and Belgium. And we are lucky to have the European Union of 1957. And when we see conflicts in this world, you see that the European Union, and we're not always the best example in everything, but you can see that we live in peace. And that goes from Baltic countries down to Portugal, from Greece to Ireland. And you can see that it works when you sit around a table and discuss things, or at the time when we had conflicts, you see that it was force that was the response. So let's get around the table with our partners, but let's have peace talks where we also have the Russian partners and the Russian partners participating, so that we can work out a plan for the future. Luxembourg does what it can. We have supported demining, for example. And don't forget, I just visited Laos. 30 years after the war, 40 years after the war, people are still dying from remnants of war. And don't forget that if tomorrow the war in Ukraine comes to an end, there will still be victims tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, as human consequences of having placed mines everywhere. We have to also help children that have been deported to Russia, and we need to ensure that impunity is not the rule. And after conflict, of course, I have to, referring to Ukraine, I have to refer to the Middle East. This week we've had discussions with partners to find a two-state solution. For me, what is important today is that we have to be conscious of the fact that there won't be a winner of this war. What's been caused here? How do you explain to a young Israeli that Palestine is a friendly country when their brothers or sisters are held hostage by Hamas? How do you want to explain to a young Palestinian that Israel, its neighboring country, is its friend when they buried their friend the day before? That's the reality on the ground. What are we doing here? It's generations of hate for the next 20, 30 years, future generations, where people won't get around the table. This is one is going to continue to hate the other in this situation. Are we aware of this? Yesterday, I heard the Israeli Prime Minister. He was thinking about the head of Hezbollah. I mean, if tomorrow somebody said if the head of Hezbollah is killed, there'll be no terrorism. That's the same. But these terrorist organizations are like octopuses. If you cut off one arm, another one grows. There's no one approach against fanaticism. We have to restore the hope of young people. And if we don't find a solution quickly, we are training future generations for Hamas and Hezbollah in that region that is so full of conflict. 40,000 people already dead. UNRWA, which is an organization that is part of this house, let's remember that. And that is being placed on the list of terrorist organizations. Are we all going to accept that our own agency working there be considered as a terrorist organization? And for those that are not familiar with UNRWA's work, I counsel you to go to Palestine and see what UNRWA is doing on the ground. Providing education, health. If there wouldn't be that if UNRWA wasn't there. They're doing everything to ensure that they can do what they can. So many people have already given their lives to UNRWA to help the Palestinian people. And if we accept here that UNRWA is considered a criminal organization, we open the Pandora's box for everything. We have to understand today that there's no alternative to UNRWA. And no one is saying, well, I can replace UNRWA. I can deal with Palestine tomorrow, whatever happens. So I really do urgently call upon Israel to stop placing an agency of this House on a terrorist list, and we are not reacting to it. That means we're accomplices in accepting everything. Now, I understand that Israel has the right to self-defense, but there are limits as well, and it's important to be balanced. On this matter, people always want to say you're for Israel or you're for Palestine or you're against one or against the other. No, you can be for peace. You can be for the civilian population without being in favor of one or not in favor of the other. We think too much about this one party against another party, and it's the civilians that suffer. We talk about recognition as well. My country is one of the few countries that has not recognized. Some countries have recognized. Okay, but that recognition is a one-time thing. I don't want to have recognition just as a symbol. I want it to have an impact. So that's also a message to all of you that haven't yet do this. Let's coordinate, have an exchange of views and see how we can have an impact on the ground so that that has an effect. Not just to say, well, we're giving moral support and that is we want to help the people that are there on the ground. And there will need to be a two-state solution. We need a two-state solution, and we need to realize that peace in Palestine will constitute the security of Israel. And without peace in Palestine, there will never be any guaranteed peace for Israel. They go hand in hand. And I'd like to have this coordination between countries, and if there is no coordination, then we need to think about possibly opening up a diplomatic representation in Israel and in Palestine that we haven't yet done as the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, to stress that we want to have two states that we recognize. And when I think of the vote that was held here a little while ago, do you agree with the interpretation of the ICJ? We asked for an opinion, let's not forget that. And then, do we decide afterwards whether we want to respect that opinion? You don't wait for a judge to give a ruling and then say whether you agree with it or not. No, you request an opinion of a judge, and then you request the opinion of that international organization, or it may as well not be there in the first place. So the Sahel, another difficult area where some years ago we were discussing with partners. Now we've seen coups and instability in Africa. People who are becoming refugees because they're afraid that they might be mistreated by the coup leaders that took power overnight. What's important for me, I'm a foreign affairs minister, but I'm also a minister for cooperation. And we've spoken about the Pact for the Future. We've spoken about this investment. And I remember as former Prime Minister, the Millennium Goals, the MDGs. Now we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly this year's 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, and we speak about these things, but we forget as well. As new Minister for Cooperation, I have established new criteria. I, for example, have asked countries with which we've signed an agreement that I don't want to dictate things. For a long time, Europe thought it knew what was best for Africans. No, Africans have to make their own choices, but it's important to support them as well through cooperation policies. And then you can have partnerships, you can have exchanges and collaborations. What I ask of those countries, however, is not the minerals, it's not about the economic recovery, and I'm not asking them to change their legislation. All I'm asking is that they don't backslide, that they don't go backwards. So, in other words, the rights that exist for everybody already are respected, be that the rights of women. When I think of a country that's a member here where women don't have the right anymore to be educated, do we accept that? No, and I won't shut up about that. I don't accept it. Where religions can't be followed in a country, no, I don't accept that. And when we ask that the rights of minorities and gender minorities are respected as it exists today and there be no backsliding, I will say something if that's not the case. This week I was at a meeting with a head of state, an African head of state, and I wanted to work with them, and I spoke about these three conditions. This importance of respecting them. And that head of state told me with regard to sexual minorities that if their population feel that homosexuality is a crime, then they will criminalize it. To be a head of state, Mr. President, is not always to do what the majority wants. It's also to defend the minorities in a country. You can't always follow what some people want against others, to be done against others. In a country of diversity is what makes the wealth of a country. And if tomorrow rights that exist now are withdrawn, that means that I can't have a serene dialogue with that country if they go in that direction. And I regret that very much. And I'm not asking anybody to change their rules on abortion or religion, or to have marriage for everyone, or give rights today that don't exist. But don't backtrack. These are things that we've seen in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So don't make that mistake of going back to a previous world. And the Pact for the Future. And we've got SDG 16, rule of law and justice. I'd like to thank I'm grateful for the discussion that we've had here talking about the rule of law. Now, in the EU even, we have certain countries that see this with rather flexibly. I don't think that's acceptable, and we have had to take action within the European Union against certain countries. But we do have to keep our backbone here when it comes to women's rights and justice. Women's rights, for example, in Luxembourg, we've discussed whether we should give additional money to political parties that place more women on electoral lists. But why give a premium for something that should be normal? We have decided that if somebody doesn't do this, there will be less money. But why should we give more money for doing something that should be normal? No. You can make progress, logical progress, rather than giving a premium to an organisation to do something that should be normal. The environment, when I look at the SDGs, we speak about the environment. Well, that seems to be a little bit forgotten. And I mean, we had a lot of demonstrations, Fridays for Future and others, and then the economy seemed to take the upper hand on the environment. And don't forget that some countries might disappear with the environment. I mean, we're surrounded by other big land masses, so we won't, but some islands might risk disappearing. Are we aware that if we don't, it might not be a popular view, but if we don't act, then we will be leaving heritage to future generations that we won't be proud of. There's a COP coming up in Baku, and I think that will be a very important point in time for all of us. And today we have a conflict between them and Armenia, and I hope it will be solved before that COP. Let's do that. Let's commit ourselves to peace in Azerbaijan. Let's show that we can be proud to come to Baku, that we can be proud to have results where everyone will be happy to have gone without having in the back of their minds, is there a risk that tomorrow there might be a conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia? So let's deal with that. That's really all I can recommend. Then, with regard to this dog that barks but never dies, yes, in Europe we have rules like we do in the UN that date back to the Second World War, the leftovers of the Second World War, with the 5 permanent members and Africa not represented. And in 2024, now we're asking ourselves, well, how can we have a Security Council talking about the world without Africa being represented? That's the first thing. And now we're being told, well, it would be good to have this and that country as a permanent member. I'm not opposed to that, but it's not by enlarging the circle of the privilege that we will become more efficient. If we want to be more effective, we have to ask ourselves the question whether it's normal that a permanent member, through a veto, is able to block a process. No, it's not. I think you have to think about this. Security Council reform, why couldn't it be that if a country enters a veto, a 2/3 majority would be able to overturn that veto, and that then there would be a vote in the General Assembly, and if 2/3 here as well voted in a different direction to the veto, then that veto would be rendered ineffective. If we want to make progress, that's the only thing we can do. Just having more members in the Security Council would just be expanding the problem, because more people would have the right to veto. So I conclude here, Mr. President, by saying that being a permanent member of this House is not a privilege, it's a responsibility. And if you look at the time that this was created, it was done by countries that were there to guarantee power. They were the major powers that were there because they were the guarantors of peace. Whereas today, some of them are more troublemakers than anything else, and they prevent us finding peaceful solutions, but which are in everyone's interest. My dream, Mr. President, is to come here one day and address you, being convinced that we can say that in this world, and I said this 3 or 4 years ago in my speech, that in this world, irrespective of where we are and the colour that we might have, the religion that we might follow, our gender, our sexual orientation, how much money my parents had, I have the same chances, the same rights, but also the same obligations. And then I would be proud to be part of an international community. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Minister for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Affairs of Luxembourg. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdoulaye Maïga, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister of Territorial Administration and Decentralization of Mali.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
Distinguished President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to convey the warm greetings of His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State of Mali, and those of the government and people of Mali. Mr. President, I'd like to also warmly congratulate you on behalf of the Malian delegation on your brilliant election to the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Your beautiful country, Cameroon, an African country that is our brother and friend, enjoys excellent relations with my country. You can count on the full support of Mali as you fulfill your mandate successfully. Here I also congratulate your predecessor, Ambassador Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, for his outstanding leadership of the work of the 78th session of the General Assembly. And lastly, allow me to reiterate to the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our encouragement to continue his efforts to achieve the noble goals of our common organization. Mr. President, on June 26, 1945, by signing the UN Charter in San Francisco, the peoples of the world pledged resolutely, I quote, to protect future generations from the scourge of war, which twice in one human lifetime inflicted unthinkable suffering upon humanity, end quote. Today, we have the opportunity to discuss the following theme: leaving no one behind, acting together to promote peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for our present and future generations. The choice of this theme, 79 years after the signing of the UN Charter, is it a simple coincidence or the outcome of a certain mindset? We don't know. However, we must note, unfortunately, that the question of preserving generations is still a keenly relevant one. Not only future generations, but also our own generation. Is this a failure of the UN? It is certain that an objective assessment with realistic recommendations regarding our collective system would be key for our future. Mr. President, Mali commends the relevance of this theme, which is one of pressing importance. It is true that tensions and wars currently underway continue to jeopardize international peace and security, development, and the fundamental rights of populations. This comment comes from a country that since 2012 has been experiencing a multifaceted and complex crisis that has led to the loss of more than half its territory and caused many innocent victims through an incestuous and opportunistic association of terrorist groups and armed groups. Mr. President, the drama in Mali dates back to the allegiance between the Salafist group for call and combat of al-Qaeda to the GSPC, Algerian GSPC on September 11, 2006, exacerbated by the intervention of NATO in Libya in 2011, a reckless intervention. The destabilization of this country, this brotherly country, has exacerbated insecurity in our country through terrorism, all kinds of trafficking, laundering of capital, and community conflicts manipulated by terrorists and their foreign state sponsors, as well as the violent actions of certain individuals. For their part, the Malian authorities, having noted and witnessed the failure of international forces present on their territory since 2013, decided to take their fate back into their own hands. And since June 7th, 2021, after the swearing-in of His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition and Head of State, a vast campaign was launched to equip and reorganize the defense and security forces associated with a Malian transformation project. The National Refoundation Conference was launched in December 2021. It allowed Malians to engage in an exhaustive diagnosis of the causes of the crisis, followed by the adoption of 517 relevant recommendations. In this vein, and after having experienced insecurity caused by the circumstances, we took stock of what was happening in Mali, and it was frightening. Mali was battered, humiliated, looted and pillaged, abandoned, left high and dry, stabbed in the back. I could go on with these expressions to describe the suffering experienced by the people and the Malian defense and security forces. Based on this experience, knowing that the danger to Mali resulted from these circumstances, His Excellency Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition and Head of State of Mali, laid forth a realistic vision of the geopolitical situation using a popular Bambara proverb, which I here loosely translate. The delectable sauce on one man's table comes from the theft of another man's cattle, end quote. Thomas Hobbes, describing the state of nature in a similar manner, stated that man is the wolf of man. Thanks to this proverb, these proverbs about gastronomic and hunting references, the head of state described the ruthless reality of international relations, and especially the role of Africa, the looting of the raw commodities of which serve the development of others and not Africans, for the most part. In addition to this vision, the head of state instructed or called on Malians, as part of the refoundation, to become themselves again. The head of state, on April 23, 2024, launched the National Program for Education on Values, which aims at a return to our origins, without which it would be difficult to imagine a bright future for our country in its legitimate quest for sovereignty. This call to become ourselves again has to do with the question of who we are. The immediate response to this question was provided by the slogan of Mali: one people, a great family and cosmopolitan nation, one goal to amplify diversity in unity, united for a common good, one faith, the faith that God has given us as a resource to bring about prosperity. To better define what it means to be Malian, Professor Ibrahim Ndiaye, expert within the Committee on the Implementation of the National Program for Education on Values, stated that Malians are characterized on one hand by 5 cardinal values: humanity, empathy, the obligation to transmit human values to future generations, the sense of honor, accepting differences and otherness on the social, human, and cultural fronts. And on the other hand, 5 inviolable principles that have to do with the country itself. That is, an indivisible, inalienable Mali, a Mali that's not for sale, a Mali that's no one's property, and imperishable Mali. Mr. President, by being themselves, Malians have forged a third path. They are not becoming predators, lawless barbarians that seek to rustle other people's cattle, but also not to become eternally powerless victims of predation. The middle path promoted by Mali consists of carrying out our own development, taking a more virtuous path, ensuring the respect of our sovereignty while respecting those of others, that of others, rejecting outside control, and refusing to interfere in others' internal affairs, remaining open to all partnerships based on a win-win relationship. It's also important to note that these principles and values characterize Mutatis Mutandis, the brotherly peoples of Burkina Faso and Niger. With regard to the Malian political transition, we must recall that following the National Refoundation Conference, the Malian people chose to conduct political reforms before holding elections in order to firmly establish virtuous governance. The implementation of the recommendations of the conference allowed us to achieve tangible results, especially the establishment of the Independent Authority of Elections Management, the adoption of a new constitution on July 22nd, 2023, following a well-organized referendum, the completion of our territorial and administrative reorganization, strengthening our fight against corruption, and bolstering transparency in public action, and the revision of our mining code to make it more equitable and to favor local regulations. Mr. President, to further foster national unity, which is the basis of all development, the head of state announced on December 31st, 2023, the holding of the Inter-Malian Dialogue for Peace and Reconciliation to, quote, eliminate the root causes of community and intercommunity conflict with the ultimate goal of reconciling these communities. Based on a participatory and inclusive approach, the Inter-Malian dialogue took place in 3 stages on the communal, regional, and national levels, allowing Malians, both within the country and abroad, to engage in transparent exchanges to find Malian solutions for prevention, management, and resolution of conflicts. Unlike the agreement on peace and reconciliation that resulted from the Algiers process, which certain parties, signatories to which have actually turned toward terrorism, which has become a pretext for certain states to interfere in our internal affairs, the Inter-Malian dialogue allowed Malians to air the dirty laundry within their families without external interference. After the demise of the Algiers Accord on January 25, 2024, today the Inter-Malian dialogue and its recommendations officially submitted to the head of state on May 13, 2024, remain the only reference frame for internal conflict resolution. We once again call on all Malians to join this trend toward reconciliation, a key stage toward returning to constitutional order, which would be secure and stable thanks to the holding of presidential elections. When it comes to combating insecurity, since the Malian Defense and Security Forces began launching offensive actions autonomously, they've achieved many successes with regard to combating terrorism. All regions have now been recovered from the hands of terrorist groups, especially the region of Kidal on November 14, 2023, after a memorable military operation. Today, terrorist groups have been severely weakened. The Malian Defense and Security Forces have been deployed throughout the national territory. In addition, our forces' offensives are continuing to dismantle the remaining terrorist networks. The government of Mali remains aware that a purely security-based response is limited in its effectiveness. That's why, in addition to military action, the government of Mali has a comprehensive integrated strategy with the goal of restoring the authority of the state throughout the national territory. It includes political, administrative measures, as well as measures for economic and social development, including dialogue with armed groups and the provision of basic social services to our brave population. Despite these concrete and positive results, these criminal groups continue to have a certain capacity to cause trouble through their desperate attempts to undermine our territorial integrity, and they are terrorizing our populations. And here, from this podium, I must denounce the support for these groups from foreign state sponsors. Foreign state sponsors. After years of denouncing these state sponsors that are supporting international terrorism, Ukrainian authorities flagrantly violated in an unprecedented way the UN Charter, as well as the relevant UN conventions and resolutions regarding the prevention of terrorism, when the officials of this country, having confused the international arena for a theater stage, acknowledged their participation in the cowardly terrorist attack against a patrol of the Defense and Security Forces on July 24th to 26th, 2024 in Tinzaouaten in the region of Kidal. Mr. President, in light of the conflict situation in the Sahel, motivated solely by their desire to take their country's fate into their own hands, Their Excellencies, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of FASO, Head of State of Burkina, Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State of Mali, and Brigadier General Abdourahmane Tiani, President of the National Council for the Salvation of the Homeland, Head of State of Niger, launched the Alliance of the States of the Sahel, which is a collective defense and mutual assistance architecture to combat terrorism, by signing the Liptako-Gourma Charter on September 16, 2023. 10 months later, exactly 10 months later, on July 6, 2024, the founding fathers of the AES, the Alliance of States of the Sahel, sovereignly decided to transform this mechanism into a confederation based on 3 pillars: diplomacy, defense, and development, with the ultimate goal of bringing about a federation. Very quickly, important results were achieved in the fight against terrorism thanks to our pooling of our resources for defense, as well as joint military operations, and thanks to our tireless commitment to eradicating terrorism. That is why the member states of the Confederation of States of the Sahel, on August 19, 2024, sent a joint letter to the Security Council of the United Nations to condemn the support of the Ukrainian authorities for international terrorism, to denounce aggression against Mali, and to demand that the Security Council take appropriate measures against the Ukrainian government. Here, I would also like to recall that this letter was sent at a time when Mali was still waiting for the outcome of a previous letter sent to the Security Council from August 15, 2022, which exposed the acts of aggression committed by France against Mali, as well as France's involvement in the promotion of 3 forms of terrorism in the Sahel: armed terrorism, economic terrorism, and media terrorism. With a surface area of 2.758 million square kilometers, with 71 million inhabitants, mostly young people, with an outstanding economic potential, as well as mineral resources covering almost all of the elements of the periodic table, the Confederation of the States of the Sahel, based on the state of the heads of state, peoples, and defense and security forces, are well aware of their own dignity and their honor, and they're more motivated than ever by the blood of their own treacherously spilled. They are resolved to combat terrorism in all of its forms and to honor the memory of victims, civilians and soldiers, Sahelians and foreigners. They are determined to defend their territorial integrity and to ensure their prosperity in a peaceful manner, as laid out in the preamble of the Liptako-Gourma Charter, which refers to various international organizations, including ECOWAS, and to universal values. As for the lords of war and chaos, with the assistance of God, we will triumph again and always over your sinister and diabolical schemes. Strangely, since the creation of the AES, we've been surprised by the fierce hostility it has encountered, especially from certain officials of ECOWAS, who are acting on the orders of imperialist and neocolonial entities. The rest of history is well known. Amadou Hampâté Bâ said, I quote, "If you try too hard to get rid of a pesky frog, it will end up settling in your own pond," end quote. The Confederation of States of the Sahel is open to all investors as long as the partnership benefits the populations of the Sahel and as long as it respects the sovereignty of states. Mr. President, here I would like to commend the relations of cooperation, which are exemplary and productive, between Mali and Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, and many other of our true allies. Mali remains open to all partners that wish to help it address its many challenges. In this regard, I reaffirm that the government of Mali remains willing to pursue and bolster its cooperation with the UN, especially through its agencies, funds, and programs with which we enjoy excellent cooperation relations. Here as well, we would like to commend and recognize the wisdom of His Excellency, the President Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the Republic, the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria. On August 29, 2024, during a visit to the south of Algeria, you had said that Libya, Niger, and Mali were brotherly nations which you supported and would never harm. The Malian people were not surprised by these remarks, which eloquently demonstrated your Pan-Africanism, like that of your celebrated predecessors, including late President Abdel Aziz Bouteflika, affectuously nicknamed Abdelkader Mali. After his establishment in Gao and the commitment made by Malian authorities through the following actions: offering Malian territory as a rear base for the Mujahideen, thus opening up a southern front, taking part in armed battles against the French colonizers, deploying Malian combatants alongside Mujahideen on the Algerian territory to defend the freedom and dignity of Algerians, defending the Algerian cause and all diplomatic institutions until they recovered their independence. However, it is our duty to call to your noble attention the incongruous remarks made by two of your colleagues, which go against your wish to promote harmonious relations with your neighbors, including Mali. On July 31st, 2024, the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs declared that the Malian crisis did not need a military solution. He said this is a conflict between brothers. The solution must be political. With regard to the Algiers Accord, he stated that it was beneficial to Mali and had protected the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Mali. Deviating from this accord, therefore, would have a negative impact on all of its achievements, he said. In addition, on August 26, 2024, your permanent representative to the UN declared, I quote, "This morning I learned from media reports that a drone carried out a strike in the north of Mali, killing about 20 civilians. Those who were operating this drone can be held accountable to no one." End quote. If you look at those first remarks, you can see major interference in the internal affairs of Mali. The nature of the solution used by the Malian authorities concerns only the Malians themselves. Since the demise of the Algiers Agreement on January 25th, 2024, Malians have only one wish regarding its fate, that it rest in peace. Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, the accord is dead and gone, and you will not be able to resurrect it. Here I would like to reiterate that no one loves Mali more than Malians. I also remind you that Mali and its people are not just spectators in the face of attacks and adversity. For every bullet fired against us, we will reciprocate. For every word employed against us, we will reciprocate. Don't say we didn't warn you. As for the Algerian PR, in addition to providing room and board, I'm sure associated with delicious dishes like shakshuka and shorba for fugitive terrorists and renegades, his role as go-between is in no way assisting the promotion of neighborly relations. In his remarks, he makes serious, baseless accusations, on one hand implying that the victims were civilians, which is defamatory and irresponsible, and on the other hand, he stated that the operators of the drones were not accountable to anyone. This helps to fuel a disinformation campaign against Mali while supporting the idea that the valiant Malian defense and security forces would be incapable of themselves operating drones. Here, I would like to remind you that the rise and the improvement of the Malian armed forces is a tangible reality that has helped us to regain control of all of our national territory. As for the use of drones, the operators were indeed Malians who acted with professionalism like the rest of the defense and security forces. And they were targeting terrorists in accordance with international norms. I remind you that several years ago, those who promoted the instrumentalization of human rights were determined to tarnish the counterterrorism performance of the national Algerian army highlighted the subversive question of who is killing whom. And today, we are very disturbed that the Algerian PR himself is the one weaponizing human rights against the Malian army. Mali calls for these two mad diplomats to stop meddling in history. Clearly, they have no idea about the history between the brotherly people of Algeria and of Mali, and the contributions of Mali to the War of Liberation in Algeria. They also are ignorant of geography because they wrongly consider Mali to be a wilaya, that is, an Algerian province. Mr. President, Mali, I repeat, calls on these two wayward diplomats to cease to interfere in this history. They clearly know nothing about the history between Mali and Algeria, and they wrongly consider Mali to be a wilaya, that is, an Algerian province. I'll repeat once more, Mali calls on these two wayward diplomats to cease to interfere in a history they don't understand. They clearly are ignorant about the history between the peoples of Mali and Nigeria, the extraordinary contribution of Mali to the war of liberation in Algeria, and they are also ignorant of geography because they wrongly consider Mali to be a wilaya or an Algerian province. Mr. President, with regard to the regional international situation, Mali continues to closely follow developments in Africa and the rest of the world. We are deeply concerned by the violence in the Middle East, especially the occupied Palestinian territory. The Malian people reaffirm the support for the brotherly Palestinian people in their legitimate battle for self-determination. The government of Mali reaffirms its support for the two-state solution, for Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security within secure, internationally recognized borders. We condemn without reserve the indiscriminate use of force by the Israeli army against the Palestinians. On the humanitarian front, Mali is concerned by the situation, the dire plight of millions of refugees and IDPs throughout the world due to armed conflict, natural disasters, and climate change. Here I'm thinking in particular of my countrymen who are refugees in neighboring countries that I thank for their hospitality and generosity. I assure them that the government of Mali will spare no effort to continue to assist them and to pave the way for a dignified return of these refugees, a safe and dignified return to their homes. There are many challenges to international peace and security, and these call for a reform of the UN architecture. In the same vein, Mali continues to advocate a reform of global political, economic, and financial governance to create optimal and just conditions for the development of our countries. In light of this, Mali continues to call for a reform of international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF. Similarly, we welcome alternative and credible models such as BRICS. Climate change constitutes a real threat for current and future generations. We must have the courage to leave behind dogmatism and narrow, self-serving interests with regard to this issue. The time has come to effectively implement the decisions of our summits and of our COPs. The countries that caused climate change must shoulder their full responsibility, including by supporting the efforts of countries of the South to engage in eco-friendly development. Mr. President, in closing, I would like to observe that this 79th session of the General Assembly is taking place in a context marked by massive challenges for our states and for our multilateral institutions. International peace and security have never been in such danger since the two world wars, including in danger from international terrorism and violent extremism. In this context, it is difficult to attain the SDGs by 2030 when it comes to education, healthcare, access to drinking water, energy, and justice. However, despite these obstacles, Mali remains ready to fully play its role in the implementation of its national and international commitments while continuing to hope in the future. May God bless Mali and preserve Malians from obscurantist and destructive forces throughout the world. May God bless the Confederation of States of the Sahel and protect the populations of the Sahel from obscurantist destructive forces throughout the world. May God bless Africa and protect Africans from obscurantist and destructive forces throughout the world. May God bless the world and protect all of humanity from obscurantist and destructive forces in the world. Thank you for your very kind attention.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister of Territorial Administration and Decentralization of Mali. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Lestari Priansari Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, this is my last opportunity as the Foreign Minister of Indonesia to represent my country to speak before the UNGA. A decade of so many challenges, but at the same time, a decade of Indonesia's many contributions in addressing global issues. One of them is Palestine. Indonesia cannot, I repeat, cannot sit back and relax, seeing the injustice that continues to be committed against the people of Palestine. Indonesia is and will always stand with the people of Palestine to attain their right to have an independent state of Palestine. As I speak now, more than 41,000 people in Gaza have been killed. Situation in West Bank, Lebanon are deteriorating. Is that not enough? Is that not enough? Will the Security Council only take action to stop Israel atrocities when all Palestinians are displaced? Or when 100,000 Palestinians are killed? Or when a regional armed conflict breaks out? That will be too late. PM Netanyahu yesterday mentioned, and I quote, that Israel seeks peace, that Israel yearns for peace. Really? How are we supposed to believe that statement? Yesterday, while he was here, Israel conducted unprecedented massive air attack on Beirut. PM Netanyahu wants the war to continue. We must stop that. I repeat, we must stop that. We must pressure Israel to come back to a political solution for two-state solution. Mr. President, the overwhelming majority of the UN members strongly support the two-state solution, and this is the right time to walk the talk. Recognizing the state of Palestine is the least that we can do now to give Palestinians equal footing on the world states and to exert pressure to Israel to stop their atrocities. Therefore, I urge countries that have yet to recognize the state of Palestine to do so now. If each of us does it, for sure it will give impact. The recognition of Palestine today is an investment that will yield a more peaceful, just, and human world tomorrow. Once again, Indonesia urged the permanent members of the Security Council to concretely act to immediately stop Israel from blatantly violating international law and to end Israel impunity. The mandate of the Security Council is to maintain peace, to create peace, not to maintain and prolong wars, or even worse, to support the perpetrator of atrocities. Inaction means complicity. Colleagues, Wherever Indonesia goes, we carry the voices of the global South. Indonesia started this commitment in 1955 when Indonesia hosted the Asia-Africa Conference in Bandung, Indonesia. The Bandung spirit of equality, cooperation, and solidarity will always be alive to inspire the global South to gain their rights, including their rights to development. That is the spirit that we need if we want to have a global leadership where moral virtues are the compass of our business. Do not bury the principle of the UN Charter and international law under the rubble of double standard, trust deficit, and zero-sum game. Mr. President, Excellencies, against these global challenges, Indonesia continues to be part of the solution. By embodying this commitment, Indonesia presidency in 2022 managed to prevent the G20 from collapsing, despite deep geopolitical division. During the global pandemic, we led the establishment of the Pandemic Fund and co-chaired the COVAX AMC Engagement Group to ensure equitable access to vaccine and financial resources, and to safeguard health security for all, especially for the global South. As a member of the Human Rights Council, Indonesia continuously calls for inclusive partnership in addressing global human rights issues. And amidst regional rivalries, Indonesia pioneered the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific as a framework for concrete and inclusive cooperation. To embrace, not to contain. We have demonstrated that global leadership will never be attained through force, domination, and fear. Global leadership should be about guiding collective action by listening, empowering the collaboration, and instilling hope. This is what I say, leadership without hegemony. Mr. President, Excellencies, to attain this vision, we must focus on three key priorities. First, advancing peace through inclusive leadership. Multilateral system should be reformed. The UNSC must be an inclusive space for peace, where a wider range of voices can be heard and timely decisions can be taken for our collective good. Without peace, our effort to attain global goals such as the SDGs will remain a dream without reality. Indonesia is committed to contribute to global peace by being one of the largest troops contributing countries in UN peacekeeping mission and remain firm in our proactive role to counter terrorism. We also strive to ensure that peace we are promoting will be inclusive by advancing the Women, Peace and Security agenda, contributing to women empowerment, including pursuing equal access to education to women and girls in Afghanistan. Investing in women is investing in peace. Empowering women is empowering prosperity for all. Second, ensure a resilient future for shared prosperity. Indonesia believes in a future where all nations thrive no matter how big or small. But the global pandemic and impact of climate change has shown us all that to prosper together, we must work together. Therefore, the implementation of the Pact for the Future is important to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and scale up partnership and sustainable development even beyond 2030. At the same time, geopolitical tensions have also significantly impacted global supply chain, affected the development trajectory of the global South, many of whom remain unable to freely exercise their right to development. In this context, Indonesia has taken proactive steps. Earlier this month, Indonesia held the second Indonesia-Africa Forum to enhance cooperation in international supply chains and connectivity and build collaboration in preparing for the future challenges. Indonesia also hosted the 10th World Water Forum, I repeat, the 10th World Water Forum this year. We believe that water is a crucial element for shared prosperity. And third, building bridges to foster global collaboration. Colleagues, a winner takes all and take it or leave it mentality should no longer exist when collaboration is the only antidote in addressing the global challenges of today. For Indonesia, a world where the only option is us versus them will only result in the word of us or them. Global solidarity and collective responsibility is the essence of the Bandung spirit, and this spirit guided us through our G20 presidency in 2022, chairmanship of ASEAN in 2023, and continuous effort to voice the aspiration of the global South. Indonesia envisioned a world where nations collaborate together to address shared challenges, uphold international law, and protect human rights and dignity of all people. In Southeast Asia, ASEAN with 650 million people has proven that diversity can coexist with stability, peace, and prosperity. Indonesia also continues to work with ASEAN to restore peace and stability in Myanmar through implementation of the ASEAN 5-point of consensus and to enable the safe and dignified return of the Rohingya people. Beyond ASEAN, we also continue to deepen our engagement to the Pacific region to become part and parcel of an inclusive and peaceful Indo-Pacific architecture based on the principle of solidarity, equality, and mutual respect. Mr. President, colleagues, peace, justice, and humanity will always be at the core of Indonesia foreign policy. Indonesia understands that the global leadership is not something that inherited, nor does it fall from the sky. It must be earned through our collective efforts. Rest assured that Indonesia's commitment toward common peace, common prosperity, common security will be carried out forward across Indonesia's successive administration. It is in this spirit that I'm proud to announce Indonesia's candidature for a non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council for 2029-2030. This candidature reflects our deep commitment to contributing toward global peace and security. So, colleagues, let us work together to build a legacy of peace for our future generation. I thank you very, very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, within this building, the forum entitled The Summit of the Future took place. Russia showed understanding to the Secretary General's idea to convene that summit, since the crisis of our organization is growing worse and something needs to be done about that. And we were involved honestly in the preparations for the summit, although quite frankly we didn't have any particular illusions about it. In the contemporary history of the UN, there have been many ambitious events that concluded with loud declarations that were quickly forgotten about. For example, in 2000, the Millennium Summit declared the task of freeing peoples from the scourge of war. Just 2 years after that, the USA, at the head of the Coalition of the Willing, under the laughable pretext, without a mandate from the UN Security Council, invaded Iraq, a country which has still not been able to recover from the destructive consequences of that escapade. In 2005, the UN World Summit declared a commitment to establishing a just peace in accordance with the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This sacred obligation certainly didn't stop the USA and their allies from getting the then leader of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, in 2008 to unleash an armed aggression against the people of South Ossetia and Russian peacekeepers. And a further 3 years after that, NATO organized the military intervention in Libya, destroying its statehood and undermining the stability of neighboring countries. In 2015, the UN Summit on Sustainable Development adopted grandiose plans to combat poverty and inequality, but they turned out to be empty promises in light of the reluctance of the countries of the West to refrain from their neo-colonial practices of mining the wealth of the entire world for their benefit. Just look at the statistics of the promises that were kept in terms of financing the development of the countries of the Global South and the transfer of environmentally friendly technologies. Just like Kofi Annan and Ban Ki-moon in the past, the current Secretary General advanced his own initiative under the slogan of rebooting global cooperation. It's an excellent slogan. Who could be opposed to that? But what global cooperation can we really talk about at a time when the West has trampled all of these unshakable values of globalization that they've been telling us about for so many years from this rostrum, trying to convince us that they would ensure equal access for everyone to the goods of contemporary civilization? Where is the inviolability of property, the presumption of innocence, freedom of speech, access to information, fair competition on markets with understandable and unchanging rules? The Secretary General is talking about global cooperation at the same time as the countries of the West have unleashed a veritable sanctions war against a good half, if not the majority, of states in the world. And the dollar, which was advertised to us as the heritage and good of all of humanity, has been grossly transformed into a weapon. For more than 60 years, there has been a trade blockade of Cuba, the cancellation of which the overwhelming majority of members of the international community are calling for. In the pursuit of the ever more ephemeral aim of preserving their domination, Washington is blocking the normal work of the World Trade Organization on dispute settlement and reform of the Bretton Woods institutions, the structures of which for a long time now have not reflected the real balance of forces in the global economy and finances. The West also wants to transform the UN into a tool for advancing its mercantile plans. As was shown by the Summit of the Future, there are more and more attempts to erode the intergovernmental nature of the organization. Long necessary changes in the staffing of the Secretariat are being held back. Key posts in the Secretariat are now essentially occupied and handed down to representatives of the Western minority. If the Secretary General is calling for a reboot of global cooperation, then the Secretariat must advance unifying ideas and propose compromise options rather than coming up with excuses to introduce into the UN's work narratives that are beneficial to the West. Breathing new life into the UN, it's not too late to do that. But in order to do that, we can't have unrealistic summits and declarations. Rather, it must be done through rebuilding confidence and trust on the basis of the Charter principle of the sovereign equality of all member states. However, as long as confidence is being undermined, for the time being it is, and the actions of the West to create in circumvention of the UN narrow formats that are subordinate to it to resolve subsidiary fateful issues such as internet governance and artificial intelligence. But those problems affect the future of all of humanity, and they must be considered on a universal basis without discrimination or trying to achieve unilateral advantage. That is to say that there must be an honest negotiation involving all members of the UN, rather than the way that the so-called Pact of the Future was prepared for, without a single plenary round of negotiations that all countries would be involved in. But instead of that, the work was carried out under the control of Western manipulators. As a result, the pact, even before it was born, had already joined the pantheon of declarations that sound nice in English. Sad as it is, that is the fate of products of these world summits. However, things aren't any better when it comes to implementing Security Council resolutions, which are binding. The sabotage of decisions on the Kosovo settlement and the Dayton agreements on Bosnia and Herzegovina says a great deal. But the most glaring example continues to be spinning out over almost 80 years the consensus resolutions on the creation of an independent Palestinian state coexisting in peace and security with Israel. There can be no justification for acts of terrorism, which Israelis fell victim to on the 7th of October last year. But everyone who still has a sense of compassion is outraged by the fact that the October tragedy is being used for the mass collective punishment of the Palestinians in the form of an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. The killing of Palestinian civilians with American weapons must immediately be ended. It is important to ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid to the enclave, the reconstruction of infrastructure, and most importantly, it is important to guarantee the realization of the legitimate right of the Palestinians to self-determination and to allow them, not in words, but in deeds, as they say, on the ground, to create a contiguous and viable state within the 1967 borders, with its capital in East Jerusalem. Another glaring example of terrorist methods as a means of achieving political aims is the inhumane attack on Lebanon that transformed civilian technology into a lethal weapon. There must be an immediate investigation into this crime, but already we cannot remain silent in the face of the many publications in the media, including in Europe and here in the United States, that indicate to varying degrees the involvement and at the very least awareness of Washington when it comes to the preparation of that terrorist attack. And we understand that the Americans always deny everything, and they do everything they can to hush up any facts that come to light, as they did in response to the irrefutable evidence of their implication in the terrorist attack on the Nord Stream gas pipeline. Those gas pipelines, incidentally, were a marvelous symbol of that selfsame global cooperation that our Secretary General dreams of. But as a result of their destruction, the competitiveness of the European Union in the global economy has been undermined for long years to the benefit of the United States. It is on the West's conscience as well that the truth about those who organized many other heinous crimes has been put on a back burner, including the bloody provocation in the Kiev suburb of Bucha and the series of poisonings of citizens of Russia in Britain and Germany. The UN Secretariat cannot remain separate from efforts to establish the truth in situations that directly impact global security, and in doing so is obliged to strictly observe Article 100 of the UN Charter, to act impartially and to avoid the temptation to play into the hands of individual states, particularly those that are actively calling not for cooperation, but to divide the world into the flowering garden and the jungle, or to those sitting around the table of democracy and those that are on the menu. We mustn't forget also about the service record of those that demand that their rules be implemented by the rest of the world. The invasion of Afghanistan and the inglorious 20-year presence there of the infamous coalition was accompanied by the formation of Al-Qaeda. A direct result of the aggression against Iraq was the creation of ISIL. Unleashing the war in Syria gave rise to Jabhat al-Nusra, which is now Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and the destruction of Libya opened the floodgates for the permeation of terrorism into the Sahara-Sahel region and for the flow of millions of illegal migrants to Europe. We call upon all of those that are thinking about the future of their peoples and countries to be very wary of any new escapades by those who invented these rules. We are particularly concerned by the now almost commonplace practice of political killings, as once again took place yesterday in Beirut. The tragic and unacceptable turn of events in the Arab-Israeli conflict in Yemen in the Red Sea Basin, in the Gulf of Aden, Sudan, and other hotspots in Africa reflects an indisputable fact. Security can either be equal and indivisible for all, or it won't be for anyone. An understanding of what would seem to be a simple truth in the context of European security is something that Russia for years has been trying to impart to Washington, London, and Brussels, who are obsessed with their complexes of their own exceptionalism and impunity. Although they initially promised not to expand NATO, and in 1999 and in 2010 they signed in official documents of OSCE summits an obligation to not ensure their security at the expense of others. In fact, the North Atlantic Alliance for 3 decades has been carrying out the geopolitical and military expansion of NATO into Europe. It is trying to take root in the South Caucasus and Central Asia, creating direct threats to the security of our country. And now the same is happening in the Asia-Pacific region, where NATO infrastructure is creeping in, and to contain or deter China and Russia, narrow military political blocs are being created that undermine the inclusive security architecture under the ASEAN umbrella. And the West is not only not remembering about the global cooperation that our Secretary General is such a fan of, but openly in their doctrine documents, they are harshly accusing Russia, China, Belarus, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and Iran of creating threats to their domination. In respect of Russia, they have declared the aim of dealing it a strategic defeat, almost just like London and Washington planned in May 1945, with the development, even before the end of the Second World War, of an operation entitled Operation Unthinkable to destroy the USSR. Back then, this was kept top secret, but the current Anglo-Saxon strategists are not hiding their ideas. For now, they do, it's true, hope to defeat Russia using the illegitimate neo-Nazi Kiev regime, but they're already preparing Europe for it to also throw itself into this suicidal escapade. I'm not going to talk here about the senselessness and the danger of the very idea of trying to fight to victory with a nuclear power, which is what Russia is. Equally senseless are the Western backers of Kiev swearing that there is no alternative to negotiations based on the infamous peace formula. They are defending this doomed ultimatum by shamelessly invoking the UN Charter, demanding the territorial integrity of Ukraine be ensured. And I would like to recall, in particular, I would like to remind the colleagues in the Secretariat that the Charter isn't just about territorial integrity. Charter 1 of the Charter declares the obligation to respect the principles of the equality and self-determination of peoples, and that served as the international legal basis for the process of decolonization, which incidentally still needs to be completed, however much the French, the British, and other former colonial countries may resist. In 1970, the General Assembly unanimously decided in its declaration that everyone must observe the territorial integrity of those states whose governments respect the right of peoples to self-determination, and on that basis provide the entire population living on that territory. And I underscore that this was a unanimous decision of the UN General Assembly following long years of difficult discussions. There's no need to prove that Ukrainian neo-Nazis, having seized power in Kiev as a result of the US and Allies-supported bloody coup d'etat in February 2014, didn't and are not still representing the Russian population of Crimea, Donbass, and Novorossiya. The Western leaders, doing anything they can to talk about human rights, are in a very telling way staying silent about these rights when it comes to the racist actions of their clients in Kiev. In the light of this forgetfulness, I'll remind you about another requirement, again in Article 1 of the UN Charter, the requirement to respect the rights and fundamental freedoms of any person regardless of race, sex, language, and religion. The rights of Russians and those that feel that they are part of Russian culture following the coup d'etat in Kiev have methodically been exterminated. The Russian language in Ukraine is banned by law in all areas, in education, the media, art, culture, and even in day-to-day life. Recently, another law was adopted banning the canonical Ukrainian Orthodox Church. These are gross violations of the rights of Russians enshrined in the UN Charter, and they bring with them threats to the security of Russia and all of Europe, stemming from the Kiev regime and those that are dragging it into NATO. And all of these are the root causes of the current Ukrainian crisis. It is to address these that is the aim of the special military operation that Russia is carrying out to defend its security and the current, present and future of the people on their native lands. We value the sincere aim of a number of our partners to advance, out of the best interests, mediation initiatives. We value their constructive results focus, unlike the hopeless Zelensky peace formula. We call upon our friends in their further efforts to take into account in full the facts that I have mentioned about the real reasons of this situation, the real causes of this situation. Unless they are addressed, a just UN Charter-based peace will not be possible. A realistic settlement plan was outlined by President Putin on the 14th of June, when once again, convincingly, he demonstrated Russia's goodwill when it comes to achieving negotiated agreements, the prospects for which were thrown out by Kiev and its backers as a result of the coup d'etat in 2014. The disruption of the Minsk agreements in 2015 and the Istanbul agreements of 2022. The unprecedented level of arrogance and aggressiveness of Western politicians against Russia simply not only nullifies the Secretary General's idea of global cooperation, but it is increasingly also blocking the functioning of the entire system of global governance, including the Security Council. That's not something we chose, and we're not responsible for the consequences of this dangerous course. However, if the West doesn't stop, there will be serious costs that will be felt by everyone. It is clear to the global majority that confrontation and hegemony will not resolve any global problem. They will only artificially hold back the objective process of the formation of a multipolar world order that will be based on the equal rights of large and small nations, that will respect the values of human identity, the equality of men and women, and the rights of peoples to determine their own fate. And incidentally, all of these are also quotes from the UN Charter, just like the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of sovereign states as well. A confirmation of which, to the shame of the members of our organization, was blocked by the US and their satellites at that very same summit of the future when the pact was adopted. Speaking on the 18th of September before the participants in the 4th Eurasian Women's Forum in St. Petersburg, President Putin underscored the need for a pooling of efforts in the name of sustainable development and general universal, equal, and indivisible security. Addressing the most complex problems facing all of humanity is something we can only do together, taking into account one another's interests. The West must realize this and refrain from its neo-colonial ideas. The Global South and the East are more loudly speaking about their rights and their fully fledged participation in decision-making processes on the whole range of the international agenda, which is becoming particularly relevant in a situation in which the West is steadily destroying the model of globalization that they themselves created. The role of interstate associations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America is growing stronger, including the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the African Union, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean Countries, the League of Arab States, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and others. The contacts between those regional integration structures are being established among themselves and also with the global association, the BRICS, which is creating opportunities for harmonizing approaches and agreeing on mechanisms for mutually beneficial cooperation and development that are not under the control of any negative external influence or diktats. All of these objective processes need to be taken into account in the work of the G20 as well, where the G7 is no longer able to pick the tune. We need to take a new look at ways of ensuring security in various regions, learning lessons from the sad experience of the functioning of the NATO-centric models, or the models, the so-called model of Euro-Atlantic security that the West has used to serve their own expansionist ideas. Russia advanced the initiative of forming an inclusive architecture of equal and indivisible security in Eurasia, which, and I wish to underscore this, is open for all states and organizations on our shared continent. We stand ready to work together to find mutually acceptable solutions the use of interlinkages and the natural competitive advantages of a single Eurasian space. This will be the subject of an international conference in Minsk that begins on the 31st of October this year. We are not stepping away from dialogue with the West. In July, upon the proposal of Russia, there was an open debate in the Security Council on the subject of building a more just, more sustainable world order. We believe it is important to begin the discussion that has begun in the UN as well as in other platforms. With a fairer world order undoubtedly requires the expansion of the representation of the Global South in the UN Security Council. We support our position in favor of the candidacies of Brazil and India, while at the same time taking a positive decision on the well-known initiatives of the African Union. However, of course, we cannot even talk about any additional seats for Western countries who are already excessively overrepresented within the Security Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, May next year we will mark the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War, during which the genocidal policy of the Third Reich killed tens of millions of people, including 27 million citizens of all of the peoples of the Soviet Union. These crimes do not have a statute of limitations, nor is any moral justification for those who are trying to whitewash Nazi executioners, collaborators, and their current adherents, be it in Ukraine, the Baltics, Canada, or in any other countries. Today, the world is facing extremely serious challenges that require a joining of forces rather than confrontation and a thirst for global domination. Russia will always stand on the side of collective work, on the side of truth and law, peace and cooperation, in the interests of giving rebirth to those ideals that were enshrined by the Founding Fathers. That is the aim of the Group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter that was created upon the initiative of Venezuela. Its purposes and principles remain fully relevant. The most important thing is to make sure that absolutely everyone is guided by those principles, not selectively choosing from a menu, but rather in their entirety and as they are interlinked, including the principle of the sovereign equality of states. Then, working in favor of forming an honest balance of legitimate national interests, the legitimate national interests of all countries, we will be able to give life to the purpose of the UN that is enshrined in the Charter, to be a center for harmonizing the actions of nations. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Alicia Bárcena Ibarra, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Mr. President, Señor Presidente.
President, distinguished delegates, I would like to convey to you the greetings of our President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. And I'm honored to come back to this General Assembly, where it was my home for many years, to address you now as representative of Mexico. We are facing a turning point. The neoliberal hegemony has shown its palpable failure, given a model of extractivist development that only socializes losses, privatizes gains, impoverishes people, and devastates the planet. The arms races and wars are once again part of international geopolitics. The devastation of the environment is only continuing. Frustration and miscontent are fueling extremism in proposals that deny people's rights and once again deny democratic values. The institutions of the international system are losing legitimacy. This is what the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres was referring to in his address when he spoke about a purgatory of polarity and instability, which are symptoms of civilization crises and stages of transition in which the old has not yet died and the new has not yet been born. The similarities between the current times and the interwar period in the last century is increasingly evident. They are also increasingly concerning because we know how things turned out then. Terrible years in which the global production became a conveyor belt for war, where humanity once just became one more good. However, history also teaches us that in these crises with bravery and courage, it is possible to change the destructive path of destiny. In the interwar period last century, Mexico's foreign policy wrote an exceptional chapter showing humanism, solidarity, and respect for international law, which are characteristic of us. Mexico gave itself the task of upholding the value of the League of Nations, justice, self-determination, integrity, independence, and equality between its members. With these flags, we categorically condemned the arms race, the invasions of Manchuria, Austria, and Ethiopia, and the advance of fascism in Europe. And after the Second World War, Mexico led the declaration of Latin America and Caribbean as being an area free, a zone free of nuclear weapons. Today, like then, Mexico is trying to build emancipatory alternatives. This is part of our Mexican humanism, which is the result of our millennium-old history and compass in our project for national transformation, building a fair, equal, and fraternal society, a moral economy that guarantees the equal distribution of income and respect for the environment. This is a revolution of consciences, which has made it possible for us to change the increasingly precarious living conditions that our people had suffered before, during, and now things are different under the administration of Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Now, more than 9.5 million Mexicans have been brought out of poverty in 5 years, and the Gini coefficient has reached a historic low. The minimum wage has gone up by 135%, which has dispelled the inflationary myths that of those who wish to maintain the status quo. We've also got rid of tax breaks, strengthening the public coffers and putting an end to corruption and tax evasion and avoidance. All of this has been done against a backdrop of responsible public finances, which has made Mexico a destination for investment. We've also taken unprecedented measures at the constitutional level to recognize the rights of indigenous peoples, to guarantee the equality and political participation of women, and also to leave a clear legacy of social achievements in our constitution so that nobody can deprive future generations of these things. These premises are also reflected in our foreign policy, because Mexico is a country of migrants, and we are no strangers to any stage of the migratory cycle. In line with our experience, we have rolled out the Mexican model for human mobility. This is a proposal that aims to manage migration comprehensively in a holistic way to deal with its structural causes and with hemispheric cooperation. The model has 5 pillars: empowering Mexican communities abroad and advocating the United States to adopt ways for them to be fully regularized. Secondly, to beef up and broaden cooperation for development in communities of origin and return. 3, to address the political factors and economic sanctions that prevent hamper development and lead to irregular migration. 4th, to bring about safe, orderly, and regular ways of people to move to get work. We have said it loud and clear. Migration is not a problem, it is a phenomenon. It's not a crime, and migrants are not criminals. The problem is the factors that lead people to leave their homes and the dangers that they're facing when they don't find legal ways to migrate and practices that criminalize them. From this rostrum, we rightly recognize the contributions of more than 37 million Mexicans who live in the United States. They are very able workers who provide $324 billion per year to this country's GDP, and they are critical for the economy of both countries. We have been able to change the narrative and conversation with the United States to focus on the structural causes. We have also convened leaders of the countries of origin in the region in Palenque with strategic agreements that have been able to reduce clashes on the border between Mexico and the United States by 66%. We also said loud and clear that development and stability will not be the norm of the international system unless we guarantee the rights and inclusion of women. As the first country in the Global South to adopt a feminist foreign policy, we hosted the third ministerial conference on feminist foreign policies. And in the declaration, the conference recognized a range of commitments that are reflected in the Pact of the Future. But just this week, only 9 women, heads of state and government, actually spoke at this rostrum. Only 9 out of 133 countries. The world cannot make headway without half of its population. Never again anything about us without us, because the future will be feminist or it will not. As Nicholas Stern said, climate change is the greatest market failure of all time, and it is also the greatest global challenge that we have. The only way to mitigate it is to take collective and simultaneous measures. These require financing, and they require that countries fulfill shared, common but differentiated responsibilities. We reiterate our commitment to the Paris Agreement, the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal framework, and the Biodiversity Convention, and the synergies between the 3 Rio Conventions. We need to restore the integrity of our ecosystems as providers of essential goods and services for the economy and for social well-being, and also for climate stability. We have taken part in the consultative processes of the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, ITLOS, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, and the International Court of Justice on states' responsibility vis-à-vis climate change. We will continue to work to achieve the ratification of the agreement on the conservation of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and to maintain the moratorium on mining extraction on the seabed. The security context in the world, friends, is changing enormously. We are alarmed by the growing various threats to international peace and security, particularly the violations of the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and the increasing risks of a nuclear war, the greatest threat that humanity has ever faced. Against this backdrop, we defend the territorial integrity in all geographical contexts, including in Ukraine and Palestine. We're in favor of a political solution and negotiations that include both parties, Russia and Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome the initiative of Brazil and China on there being a group for peace set up in New York. The war has gone on too long, and it affects us all. We're all losers, apart from the mercenaries of death, apart from those arms companies that are making money out of suffering and the losses of millions of people, children, and the destruction of entire families. Against this concerning backdrop, we need to redouble our efforts to eliminate nuclear weapons. Their devastating effects cannot be contained in space or in time, and that is why they are contrary to international law and the survival of humanity. But firearms are also a source of violence and insecurity throughout the world. Mexico is suffering from the flow of more than 500,000 weapons into its territory every year. They flow in illegally. The arms industry needs to be held accountable for its negligence, and Mexico has turned to the courts with this in mind. We are convinced that the arms industry is a key part of the expansion of this problem, as well as how to solve it. Mexico is well aware of how the illegal flow of weapons is the other side of the coin of the illegal flow of drugs and our organized crime, in particular in our country's northern border. Friends, humanity in Gaza has shown itself to be bankrupt, given the inaction of the international community. More than 70% of the victims of this war have been children, women and children. More than 85% of civilians have had to flee their homes. Most of the people there lack access to food, water, and electricity. That is why we requested to intervene in the case brought by South Africa before the ICJ on the implementation of the International Convention on the application of the Convention on Genocide. And together with Chile, we referred the situation in Palestine to the ICC, and we also sent an amicus brief to the court to highlight the court's jurisdiction. We reject the false dilemma between the sterile violence of terrorism and the disproportionate punishment wrought by governments who are blinded by the double standard. To make the two-state solution a reality, the United Nations resolutions need to be adhered to, as well as the ruling of the ICJ on practices in the occupied Palestinian territory. The institutions and rules underpinning our international system are the last line before barbarism. That is why we categorically condemn the flagrant violations by the current Ecuadorian government of the most basic standards of international coexistence and the principles of the United Nations Charter, with their violent, illegal break-in of our embassy in Quito on the night of the 5th of April, the attack on our diplomats, and the illegal abduction of one person to whom Mexico had given political asylum, who remains a prisoner and who is seriously ill. We reiterate our thanks to the international community for the widespread condemnation of this fact. We cannot forget it or normalize it. Dear friends, we know one thing, which is that the United Nations Security Council needs urgent reform. Mexico proposes eliminating the veto entirely, and until that is not achieved, at least limiting the veto in cases of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, is one of our priorities because the progress of any of our countries means the progress of all. Defending dialogue, stability, democracy, and in so doing, we proposed the peaceful settlement of disputes, and we have been guarantors in the peace process between the government of Colombia and the ELN. And we have hosted 2 cycles of negotiations. We've also hosted talks between the government of Venezuela, the Democratic Unitary Platform, and the United States. Following principles of solidarity, self-determination, and the well-being of people, we will continue to be involved in supporting Haiti in rebuilding its stability and security. We reiterate our condemnation of the economic embargo imposed on Cuba for more than 6 decades. This violates international law, and we believe that Cuba must immediately be taken off the United States list of countries alleged to be sponsors of terrorism. Mexico, honoring its tradition of asylum throughout our history, offers political asylum to people who are threatened with for their lives and freedom. We provide refuge to tens of thousands of asylum applicants and additional protection as a country that opens its doors to those who need it. Dear friends, on the 1st of October, we will inaugurate the administration of the first female president in 200 years of our country, Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum. With her leadership, the humanist government will indeed. Thank you very much. The first woman. With her leadership, the humanist government will deepen efforts to combat poverty and inequality, will focus on well-being in the shared prosperity, because the equality for women has now arrived, and protecting the environment and respecting our national heritage. We have to work together. Our foreign policy will continue to deploy our highest values, focusing on our roots and our struggles. We offered hope in the face of fear, solidarity in the face of hatred, and humanism in the face of devastation. Ours is a world that offers a backdrop that is somewhat dispiriting. Citizens around the world are finding little that gives rise to optimism. Every day we see on our screens scenes of cruelty and the almost arithmetic, mechanical reporting of how many people have died. Many people are looking at the United Nations now, at this House, and legitimately looking, given the intelligence that you can see in these rooms, looking for us to to be in line with our promise and to ensure that dialogue and diplomacy can prevail. And rightly, they're frustrated to see that rather than brotherhood, rather than the collective defense of human dignity, rather than applying equal standards in international law, instead of this, factional geopolitical interests are being imposed and shameful double standards. And without any kind of shame, there is this naked empire of force being used, which is another way of saying the obscene concentration of power in the handful of a few who benefit from the status quo, the privileged, and those who find this situation profitable, the misery and blood of so many people, simple externalities that are not reflected in their balance sheets. We, the nations of the world, built this house, the United Nations, to forge a different path. And today we say that in spite of all of its shortcomings, it is this civilizational work that deserves our commitment and, if necessary, reasonable alternatives. These are the foundations that the human family laid down after the two world wars, the tool that we had to use. But today we see it appears to be impotent, inert, faced with the rage of barbarism, helpless given that its mission is being frustrated. We need to sow new seeds of hope, changing governance and architecture, because almost decades on, the world, its challenges and its physiognomy can no longer be recognized in a mirror that obstinately reflects the world of 1945. We need to recover trust in multilateralism and its institutions, in agreement and cooperation, in the belief that in spite of our rich diversity of colors and geographies, we are brothers and sisters belonging to the same community, the same planet, with the same destiny. That is why the Pact of the Future convenes us to renew this commitment, to vanquish fear and mistrust, and to recover legitimacy in this organization to which we belong. In this path, in the building of a fair world, you will always find in Mexico a loyal companion, a committed partner, and a fraternal brother. We need to take ownership of today to build tomorrow. And as José Emilio Pacheco said on the eve of another era in 1968, he said, "One world is falling apart, another world is being born. The darkness surrounds us, but the light is glimmering. Everything," he said, "there is no hope, but there is life, and everything belongs to us." And I would also like to quote Eduardo Galeano, who said, "What if we start to exercise the never-before proclaimed right to dream? What if we are delirious for a while at the beginning of this millennium, forcing ourselves to look away from the infamy to dream another world, a world where justice and freedom, Siamese sisters condemned to live separately, will once again sit side by side, one where we'll be compatriots and compatriots of all of those who are determined to seek justice, wherever they may have been born, and wherever they may live, or when they may have lived, without any regard being given at all to the borders of the map or time." Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mexico. I now give the floor to His Excellency Espen Barth Eide, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our United Nations was born as the Second World War ended. Shattered by the experiences of two devastating wars with their unspeakable atrocities, wise people came together to write the United Nations Charter and to establish the United Nations Organization. The Charter codifies the key principles of international law, including the prohibition of the use of force, but in self-defense or upon the authority of the Security Council. Effectively, wars of aggression were outlawed. whereas the inherent right to self-defense was reconfirmed. In the Charter, and flowing from it in the years to come, we also established the other key principles that codify international humanitarian law, as well as international human rights law. This is the quintessential set of principles that shall govern international relations. However, our Secretary General was perfectly right when he pointed out that if violations and abuse is allowed to continue with impunity, the very foundations of the UN Charter is under threat. And indeed, they are under threat. President, for the first time in 79 years, we have a major interstate war in Europe. In its war of aggression against Ukraine, Russia is in blatant violation of the very essence of the Charter. It violates the principle of sovereignty, inalienability of borders, and the prohibition of use of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of another member state. These principles safeguard the equality of all states, large and small, always and everywhere, and are fundamental for member states' security. Norway stands by Ukraine. Like so many friends of a free and independent Ukraine, we contribute significant military and civilian assistance, and we are determined to do so as long as it takes. We want Ukraine to prevail. We want peace in Ukraine, but it must be a just peace in line with the key principles of the UN Charter. An unjust peace would imply that we, once again, are living in a world where might makes right and where borders can be changed by force. We must all reject such an outcome. It would set a terrible precedent. My fellow delegates, even wars have rules. International humanitarian law, as embodied in the Geneva Conventions, lays out the key principles of distinctions and proportionality. Warring parties are obliged to follow these rules, irrespective of whether the war itself is legal. Every member of this assembly is bound by the Geneva Conventions. They are as much a part of our common commitment to a rules-based order as the Charter itself. The principles under international humanitarian law are obligatory, not optional. For the rules to work, we have to be consistent in their application. We must treat similar cases similarly, irrespective of the context. We must speak out if our adversaries violate these rules. It is equally important that we speak out if our traditional friends violate them. In fact, it is in the latter case that we demonstrate that we do see these rules as universal. President, almost a year has passed since Hamas's heinous terror attack on Israel on October 7. Its effect on Israeli society can hardly be overestimated. We condemn these horrific acts in the strongest possible terms. The hostages that are still in Hamas captivity must be released immediately and without conditions. There is no doubt in our mind that Israel, like any other state, has a right to defend itself against terrorism. At the same time, Israel, like any other state, is bound by international humanitarian law. The immense suffering inflicted on the Palestinian population in Gaza is beyond comparison. Much of Gaza has been turned into rubble. At least 41,000 people have been killed, and many more are injured and maimed for life. I echo the Secretary General when he says that nothing can justify such collective punishment. Norway was among the very first Western countries to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. We have condemned the violations of international humanitarian law. We have expressed great concern about the severe limitations of humanitarian access and the shocking number of UN staff, aid workers, and journalists killed. We stood on UNRWA's side when it was subjected to a smear and defamation. While so many countries suspended their funding, we increased ours, and we reached out to co-donors to encourage them to return. I'm pleased to see that almost all donors are now back. President, the Middle East is going through one of its darkest hours. In the West Bank, illegal Israeli settlements are expanding at an alarming pace. Settler violence is rampant. And as we have gathered here at the UN this very week, Lebanon has seen its deadliest days in decades. We are at the brink of a major regional war. Even neighboring countries that long ago entered into peace agreements with Israel are under immense pressure. The situation is worsening by the hour. And make no mistakes, the conflicts in the region are deeply intertwined. Yesterday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed this assembly. His core message was that we all have to choose. Either we are with Israel or we are with Iran and its proxies. He also stated that there could only be peace once Hezbollah and Hamas were totally defeated. President, we have seen this film before. I didn't like the ending. 22 years ago, in response to the terrorist attacks on this very city, another leader stated that we were either with him or with the terrorists. This division into a simplistic notion of black and white, leaving no space for nuance or complexity, let alone impartiality, and with an excessive trust in military force alone, is utterly dangerous. And indeed, it did not end well. We need to learn from past mistakes. However, President, in every crisis lies an opportunity. I remain convinced that there is no credible alternative for lasting peace other than a two-state solution. While ceasefires in Gaza and in Lebanon are most urgently needed, ending hostilities must not be confused with lasting solutions. Serious thinking is required here and now to prepare for the day after. 2 days ago, almost 100 member states took part in a meeting called by Saudi Arabia, the European Union, and Norway, launching a global alliance to implement the two-state solution. 3 decades after the Oslo Accords, more and more states are realizing that endlessly waiting for the right moment to negotiate will not work. I call on those states that have not yet done so to recognize the state of Palestine and to allow it to become a full member of this organization. We call on everyone who can to help to build Palestine's institutions and on regional actors to help embed a political settlement in a broader regional framework. President, we are witnessing from the front row the shortcomings of the institutions that we established in 1945. The adoption of the Pact for the Future is a major success for this United Nations. With this, we have resolved to update our institutions and our practices across the 3 pillars of peace and security, development, and human rights. We also opened our conversation about the critically important issue of how to make artificial intelligence a force for good. President, Norway supports a reform of the Security Council that makes it both more representative and more efficient. Both permanent and elected seats should be added, and the historical injustice to Africa should be mended. The use of the veto should be limited rather than expanded. When the UN Charter was drafted, Norway was an early proponent of the principle that no state should vote in its own case. And indeed, this principle is enshrined in the Charter in Article 27.3. This principle is, however, repeatedly ignored by the Security Council. But again, this principle is an obligation. It is not an option. To make our development efforts more efficient, we need to reform the international financial architecture. And in order to enhance the ability of states to provide essential services to their populations, it must be possible for them to tax their citizens and their companies. Norway will continue to be a driving force for international tax cooperation, including by supporting a UN framework convention. Central to the Pact of the Future are robust commitments to gender equality and women's rights. Inclusion must be at the forefront, not because it is the right thing to do, but because it is the smart thing to do. We need equitable societies. We must build more effective and accountable institutions, including in this very organization. President, the triple planetary crisis is mankind's most daunting challenge. To save our planet, we must adapt our economies. The future must be renewable, circular, and nature-friendly. There is good news, President. Despite increasing political divides, the last few years have seen that multilateralism can deliver when it comes to the relationship between us as mankind and our physical environment. In Dubai, we agreed to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. In Montreal, we agreed to reset our partnership with nature. In Nairobi, we launched a negotiation process towards a treaty to end plastic pollution. And here in New York, we agreed to take better care of our common oceans. What is true for all these agreements and the Pact for the Future alike, however, is that the real verdict lies in our ability to implement them. We must act. We must act now. President, as we approach the 80th anniversary of this United Nations, we must step up our efforts to develop this organization so as to make it more transparent, more inclusive, and more representative of the world we live in today. Norway fully supports the integrity and independence of the Secretary General and his reform agenda. Reform will not be achieved through micromanagement. We, the member states, must provide the Secretary General with input and guidance. But we must also show trust and allocate resources to enable him to lead. When a new Secretary General shall be elected, we must ensure that she has the tools she needs to help us strategically deliver on the noble goals we have agreed upon. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Norway. I now give the floor to His Excellency Subrahmanyam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, greetings and namaskar from 1.4 billion people of Bharat. I congratulate the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, and strongly support the 79th UN General Assembly's theme of leaving no one behind. Madam President, we are gathered here at a difficult time. The world is yet to recover from the ravages of the COVID pandemic. A war in Ukraine is well into its third year. The conflict in Gaza is acquiring wider ramifications.
Across the global south, development plans have gone off rails and SDG targets are receding. But there is more. Unfair trade practices threaten jobs, just as unviable projects raise debt levels. Any connectivity that flouts sovereignty and territorial integrity acquires strategic connotations, especially when it is not a shared endeavor. Technology advancements, which have long been a source of hope, are now equally a factor of anxiety. Climate events occur with greater intensity and frequency. Food security is as worrisome as health security. In truth, the world stands fractious, polarized, and frustrated. Conversations have become difficult, agreements even more so. This is surely not what the founders of the United Nations would have wanted of us. Madam President, almost exactly 8 decades ago, the first steps towards the formation of the UN were taken near here at Dumbarton Oaks. Refined thereafter at the Yalta Conference, they were finally approved in San Francisco. The debates of that era centered around how to ensure world peace, a prerequisite for global prosperity. Today, we find both peace and prosperity equally endangered. And that, Madam President, is because trust has eroded and processes have broken down. Countries have extracted more from the international system than they have put into it, enfeebling it in the process. We see that vividly in every challenge and every crisis. Reforming multilateralism is therefore an imperative. The urgency of this call is highlighted by the theme of this session. Leaving no one behind means advancing peace, ensuring sustainable development, and strengthening human dignity. This cannot be delivered by a UN paralyzed when faced with division, conflict, terrorism, and violence. Nor can it be advanced if access to food, fuel, and fertilizer is jeopardized. When capturing markets lacks restraint, it damages the livelihood and social fabric of others. Evasion of climate action responsibilities by the developed undermine the growth prospect of the developing. Indeed, when resource crunch limits the very pursuit of SDG targets, it is not just economies, but human dignity itself that is imperiled. If the world is in such a state, this body must ask itself, how has this come to pass? The problems arise from a combination of structural shortcomings, political calculations, naked self-interest, and yes, disregard for those left behind. It is natural to feel overwhelmed by what we confront now. After all, there are so many dimensions, different moving parts, issues of the day, and the changing landscape. But every change must begin somewhere, and there is no better place than where it all started. We, the members of the United Nations, must now seriously and purposefully address ourselves to that task. Not because it is a competition for influence or a squabble for positions, but because if we carry on like this, the state of the world is only going to get worse. And that could mean that more of us are going to be left behind. Madam President, as the world contemplates these concerns, India has sought to respond in a variety of ways. First, by focusing on the issues of the vulnerable, women, farmers, and youth, and fashioning targeted policies and initiatives for their betterment. Assured access to piped water, to electricity, to cooking gas, and new homes are changing millions of lives. The gender gap has started to close, be it in health, in education, or in the workplace. Our food producers, thrice a year, get financial support at the click of a button. And a third-term government has made skilling of the youth its key priority. Second, by expanding opportunities for employment and for entrepreneurship, including through stronger training and large-scale financial incentives. 495 million mudra loans have been given to small businesses in the last decade. 67% of them are to women. Equally telling, 6.56 million street vendors have availed of 8.85 million Swanidhi loans. This is just in the last 4 years. 45% of the beneficiaries are again women. Third, by creating templates that are replicable elsewhere. It could be digital delivery or enhancing the quality of governance and public services, as indeed making medicines and health facilities accessible and affordable. A digital public infrastructure and a people's pharmacy are today examples of what India can readily offer to the world. It is also an alternative vision where technology is used to empower, not to dominate. Fourth, by encouraging the Global South to voice its shared concerns and come together. To that end, we have convened 3 Global South summits, the most recent in August of 2024. And fifth, by contributing to the well-being of the global commons and responding to the pressing needs of those in distress. This has ranged from undertaking projects in 78 nations, providing resources to neighbors, and responding to HADR situations, to supplying medicines and ensuring maritime safety and security. Madam President, given the scale of transformation underway in India, each of these dimensions underline that the world's problems can indeed be tackled, and that by working together, we can surely create a larger lifting tide. In these troubled times, it is necessary, Madam President, to provide hope and rekindle optimism. We have to demonstrate that big changes are possible and not over a long period. And nothing is more powerful in this regard than the transformative potential of the digital. We have seen its impact in our daily lives in India over the last decade. It is visible when public benefits from nutritional support and housing to energy and health are delivered efficiently and on a vast scale. Or when small business loans and farmers' support are extended without using intermediaries. In fact, when street vendors and expat workforce confidently use fintech in their regular transactions, when services delivery and benefits move seamlessly and transparently, less people will be left behind. That, Madam President, is India's experience and India's relevance. Such leapfrogging possibilities, coupled with people-centric policies and visionary leadership, can be real game changers. When India lands on the moon, rolls out its own 5G stack, dispatches vaccines worldwide, embraces fintech, or houses so many global capability centers. There is a message here. Our quest for a Viksit Bharat or a developed India will understandably be followed closely. Madam President, an important cause of many getting left behind has been the unfairness of the current globalization model. Over-concentration of production has hollowed out many economies, impacting their employment and social stability. Democratizing global production, building resilient supply chains, ensuring trusted digital services, and espousing an open source culture, all these promote widespread prosperity. There are economic answers, just as there are social ones. Madam President, the UN has always maintained that peace and development go hand in hand. Yet, when challenges to one have emerged, due regard has not been given to the other. Clearly, their economic implications for the weak and vulnerable need to be highlighted. But we must also recognize that conflicts themselves must be resolved. The world cannot be fatalistic about the continuation of violence on a large scale, no more than be impervious to its broader consequences. Whether it is the war in Ukraine or the conflict in Gaza, the international community seeks urgent solutions. These sentiments must be acknowledged and acted upon. Madam President, the UN is a testimony to the agreed principles and shared objectives of the world order. Respect for international law and commitments are among the foremost in that regard. If we are to ensure global security and stability, then it is essential that those who seek to lead set the right example. Nor can we countenance egregious violations of our basic tenets. Terrorism is antithetical of everything that the world stands for. All its forms of and manifestations must be resolutely opposed. The sanctioning of global terrorists by the United Nations should also not be impeded for political reasons. Madam President, many countries get left behind due to circumstances beyond their control. But some make conscious choices with disastrous consequences. A premier example is our neighbor, Pakistan. Unfortunately, their misdeeds affect others as well, especially the neighborhood. When this polity instills such fanaticism among its people, its GDP can only be measured in terms of radicalization and its exports in the form of terrorism. Today, we see the ills it sought to visit on others consume its own society. It can't blame the world. This is only karma. Madam President, a dysfunctional nation coveting the lands of others must be exposed and must be countered. We heard some bizarre assertions from it at this very forum yesterday. So let me make India's position perfectly clear. Pakistan's cross-border terrorism policy will never succeed, and it can have no expectation of impunity. On the contrary, actions will certainly have consequences. The issue to be resolved between us is now only the vacation of illegally occupied Indian territory by Pakistan, and of course, the abandonment of Pakistan's long-standing attachment to terrorism. Madam President, the global order is inherently pluralistic and diverse. The UN began with 51 members. We are now 193. The world has changed profoundly, and so have its concerns and its opportunities. But to address both, and indeed to strengthen the order itself, it is essential that the UN be the central platform for finding common ground. And that it certainly cannot be by remaining anachronistic. Large parts of the world cannot be left behind when it comes to deciding the key issues of our times. An effective and efficient UN, a more representative UN, and a UN fit for purpose in the contemporary era is essential. Let us therefore send out a clear message from this UNGA session. We are determined not to be left behind. By coming together, sharing experiences, pooling resources, and strengthening our resolve, we can change the world for the better. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, I bring you greetings from a tiny island city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia called Singapore. I think we must be one of the smallest who now qualifies as a member of the United Nations for the past 59 years. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, and I also commend His Excellency Dennis Francis for his stellar leadership during the 78th session. The world is in an acutely dangerous phase, and civilians in multiple trouble spots are paying a horrendous price. The risk of miscalculation and escalation have sharply increased, most notably in the Middle East, Ukraine, and Sudan. The loss of so many innocent lives is heartbreaking, and the lack of trust amongst the major powers and the resulting deficit of global leadership makes it very difficult to find effective, peaceful solutions to all these ongoing conflicts. We are approaching the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, and we must double down on our commitment to a rules-based multilateral system on almost every issue confronting the world, from peace and security to climate change, from the ocean to outer space, from poverty to food insecurity. A reformed United Nations is absolutely essential for global solutions. The UN remains the only neutral and universal platform for dialogue and cooperation amongst all nations. And the Summit of the Future was a very significant milestone for the UN and our multilateral system. The adoption of the Pact for the Future offers the hope that nations can reach agreement given wise leadership and political will. And the Pact begins the journey to transform our multilateral system and to maintain the salience of the United Nations. We must accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, reinvigorate international cooperation, and transform global governance. And that's why Singapore has always been a staunch supporter of the Summit of the Future. And we stand ready to work with our friends to implement the Pact. I would like to highlight 3 points. First, we must return to the basics by reinforcing the foundational role of the United Nations in maintaining international peace and security. That is the raison d'etre for the UN. We must restore respect for the rule of law and the UN Charter. This has underpinned global peace and security for the last 80 years. We cannot allow recent violations of international law to become normalized. The ongoing war in Ukraine exemplifies a flagrant violation of international law and the UN Charter. The invasion of one country by another under the pretext of historical errors and grievances cannot be justified by any means. Article 2 of the UN Charter is categorical. All members shall refrain from the threat or the use of force against territorial integrity. And it's also worth recalling that that's why the preamble of Security Council Resolution 242, passed in 1967, also contains or refers to the, quote, inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war, unquote. If we allow the notion that might is right to prevail, the world will become a very dangerous place, especially for small states. And that's why Singapore and other small states have to consistently stand for compliance with, by all member states, with international law and the UN Charter. We, as a small state, have no interest in taking sides or getting embroiled in great power rivalry. We do not want to become an arena for proxy wars. We simply aim to defend our sovereignty, to exercise our autonomy, and to chart our own futures. Our people deserve that. And that's why small states like Singapore have always been ardent advocates for international law and the UN Charter. For small states, multilateralism and international law is not an option. It is, in fact, an existential necessity. Last week, Singapore, in collaboration with the International Peace Institute, launched a report on small states and transforming global governance. The report that was prepared by the IPI and the Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore highlights the priorities and the perspectives of small states. We hope that this report will catalyze further discussions on strengthening and transforming the UN and the multilateral system. Excellencies, the work to strengthen international law and the existing international legal frameworks is an ongoing exercise, and Singapore will continue to strongly support the work of the International Court of Justice, which is paramount for upholding the rule of law and protecting the interests of all countries and especially small states. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, is absolutely crucial, and especially for an island city-state like Singapore, totally dependent on trade. In fact, our trade volume is 3 times our GDP. UNCLOS sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. Freedom of navigation and overflight is a universal right. It is not merely an optional privilege granted by the grace of whoever claims the seas. UNCLOS also provides an essential foundation for coordinating our efforts on issues such as sea level rise, plastic pollution, the loss of biodiversity, and ocean acidification. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the entry into force of UNCLOS this year, we call on all countries that have not yet done so to ratify UNCLOS, and to do so as soon as possible. We also need to develop new instruments to strengthen international legal frameworks. The consensus adoption of the BBNJ agreement in June last year was a crucial step in strengthening the UNCLOS framework concerning the conservation and the sustainable use of the oceans and its resources. I'm pleased to announce that Singapore ratified the BBNJ agreement earlier this week. The UN plays a critical role in formulating new rules, norms, and principles governing the global commons. For example, the UN has made good progress in establishing a framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, a process that we in Singapore have always supported. Singapore also supports the Secretary General's new agenda for peace, and we stand ready to work with all UN members to strengthen the role of the UN in promoting peace and security, particularly in preventive diplomacy, mediation, and conflict prevention. And such efforts are urgently needed to save civilian lives and to prevent catastrophes. Singapore remains a steadfast supporter of the UN's humanitarian efforts. We are gravely concerned with the deteriorating humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the sheer scale of human suffering. The Singapore government, along with our non-government organizations and our citizens, have contributed more than $17 million in humanitarian aid and donations for Gaza, including through UNICEF and UNRWA. We have consistently emphasized the need for the safe and unhindered provision of humanitarian aid to all civilians in need. And we reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the immediate, unconditional, and safe release of all hostages. Singapore will continue to provide more support for the civilians in Gaza. Second, we must intensify efforts to support the implementation of the SDGs. With less than 6 years remaining, we are still far from achieving the 2030 agenda. To fulfill the promise of leaving no one behind, we must support the poorest and the most vulnerable countries. And this is important because sustainable development provides the foundation for peace and security. We need to accelerate our collective efforts in combating climate change. As a small island state, Singapore is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and especially sea level rise. We welcome the high-level meeting held earlier this week on this issue. Although our share of global emissions is actually very small, we remain fully committed to peaking our emissions before 2030 and to achieving net zero by 2050. The fourth International Conference on Small Island Developing States, or SIDS-4, earlier this year, marked a significant milestone for all SIDS. We welcome the adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, which outlines an action plan for the next decade. And Singapore will support our friends in SIDS, and we launch a new technical assistance package at SIDS-4 called SIDS for Change, which covers priority areas including blue carbon. Singapore will continue to support our fellow small states. We will share our development experience, and I'm happy to announce that we will renew our capacity building program for the Forum of Small States, or FOSS, and we've labeled this program FOSS for Good, a package that will offer digital-themed programs including leadership and governance in the age of digital technologies and artificial intelligence. Third, we need to empower and transform the UN so that it is future-ready and capable of responding to the emerging global challenges. And to achieve this, several measures are necessary. We must provide more opportunities for young people, especially, to engage in the work of the UN and to serve as agents of change to revitalize international cooperation. We welcome the adoption of the Declaration on Future Generations, which underscores our collective commitment to building a world that serves the interests of the future generations. After all, our young people have even more at stake. Next, we must harness the power of digital technologies in a safe and secure manner. The adoption of the Global Digital Compact is a significant step forward, offering a pathway to close the digital divide, and the compact contains an action-oriented set of commitments that can accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. We are witnessing the dawn of the age of AI. By now, the promises and the perils of AI are well known to all of us. We need to empower innovation in AI whilst installing global guardrails to protect human safety, human dignity, and values. Therefore, initiating a dialogue on global governance in AI is imperative. And Singapore welcomes the report of the high-level advisory body on AI, and we commit to working with all UN members to further develop these recommendations. Finally, we must transform global governance by making our institutions more representative, more responsive, and more effective, particularly for the sake of small states and developing countries. We need a more nimble multilateral system in which the international financial architecture and the UN work more synergistically. Equally important is the need to reform the UN itself to make it more efficient, effective, and responsive. That includes reforming the UN Security Council in order to reflect the contemporary realities through an expansion in both the permanent and non-permanent membership categories. The effective functioning of the Security Council is at the heart of a robust and responsive UN. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council have a special responsibility that accompanies their privilege, and they must demonstrate leadership by cooperating to maintain international peace and security. The veto initiative has made the use of the veto more accountable by making the permanent members answerable to all of us in the General Assembly every time they cast a veto. This is a good first step, but it is not the end of that journey that is necessary. Much more work will be needed to make the Security Council more transparent and accountable, and Singapore will continue to work with the other UN member states in this regard. Madam President, Excellencies, the world is traversing an acutely dangerous period of geopolitical tension. A descent into chaos and conflict is a clear and present threat. In this moment of uncertainty, all countries, big and small, have a responsibility to work together to preserve the peace and to save lives. We cannot achieve this without the UN playing its rightful role as an arena for dialogue, for partnership. This is the moment, in fact, to double down on multilateralism and to strengthen the role of the UN as a collective vehicle for peace and sustainable development. Thank you, Excellencies.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Parilla, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
President, Secretary General, I dedicate these first words to reiterate Cuba's solidarity and support to the brotherly people of Palestine, victim of more than 75 years of colonial occupation, flagrant violations to their legitimate rights as a nation, submitted to cruelty, aggression, collective punishment, and apartheid. Over the last 11 months, the Israeli army has massacred more than 40,000 civilians. In that indiscriminate and disproportionate massacre, this has killed more boys and girls than men and women. They die with the complicity and weapons contributed by the government of the United States, with the complicit silence of others. We pay tribute to the more than 220 aid workers of this organization who have also been killed. Cuba's position is clear and unequivocal. President Miguel Díaz-Canel Bermúdez has said, and I quote, "History will not forgive the indifferent, and we will not be among them. The genocide against the Palestinian people must end unconditionally and without further delay." Israel, with the complicity of the United States, has brought the world to the brink of a major world conflict. The irresponsible aggression against Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and the people of the Middle East will have consequences that are hard to predict. Your Excellencies, 79 years after the establishment of this organization, the continued violations of the United Nations Charter and international law, aggressions, interference in the internal affairs of states, and the imposition of unilateral coercive measures for political purposes have become facts of life. Aggressive, expansionist, and supremacist military doctrines of domination are undermining international peace and security to an alarming extent. The risk of a nuclear catastrophe is real and imminent. For the 9th consecutive year, world military expenditure has continued to increase. In 2023, it reached the record figure of $2.44 trillion. That is to say, millions of dollars. This includes the development of new nuclear weapons. There has been a regression in spite of the huge efforts made by states parties and signatories of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and enlightened and broad sectors of international society. Nor will there be peace without development. Developed countries, which inhabit the very same planet, blindly refuse to invest even minimally in its own prosperity and security. They fail to comply with their always insufficient promises on official assistance for development. The selfish figure boastfully promised in 2023 and quickly forgotten represents less than 0.37% of their national incomes. The aspiration of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has vanished. According to Forbes, just in the last 4 years alone, the collective wealth of the 5 richest people in the world has grown, while 5 billion people continue to live in poverty. The 1% richest in the world accumulate almost twice as much wealth as the rest of the global population. We're talking about 5 billionaires who, in this period, saw their wealth increase by some 423 billion euros, while the global population has got poorer. According to Oxfam, the 1%, the richest 1%, have accumulated almost double as much wealth as the rest of the world population. With a tax on the wealth of billionaires, 2 billion people could be brought out of poverty. We are talking about structural crises, which are determined by the imperialist system and the international order imposed on us. None of these problems will be solved by undermining the intergovernmental nature of the United Nations, as some aim to, or by weakening its essential role in the promotion of sustainable development for all. Climate change is advancing inexorably. Climate change is an unquestionable fact. In July 2024, scientists announced that the planet had endured 13 straight months of record-high temperatures. If the irrational and unsustainable production and consumption patterns of capitalism are not changed in an urgent and significant way, it will be impossible to limit the global average temperature increase by 1.5 degrees Celsius in comparison with pre-industrial levels. Responsibilities should be shared by all, but not all should bear the same responsibilities, nor is it fair for this to be so. However, a step in the correct direction could be taken at the COP29, which will be held in Azerbaijan, and we could adopt a new collective financing goal. The countries of the North will have a new possibility to begin closing the climate finance gap and pay their financing debts. We, the countries of the South, will have to design a sufficient goal that responds to our own needs with guarantees for development and social justice, despite the huge obstacles and challenges that we face. The solution will have inevitably to include writing off foreign debt, which has already been paid several times over. A fair democratic international order, ensuring peace and balance in the world, the exercise of the right to development by all states on an equal footing based on sovereign equality, strengthening the participation and representation of developing countries in decision-making and policy-making processes in the world. An order that guarantees the general good and prosperity of all peoples, in harmony with nature and the sustainable management of natural resources, to ensure the exercise of all human rights for all people. We need a new civilized coexistence among nations in which solidarity, international cooperation, integration, and the peaceful settlement of disputes prevail. This has to be an alternative to the philosophy of dispossession, war, the use or threat of use of force, aggression, occupation, domination, and the cultural, political, financial, technological, and military hegemony, or any other manifestation threatening the peace, independence, and sovereignty of states. an international order without unilateral blockades or sanctions, based on multilateralism, fully abiding by the United Nations Charter and international law. Madam President, the government of the United States has clearly continued to engage in the pernicious and unrealizable attempt to determine and control Cuba's destiny. It is an old ambition, anchored in the Monroe Doctrine, which defines the imperialist and hegemonic nature of the United States policy towards Cuba and the region of our America. The economic, commercial, and financial embargo is also a political, technological, and communication blockade. It has been conceived as one of its main weapons of aggression to destroy the Cuban economy. It aims to seek to cut off the country's financial revenues, to bring about the collapse of the economy, and to create a situation of political and social instability. The damage it causes is visible and undeniable. It has an impact on the daily life of all Cubans. It is accompanied by the most ferocious disinformation and slanderous campaign, perennial attempts to interfere in our internal affairs, and the complicit tolerance of groups which, from U.S. territory, perpetrate violent and terrorist acts against Cuba. These actions violate international law. They run counter to the purposes and principles of this organization and numerous resolutions adopted by this General Assembly. The siege so conceived has been reinforced with Cuba's inclusion in the U.S. State Department's arbitrary, shameful list of countries that allegedly sponsor terrorism. It is a fraudulent designation, void of any international authority or mandate. However, by virtue of this, reprisals of an extraterritorial character, exceeding the sovereign jurisdiction of the United States, are taken against Cuba and are manifested in and against any country. In May of this year, the U.S. State Department itself recognized that Cuba was fully cooperative with the United States with the international anti-terror efforts. This mere recognition of a universally established truth has not led to a relaxation of the unilateral coercive measures, but it does make the presence of Cuba on that illegitimate list to be ever more consistent, confusing, and unjustifiable. Soon, there will be new presidential elections in the United States. This is a matter that only is up to the United States citizens. It's only incumbent on the U.S. people, despite the nefarious and historical habit of the government of the United States to interfere in the elections and internal affairs of almost all member states of the United Nations, even its allies. History has taught us that, no matter the results of these elections, the anti-Cuban sectors and politicians who have turned the attacks against Cuba into a profitable business will continue to be vocal and influential. They are the ones who have learnt to manipulate the U.S. political system to pursue a particularly narrow and hostile agenda, which is the interest of a well-defined elite sector. They do not in any way represent the will of the majority of the people of the United States, nor that of the Cubans who live here. Whatever the results of these elections, Cuba will continue to defend its sovereign right to independence and to build socialism the way we Cubans decide, without any foreign interference. We will also continue to advocate for a respectful and constructive relations with the United States. Madam President, in 2014, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, gathered in Havana, decided to proclaim our region as a zone of peace. That historic commitment is becoming increasingly relevant every day. We defend peace and multilateralism against the unilateral coercive measures that seriously damage Syria, Belarus, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Iran, Russia, Cuba, and several other nations. We strongly reject any attempt to undermine the legitimate constitutional order of our countries through putschist methods. It has already happened in Bolivia in 2019 and on the 26th of June, and there are attempts to do the same again in Honduras. We denounce the attempts to generate violence and destabilization in Venezuela. We reiterate our full support and solidarity with the Bolivarian and Chavista government headed by President Nicolas Maduro Moros and the civic and military unity of the Venezuelan people. The calls made not to recognize the electoral results are irresponsible and disrespectful to the people's will and their legitimate institutions. The destabilizing actions taken against the National Unity and Reconciliation Government of Nicaragua must also cease. The brotherly people of Sandino will continue to count on our full support. We reiterate our support to Puerto Rico's legitimate right to self-determination and independence. The international community has a historic debt to Haiti. Haiti carried out the first independence revolution against slavery in this continent. We welcome the efforts made by the Caribbean community to find a sustainable solution to the tragic situation in Haiti, with respect for the independence and sovereignty of that sister nation. We support Argentina's legitimate right to sovereignty over the Malvinas, South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands and the surrounding maritime areas. We reaffirm our support and commitment to the peace efforts in Colombia, which Cuba will continue to contribute to in every possible way from its position as guarantor. Africa, the cradle of humanity, will always be able to rely on Cuba's support in its efforts to move towards the goal of development. We reaffirm our unwavering solidarity with the Sahrawi people and their self-determination. Cuba strongly rejects the measures aimed at harming the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the People's Republic of China. We condemn the interference in its internal affairs, and we reiterate our unswerving support to the One China principle, as was decided by this General Assembly in its historic resolution 2758, which recognized the People's Republic as the one and legitimate representative of the Chinese people. We are in favor of a serious, constructive, and realistic diplomatic solution by peaceful means to the current war in Ukraine. And this must be in line with international law, guaranteeing the security and sovereignty of all. In this context, Cuba supports the joint proposal presented by Brazil and China to find a political solution to that crisis. Madam President, distinguished delegates, let us join together our efforts to achieve effective multilateral institutions which are able to respond to the interests of the people, of the humble, the poor, the needy, and the exploited. They are the overwhelming majority, based on just equality, the exercise of human rights by all human beings, and respect for the sovereign rights of every nation. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cuba. I now give the floor to His Excellency Enrique Austria Manalo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines.
Mr. President, in 1946, Carlos P. Romlo, who would become the first Asian president of the General Assembly, said, quote, "We are not here to make peace, but to build for peace, not to reap and divide the harvest of victory, but to make ready the hearts and minds of men and women for the needs of peace." In those early years of the United Nations, the Philippines had clearly understood the magnitude of the work ahead. As a founding member and a young nation, the Philippines committed fully to the aims and purposes of the United Nations. 8 decades hence, we still do. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. affirmed that multilateralism, quote, "remains the single viable platform for collective action against transcendent global challenges," unquote. He emphasized that the rule of law and the integrity of the multilateral system must prevail amidst the current global challenges. The UN has held itself as a platform and pathway to address international peace and security. It serves as the ground for states to find convergence amidst crisis and conflict. It offers response and relief, hope, and humanity. The Pact for the Future is a testament that global problems require global solutions, and that a better world is possible when states commit working together towards a common vision. The Pact bridges our collective hopes, our contemporary aspirations with the UN Charter and the sovereign equality of states anchoring our will. Mr. President, our world has been changing more rapidly than at any time in recent history. The UN must rise to the occasion with an agenda that fosters equity, justice, international peace and security, development, and adopts processes that are inclusive, transparent, responsive, and effective. One way to achieve this is to reform the Security Council and revitalize the General Assembly. Security Council reform should be a package consisting of the enlargement of its membership and improvement of its working methods in order to create greater transparency and accountability of the Council to the general membership of the United Nations. Transforming the international financial architecture is also imperative if we are to realize just and inclusive growth worldwide. We must therefore deliver on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. We must lose no time to implement the Global Digital Compact. Governance of new spheres of human activity, including artificial intelligence, the internet, and outer space, must keep up with the speed and scale at which these technologies are developing. New rules should place human dignity as a priority. At the same time, we must complete the business of eliminating weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear arms. A treaty on fissile material production is long overdue. Mr. President, the UN development system has accomplished much, but it requires greater coherence and efficiency with full respect for states' priorities and ownership. The global humanitarian system has been a silent sentinel of hope and humanity to peoples in war, famine, disease, calamities, and displacement. It requires greater support from the international community if it is to effectively address the suffering of people in Gaza, Ukraine, Yemen, Sudan, Myanmar, and the Congo. The rising numbers of those forcibly displaced in the Ukraine and Gaza and other places beg for a deeper sense of collective responsibility. Within our means, the Philippines supports agile response systems to humanitarian emergencies through the Central Emergency Response Fund, the UN Relief and Works Agency, and the World Health Organization Contingency Fund for Emergencies. The Philippines has steadfastly contributed to UN peacekeeping operations over the past 6 decades. Since 1963, we have deployed over 14,000 troops in 21 UN peacekeeping and special political missions. We should bolster the Peacebuilding Fund and support UN Security Council resolutions to safeguard education and protect cultural heritage from terrorism and armed conflict. We echo the call of the 2024 Africa Counterterrorism Summit in Abuja for country-led and country-owned solutions for a peaceful and secure African continent. And we are honored to be part of this. Mr. President, climate change has affected communities across the world in the most profound and often tragic ways. The Philippines' acute climate vulnerability makes us one of the staunchest proponents for strengthening climate and disaster risk resilience. And we are honored to host the board of the fund responding to loss and damage. This fund will provide critical assistance to nations most vulnerable to climate change impacts. Next month, the Philippines will host the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction to spotlight best practices and solutions for the world's most disaster-prone regions. We consistently call on developed nations to fulfill their commitments under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And we are convinced that legal clarity on the duties and responsibilities of states under international law with respect to environmental protection and climate change will foster solidarity on global climate action. In this regard, the Philippines welcomes the advisory opinion of the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea on the collective duty of states to protect and preserve the marine environment. And since last year, the Philippines has shepherded UN discussions on a draft instrument for the protection of persons in the event of disasters. The 20th anniversary of the Indian Ocean tsunami this year reminds us again that the rising scale and frequency of disasters demand such an instrument. Mr. President, no one must be left behind. We must fulfill the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Philippines Governance Agenda aims to achieve a single-digit poverty rate by 2028. Between 2021 to 23, we reduced poverty incidence in the Philippines by nearly 3%, equal to 2.45 million people through innovative and social protection programs. The World Food Program has cited the Philippines for being a thought leader in this regard. As we move towards middle or upper middle income status, we recognize that the UN and international financial institutions can redesign frameworks to support middle income countries, which represent 75% of the world's population. And the Philippines will host a conference early next year to advance these discussions. Now 60 years old, the Group of 77 continues to advocate for a fairer, more inclusive global economic order. We thus hope that the Second World Summit for Social Development and the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development will catalyze strategic action for narrowing global inequalities. We welcome amendments to international health regulations and progress on a pandemic agreement. The Philippines leads the Group of Equity to promote developing country priorities in the negotiations on this agreement. We also lead discussions in the World Health Organization on a sustainable global health workforce as the world braces for a shortfall of about 10 million medical professionals by 2030. And we will host the Philippine Pacific Forum on Human Health Resources later this year to discuss regional solutions. Migrants across the world are in need of more protection. Together with health workers, seafarers were the unsung heroes during the COVID-19 and the post-pandemic recovery. The Human Rights Council adopted in July the Philippine-led resolution recognizing the human rights of seafarers. International and intergenerational solidarity make our societies more humane and empowering. And we welcome the Declaration on Future Generations, and we support a binding convention on the rights of older persons. Effectively building peace means fostering inclusive societies which harness the full capacities of persons and communities. Our work in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao offers Filipino best practices for people-focused peace building. This inspires the Philippines' leadership in amplifying the role of women and youth in peace processes. Next month, the Philippines will convene the International Conference on Women, Peace, and Security ahead of the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2025. Our recent chairship of the Commission on Status of Women convinces us that despite progress made, much remains to be done to achieve true gender equality. Mr. President, multilateralism is underwritten by a rules-based order, governed by international law, and informed by the principles of equity and justice that safeguards the rights of all states. If multilateralism is to thrive, all states must adhere to the rule of law. Times of flux and crises offer opportunities for reinforcing a rules-based international order. The International Court of Justice, as a principal organ of the United Nations, together with other international judicial and legal bodies, advances the rule of law. They uphold the primacy of resolving international disputes by peaceful means and not by the threat or use of force. The growing volume and variety of cases brought before the ICJ and the Permanent Court of Arbitration signify the global trust and confidence in their role in the peaceful dispute resolution area. And member states must invest fully in these institutions. The use of force and threat of use of force to resolve disputes has no place in our world. The 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and the binding 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea constitute the foundation of our policy in the South China Sea. The award declares that claims exceeding entitlements beyond the limits of UNCLOS have no legal basis. Despite irresponsible and dangerous actions against our legitimate activities within our own waters and exclusive economic zone, the Philippines remains committed to diplomacy and other peaceful means to settle disputes. We will abide by the UN Charter and the Manila Declaration on the peaceful resolution of disputes in asserting our sovereignty, our sovereign rights, and jurisdiction in the South China Sea. We do not accept narratives depicting the South China Sea as a theater of major power rivalry, because they all ignore what is an essential truth. All states in this region have a right to determine their own destiny and secure their own future. This is what the UN Charter is about. The future of the Asia-Pacific is being shaped not by one or two powers, but by all states therein. As such, ASEAN centrality stands as a vanguard of the regional architecture based on the sovereign equality of states jointly building a peaceful, rules-based, and people-centered community. Approaching 60 years, ASEAN exemplifies the agency of states working together in fashioning multilateral approaches and solutions to present-day challenges. Mr. President, the Philippines stands alongside the pathfinders and bridge builders of nations. We offer constructive solutions across the spectrum of the work of the United Nations, from human rights, health, and humanitarian action to development, disarmament, and disaster and climate risk reduction, from peacemaking to peacemaking and peace building. As the first Asian republic and the founding member of the United Nations, our diplomacy has consistently pursued peace, the sovereign equality of states, the rights and dignity of all persons. The Philippines is a trusted partner, innovative pathfinder, and committed peacemaker. We bring experience, depth, and steadfastness in working with the international community to address common global challenges. We thus count on your support for our bid for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council for the term 2027 to 28. Mr. President, almost 80 years since General Romulo's call, the mission of the United Nations remains perfectly clear: to keep building for peace. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Political Affairs, International Economic Cooperation, and Digital Transition of San Marino.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate His Excellencies, Mr. Philemon Yang, on his election as President of the 79th section of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish him a fruitful work. The Republic of San Marino supports the priorities of your program and ensure you, Mr. President, full cooperation in all works of the General Assembly. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in this difficult and challenging time. Mr. President, the coming years will be crucial not only for the future, but for the future of our generation to come. The young generation have the right to live in peace and security and in harmony with nature. We should not forget that the world, especially the young generation, is watching us. Regrettably, we are facing an increasing number of crises and unprecedented number of armed conflicts around the world. Furthermore, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda has been slowed down by international context of uncertainty, a combined planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, aggravated by shocks of war, destabilization, and increased fragility. The impact of multiple crises is felt most severely by the poorest and most vulnerable, those increasing poverty and inequalities within and between countries. Achieving sustainable development is a big part of the challenges we face, and the 2030 Agenda remains our collective roadmap to addressing them. The Summit of the Future is an opportunity to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, including delivery on the SDG Summit commitment, and renew our commitment to leave no one behind. Through our renewed commitment, the Pact for the Future can rebuild trust in multilateralism and in our ability to jointly address global challenges. In this regard, we appreciate that the Pact for the Future adequately reflects ambitious action in all three important global cooperation in order to leave no one behind and in order to build a cyberspace that reflects global standards for peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Mr. President, San Marino sees an urgent need to strengthen our collective support for a rule-based international system rooted in the United Nations. We unequivocally support this institution's foundational basics, which include the purpose of principle of the UN Charter, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and existing obligations under international human rights law. In this time of widespread violation, it is crucial to recommit to the UN Charter and its values in order to maintain international peace and security, taking effective collective measures for the prevention of conflict and for the suppression of acts of aggression. We support the recommendation of the Secretary General's new Agenda for Peace and welcome the new intensified effort on conflict prevention. The recognition of the interdependence of peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights is fundamental if we want to achieve credible results. We support the request for the Secretary General to continue to develop new model of peace operation and the recognition of the role of the regional organization in enforcing of maintaining peace. Mr. President, we are facing challenging time with an unprecedented level of violence, mass atrocity, and displacement. San Marino is deeply concerned about the number and the scale of armed conflict across the globe, which cause immense suffering to millions of civilians. The unprecedented rise in global military expenditure is alarming too. We are also very concerned about the upsetting increase of dangerous nuclear rhetoric and by the specter of nuclear escalation. The Republic of San Marino firmly condemns any use of threat of use of nuclear weapons, considered such threat irresponsible and injustifiable. Any use of nuclear weapon would have catastrophic and unspeakable consequences for humanity. Unfortunately, today, due to increasing tension, due to deterioration of disarmament architecture, to the use of new emergency technology, including artificial intelligence, and due to the possibility of cyber attack, the risk of nuclear weapon use, either deliberately or by accident, is higher than in any time since the Cold War. We commend the Secretary General of this organization for having emphasized the need to eliminate nuclear weapons as a necessary action in the new agenda for peace. San Marino reaffirmed its commitment for a world free of nuclear weapons and attached great importance to the historic Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, whose ratifications are constantly increasing. Mr. President, the war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for the civilian population, including civilian death, the destruction of vital infrastructure, and massive displacement. We reiterate our resolute condemnation of the Russian Federation aggression against Ukraine and reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's political independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. In the true spirit of multilateral and international cooperation, San Marino took part to the Summit on Peace in Ukraine held in Switzerland last June. We support all the international effort aiming to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine based on the UN Charter and international law. Mr. President, the Republic of San Marino has firmly and repeatedly condemned the horrific terrorist attack of October 7. San Marino called for an immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, condemns the torture and sexual violence perpetrated against them, and recognizes Israel's right to defend itself within humanitarian and international law. At the same time, we cannot remain silent in front of the death of more than 40,000 civilians, most of them children and women. More than 90,000 Palestinians have been reported injured, while the majority of houses and hospitals have been damaged, raided, or emptied. The level of destruction and suffering in Gaza is unprecedented. The civilian suffering, the civilian death toll, and the ongoing captivity of hostages are heartbreaking and unacceptable. We urge all parties to fully respect international humanitarian law, preserving the life, dignity, and humanity of all people affected by armed conflict. Furthermore, the tragic death of UNRWA staff members and of the other humanitarian workers and of the journalists cannot be tolerated. San Marino has joined several initiatives in order to alleviate the catastrophic humanitarian situation of civilians in Gaza and has made financial contributions to UNRWA, UNICEF, and OCHA in order to support the work of this agency that have been operating in highly challenging conditions. The international community must break this terrible cycle of violence and recommit to a lasting peace, restoring hope and security to Israeli and Palestinians through a renewed peace process. San Marino remained committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution, in which Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace and security and mutual recognition. San Marino reiterated its call for an immediate ceasefire for a return to dialogue to address the legitimate concern of the State of Israel and the legitimate aspiration of the Palestinian people. A lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution is the only long-term option for peace, and for this reason, we believe that the admission of Palestine to the United Nations as a full member would facilitate the achievement of this solution. San Marino welcomed the resolution adopted in May 2024, at the 10th Emergency Special Section, which upgrade Palestinians' right at the United Nations as an observer state, urging the Security Council to favorably consider its full membership. Mr. President, the spiral of death and devastation has already extended to Lebanon. This represents a threatening escalation of the conflict that is further destabilizing the entire region. We therefore stress the need for restraint. Mr. President, respect for international law and accountability are key factors that play a crucial role in preventing and stopping violation and crime. We reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter and to the principle of the responsibility to protect, which is essential in the prevention of atrocity crime. We are deeply worried about the disregard and violation of the international law. The Republic of San Marino reaffirms its full commitment to the obligation under human and humanitarian law, such as the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide, the Rome Statute, and the Geneva Convention. San Marino reaffirms its full support to the International Criminal Court, whose work is crucial in the fight against impunity for genocide and crime against humanity. The Republic of San Marino would also like to reiterate its support for initiatives such as the ACT Group Code of Conduct regarding Security Council action against genocide, war crime, or crime against humanity, and the French and Mexican Declaration on Voluntary Restraint use of the veto by the permanent member of the Security Council. Mr. President, protecting civilians from the devastating impact of war must be our priority. Armed conflict around the globe have dramatically impacted the life of millions of civilians. The protection of civilians' infrastructure is essential to guarantee food security in time of conflict. Food production and distribution, water delivery, sanitation, energy provision, and healthcare can all be disrupted when infrastructure and tools essential to the survival of civilians are damaged or destroyed. We support Security Council Resolution 2573, which condemns attacks against critical civilian infrastructure indispensable for their survival. San Marino also called on all parties to achieve the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2417, which condemned the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, as well as the unlawful denial of humanitarian access. San Marino is gravely concerned by the scale and scope of grave violation against children presented in the Secretary General annual report. San Marino supports the work of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict and her office, UNICEF, the Department of Peace Operations, and all child protection actors from the UN civil society. Armed conflict continues to devastate children's lives and to compromise their fundamental rights. We are witnessing an increase in attacks on schools and hospitals. This is unacceptable. To strengthen the protection of children in armed conflict, we call all parties to armed conflict to fully comply with their obligation under international humanitarian, human rights, and refugee law, and with international norms and standards for the protection of children. Moreover, we call for full accountability for all grave violations through national and international justice mechanisms, such as the International Criminal Court. We also call all member states to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Right of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict. We also encourage all parties to support other important tools such as the Paris Principle and Commitment and the Vancouver Principle. Mr. President, San Marino believes it is essential to strengthen the global response to the climate emergency. The existential threat caused by triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution should give to all of us a sense of urgency and priority in tackling this challenge. We support the commitment taken at COP28 last December, which included the imperative of transitioning away from fossil fuel in energy system in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, tripling renewable energy capacity globally and doubling energy efficiency by 2030 in line with 1.5-degree pathways. San Marino is fully committed to decarbonizing the global economy by 2050 and to healthy and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030, and recognizing the need to halt pollution, which caused the death of 9 million people annually. Moreover, we also need to tackle the water crisis, a growing global threat that will inevitably intensify in the coming 50 years, with devastating consequences on sustainable development, the environment, and regional peace and stability. Mr. President, the increasing evident interrelationship among global challenges highlight the need for member states today more than ever to work together to overcome difficulties. The United Nations is the only universally intergovernmental body based on the sovereign equality of all its members. Its unique role as the center for setting goals, harmonizing action, and sharing experience to achieve the common ends, such as peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, and the rule of law, transcend any one nation state and serve the collective interest for all nations and people. The centrality and relevance of the United Nations is not a given. We need a much stronger focus on collective global solutions to current and future challenges, which threaten peace and prosperity for all. We need to revitalize the United Nations and reinvigorate multilateralism to ensure its continued significance. To this end, it is essential to rebuild trust in the potential of the organization, in its leadership, and most of all, trust between its members and all the stakeholders. Moreover, the global governance must become more inclusive and accountable for the effective by providing more space for the participation of civil society and private sector. In this regard, we need more inclusive international financial architecture, strengthen a rule-based and equitable financial system that ensure a more effective and inclusive global economic governance, with meaningful development impact and providing space for innovative solutions. Multilateralism must effectively deliver on peace as a global public good. Reform must remain at the center of our action because they are crucial to future world stability and maintenance of international peace and security. In this regard, San Marino follows with particular interest the Security Council reform. As we have started on previous occasion, our country believes that the intergovernmental negotiation favor the search for an agreement based on a broad and strong political consensus, able to reflect the interest of all negotiating groups. San Marino called for a reform that make the Council more democratic, transparent, efficient, and accountable. This goal can be achieved only through a continuous dialogue among the states and the awareness that overcoming the respective initial position is essential to negotiate the broadest agreement possible. In conclusion, Mr. President, we stand at a critical juncture where the step we take today will shape the international rule-based order and the United Nations system for decades to come. It is essential to find new ways of working together and to ensure that multilateral institutions will be able to address the rapid change taking place. Member States must assume their responsibilities, including that of making our organization able to fulfill its mandate, which is to protect the citizens of the world. San Marino is a state with a strong identity thanks to its century-old history of peace and freedom. Our state is small, but proud to bring its contribution to the United Nations community. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Political Affairs, International Economic Cooperation, and Digital Transition of San Marino. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Hassan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellency, Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to address the 79th session of General Assembly. Representing Malaysia, I stand before you today, Mr. President, reiterating our commitment to peace in line with the values enshrined in our esteemed charter. 79 years it has been since the founding of the United Nations. From the dust, the Second World War, we emerged, many of us as new nation states, with a shared goal to build a safer world. Yet, for many of us, it is not a safer world than it was 79 years ago. For many, it has only become a deadlier world. It has become a world in which war can be waged remotely and with impunity, a world in which a drone strike can fatally interrupt a lesson at school, a surgery in a hospital, or a convoy delivery humanitarian aid. We have lost, Mr. President, we have lost against these practices, yet our call for peace are repeatedly ignored and vetoed away. In other words, it is a world in which the mighty continue to silence the meek, with far greater weapons than before. Nowhere does this ring truer, of course, than in Gaza. We stand at a critical juncture in world history on the failure of global governance to address the genocide of Palestinians. And it has echoed across the world on the abysmal response by world leaders to end these horrendous crimes. Yet, there are also many of us who have pursued justice for the people of Gaza. For almost 1 year now, we have raised our voices in protest and sought to establish a ceasefire. Again and again, our voices have been shut down in the Security Council through the power of veto. It is clear the mechanisms of Security Council have been abused to enable mass atrocities. Our failure to establish a ceasefire is no longer justifiable. We have run out of excuses, Mr. President. It is time to address the problem. The veto should not be exercised at will. There must be an exception in cases of crimes against humanity and attacks of civilian infrastructure. We must commit ourselves towards reform United Nations. Justice begins with ending impunity and ensuring accountability. For this to be realized, the undemocratic veto must be limited or abolished altogether. The humiliating paralysis of Security Council must be corrected through the empowerment of this General Assembly, where the voices of the majority prevail. Understand this, our willingness to reform is a matter of life and death of countless innocent people. There are children dying between missile strikes and between the words that we speak today. Mr. President, the theme of this General Assembly session is leaving no one behind. In the spirit of this effort, it fills us with hope to see the state of Palestine seated among us today. Malaysia lauds the 143 member states for their support in extending the UN's principle of equality among nations to the state of Palestine this year. And we strongly urge the remaining minority to join the majority. It is time to realize Palestine's right to statehood and full membership in this assembly. It is only through the elevation of dialogue and diplomacy that we can seek a long-lasting solution, not through collective punishment, not through man-made famine, and not through impunity and disregard for international law, Mr. President. Indeed, the elevation of dialogue and respect for international law have been compromised in this assembly for some time now. Israel has violated every international law there is, including the Genocide Convention, Geneva Convention, and human rights treaties. Just months ago, the world witnessed Israel's mockery and utter disrespect of the United Nations in this very hall with the insolent shredding of the United Nations Charter. Israel's actions with each passing day raise our doubt as to whether it actually believes in the UN system or values its membership in this organization. Its illegal occupation has entrenched a system of apartheid and discrimination against Palestinians. The Israeli regime has itself declared its intent to wipe out an entire population. This is, Mr. President, without question, a genocide. The United Nations must not remain idle. We must urgently utilize the existing processes founded by the General Assembly, along with mechanisms developed by Human Rights Council. Malaysia calls on the international community to reinstitute the United Nations Special Committee against Apartheid. Furthermore, Malaysia's demand that the Security Council invoke the powers under Chapter 7 of UN Charter and impose an immediate arms embargo against Israel. Therefore, Mr. President, our task is threefold. Number one, we must limit or abolish the veto. Number two, we must continue to empower the voices of the oppressed within this General Assembly. And thirdly, we must halt the flow of weapons to rogue states who have proven 100 times over their willingness to commit crimes against humanity. Although the powerful few may behave as though might is right, let there be no question that in the United Nations, the voice of majority will not go ignored. Indeed, we must empower smaller countries to meet the challenges of our time. The international landscape is in flux, Mr. President. Superpower rivalries, global economic uncertainties, climate change, unequal development, and the many misfortunes that come with it. Countries situated in Southeast Asia are no exempt from these worries. Yet, through the decades, we have not only endured, but overcome many of our shared hurdles together. We have achieved this together, the ASEAN way. Through ASEAN, we have propelled ourselves to get forward within the international architecture by bolstering peace, security, economy, and regional identity. Yet, the years ahead will profoundly test us. ASEAN resilience, ASEAN shared norms and identity, and ASEAN processes and mechanisms. Malaysia stands ready to assume the chairmanship of ASEAN in 2025, and we are fully cognizant of reasserting ASEAN in the driver's seat of the Asia-Pacific region. Our chairmanship will focus on the region's drive for future readiness. We will emphasize reinforcement of global aspirations, inclusive and people-driven policies, and future-oriented mechanisms. We will aim to fortify ASEAN centrality amid the emergence of multilateral pacts affecting the region. This is a key step to prevent the region from becoming entrapped in unnecessary geopolitical rivalry or possible escalation. Mr. President, ASEAN centrality must also involve managing the most critical issues of the South China Sea. This body of water, rich in resources and carrying the vital shipping line, has become a flashpoint of rising geopolitical tensions. Escalation of rhetoric is a dangerous path to follow. We must not allow the situation to become dominated by growing distrust. This benefits no one, It only further undermines security and destabilizes global trade. We must collectively pursue a different vision of South China Sea, a future in which this region is a zone of peace, stability, and cooperation. We must adopt a collaborative approach embedded in diplomacy and dialogue. Thus, I call upon all countries to abide by the UNCLOS in the conduct of maritime governance. We must prioritize peaceful coexistence. This is also one of the many reasons the member states must continue to work together with regards to Myanmar. We will push for stronger humanitarian assistance and adherence to the ASEAN 5-point consensus to seek solutions. We will do it as one. The diversity of our region, far from being an obstacle, is symbolic of our power to build bridges. It goes without saying, Mr. President, that our stewardship of ASEAN will therefore emphasize continuous dialogue with our partners, as well as the adaptability needed to engage with different challenges and stakeholders. Malaysia will strive to realize our common desire and collective will to live in a region of lasting peace, security and stability, sustained economic growth, social progress, and ultimately shared prosperity. Yes, shared prosperity, Mr. President. This is the ghost of geopolitics, Mr. President, often spoken but never seen. Mr. President, the countries of the Global South have continued to be marginalized and remain underrepresented on many fronts. Global socio-economic development, climate mitigation efforts, education, health, and infrastructure development. International mechanisms fail to adapt to current realities, often isolating and penalizing developing countries, placing the burden of environment guilt onto them while disregarding our very real needs. The lack of infrastructure, technology, and resources has prevented developing countries from fully engaging in international systems and aspirations. One of the primary challenges, Mr. President, is equitable access to financing for development. Innovative and new models of financing for development that drive sustainability, conservation, climate action, and achievement of SDGs should be part of new multilateral solutions. The climate crisis may be the most pressing challenge of our time. It is no longer a distant threat. It has flooded our doorstep, Mr. President. It transcends borders by disrupting economies and displacing entire communities. The scientific data has spoken. We are witnessing unprecedented level of warming, extreme weather, and devastating impacts of rising sea levels. National efforts alone will not suffice. The climate crisis requires global solution in the form of climate financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. We must continue to push for a just and equitable approach, the meeting of the development needs of the Global South. At the same time, Malaysia advocates the importance of Global South unity. We have a broader vision of promoting peace, development, and stable multipolar order through the empowerment of the voices of the South. The countries of the Global South hold massive potential to further the pursuit of peace and justice around the world, through solidarity among developing nations and through mutual support and understanding. This is fundamental to ensure fair and equitable progress for all. The Global South demands your attention, Mr. Chairman. We must not leave anyone behind. Unfortunately, global trends are pointing at the opposite direction. Around the world, we are witnessing an upsurge in hate speech and violence toward minorities. The past few years have been shadowed by the rise of Islamophobia in particular. We are appalled by the alarming trend of hatred, intolerance, and acts of violence against Muslims. This cannot continue, Mr. President. In the era of globalization, there is room for everyone to coexist. And it is our job under the banner of a united world to ensure that peace will prevail. We must take action now. Malaysia urged for the prompt appointment of the UN Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia. We stand ready to support any efforts undertaken by the UN towards nurturing dialogue between communities that will promote worldwide acceptance and understanding. While Islamophobia is a threat to Muslims, broader issues of hatred against the followers of any religion will undermine the universal values of justice and peace that we all vowed to protect. Mr. President, we stand on the eve of the 80 years of United Nations. We have achieved wonders together. Ours is a story of the modern successes of humankind. Together, we have delivered food to the starving. We have eradicated diseases. We took decisive actions against apartheid and in the 20th century, and we must do it again now. Let our commitment to justice never fail, no matter how formidable the task. Let there be no doubt the question of Gaza is a direct test of the capability of the United Nations. Let this 76-year-old issue not age into a century of our failure to uphold justice. We strongly call for an end to the occupation and for the Israel regime to comply with the decision of the International Court of Justice. Mr. President, let our dreams of free Palestinians live beyond today and beyond the words that we have said. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Badr Ahmed Mohamed Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian expatriates of Egypt.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, President of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Philemon Yang, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General. I speak to you from this rostrum at a critical time, at a time of a complex crisis underway in the Middle East and stretching out beyond. Egypt is a country rooted in history, but also a forward-looking country. We've gone through many wars, we've faced many challenges. As a result, justice and peace are our lodestars as we seek to build a region and a world that's rooted in dignity, freedom, and justice. I'll be speaking on behalf of one of the founding members of the United Nations. You're all well aware of the role we played in the establishment of the United Nations, in the establishment of consensus, and the UN's establishment in Africa and Arab states and developing countries. We're very much in favor of preserving an effective multilateral system and stable international relations underpinned by respect for international law and expansion of peace and cooperation. Thus, we believe it is necessary to ring alarm bells at this specific moment, given that the international system, established roughly 8 decades ago, is currently showing its structural shortcomings, threatening its very existence, and this owing to ineffectiveness, inequality, and growing recourse to double standards. Young people the world over are asking legitimate questions about the usefulness of the international multilateral system and what it yields for today's world in terms of peace and security? Is it helping to eradicate poverty and hunger? Is the system protecting us against climate change? Is it helping to build knowledge? Is it helping us to adapt to technological changes? We're seeing occupation, terrorism, killing and destruction. Is this being prevented? Is the system unified? Is it transparent? In order to answer these questions, which are very legitimate, and they were addressed, in fact, during the preparations for the Summit of the Future. In fact, one of the outcomes of the Summit of the Future is very positive. It was a positive step towards revitalizing and rendering more effective the international multilateral system with the United Nations at its heart. If I may, I'd like to sketch out our vision for restoring trust and credibility and combating double standards. A vision which can help us to renew our multilateral system and bolster its capacity for building a brighter future for our people. It's underpinned by 5 key principles. First of all, we must recognize that there is no alternative to the multilateral system. Global challenges are interdependent. They know no borders. They go beyond the capacity of any one state or any group of states to address them. Thus, it's necessary to recognize that the integrity of the United Nations, underpinned by its legitimacy and its very existence, all of this is at stake. Israel's brutal aggression against Gaza, underway for almost a year now, as well as the current attack on the West Bank, are shameful. They place shame on the international community and its institutions, which are unable to do the bare minimum to put an end to this aggression. The international community took months to start asking for an end to this brutal aggression. We staunchly condemn the Israeli escalation. It's dangerous and it knows no limits. It is pushing the region to the brink of the abyss. We categorically reject and strongly condemn Israel's current aggression vis-à-vis Lebanon. This is a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty, its territorial integrity, its unity, and its political independence. Our overarching priority, as things stand, is to put an end to the bloodshed. Immediately, without any conditions, and permanently. We're strongly opposed to any attempts to resolve the Palestinian issue through forced displacement or population transfer. We attach particular importance to the unconditional and immediate delivery of medical and humanitarian assistance to civilians who are not bearing weapons in Gaza. Egypt has undertaken substantive mediation efforts together with our friends Qatar and the United States. Unfortunately, these efforts were thwarted by Israel over the course of several months. We'd like to reiterate that the establishment of an independent Palestinian state based on 4th June 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital is the only way to achieve a comprehensive and just solution, restoring stability to the region and to the entire world. Because this issue is of utmost importance. It lies at the very heart of the conflict in the region. I cannot but commend the Secretary General for his very courageous stance, which shows that he's shouldering his responsibility. I'd also like to extend our gratitude to all UN leaders and UN agencies, specifically UNRWA. We extend our condolences to the families of those martyred UNRWA personnel who fell during their duties and others who fell owing to the Israeli occupation. We want to put an end to the war machine to put an end to the destruction, which is in violation of international law. Next, we need effective participation, not a fig leaf of participation. Participation is not a gift. It's not a gift given to other states. It's the very foundation, the prerequisite for an effective response that the international community can mount to successive crises plaguing the international system, so as to ensure that common ownership is taken of international decisions. Furthermore, we cannot accept that Africa and Arab states to date have no permanent representative on the Security Council nor enjoy the related prerogatives. We endorse the said declaration and the Eswatini Consensus to repair the historical injustice done to the African continent. Genuine participation is only possible if there is deep-rooted reform of the international financial architecture and of international financing institutions. We must modernize multilateral development banks and their practices and bolster access of developing countries to concessional funding, especially in the face of crises. We support the SG's appeal to make the Bretton Woods institutions fairer to developing states. There is no alternative to a common approach so as to address growing sovereign debt of developing countries. This can be done by buttressing existing mechanisms, strengthening their effectiveness, but also establishing new mechanisms, helping low and middle-income countries. What's also important is debt swaps. These must be broadened so as to address debt distress and help these countries achieve sustainable development. Economic justice can only be done if we place the priority on Africa's development. This is how we can guarantee that we prevent conflict and ensure lasting peace. When we held the presidency of the Steering Committee of Heads of State and Government of the African Development Commission, as well as the presidency of His Excellency President El-Sisi, post-conflict reconstruction on the African continent was front of mind. And Egypt will seek to accelerate the development process so as to achieve the African Union's 2063 agenda. This brings me to my third point and principle. Exchange of resources between states, some of which have a comparative advantage, requires us to adopt the principle of common but differentiated responsibility, especially as regards climate change. Governance and natural resources are limited. Mounting climate challenges is clearly linked to, and our ability to solve it is clearly linked to the types and amounts of financial assistance that's provided, as well as the technologies that are made available for climate challenges to be tackled at the national level. National ownership of climate projects is a guarantee that we align domestic priorities with the Sustainable Development Goals, with due regard for the environmental, economic, and social dimensions, ensuring that the transformation, the green transition, is equitable and does not scupper our efforts to eradicate poverty. This was our priority at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Our compass, our North Star, as we seek to achieve effective and practical solutions, is the agreement on the loss and damage mechanism, which aims to help developing countries which are hardest hit by climate change. Fourth, the principle of participation and shared responsibility goes hand in hand with a rejection of unilateralism in the management of global resources and the settlement of disputes that stem from these resources. For instance, transboundary water courses is a case in point. There's a global water crisis that's affecting Egypt, inter alia. Egypt is a densely populated country located in an arid zone. It is heavily reliant on the Nile to be able to respond to its mounting water needs. The principle of cooperation with the Nile Basin brother countries encapsulates Egypt's approach to better management of our common resources with a view to securing our interests in keeping with international law and ensuring equitable and sustainable use of resources without any consequences for the downstream countries. We'll continue to work so as to attract foreign investment for development projects in keeping with the various rules, including in the Nile Basin. Despite our genuine efforts, Ethiopia has been insisting stubbornly, misportraying the facts, and starting up the Renaissance Dam, beginning operations without due regard for international law, nor the opinions of millions of people living downstream in Egypt and in Sudan. Following 13 years of vain negotiations, Ethiopia took a unilateral decision in blatant violation of international law, specifically the 2015 Declaration of Principles, the Security Council presidential statement issued in 2021. Well, in fact, in December 2023, negotiations came to a standstill. Egypt will continue to monitor the commissioning of this dam, the filling of this dam. We will be following this very closely. We will keep the Charter in mind and will take all necessary measures so as to secure the interests of our people and our very existence. Egypt will not tolerate any existential threats. Those who do not recognize this are mistaken. Moving on. The world needs the United Nations to address emerging challenges, such as challenges in the digital sphere, cybercrime, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence. These new challenges shouldn't detract from our key purposes, that is collective security. This is absolutely vital. This is the very raison d'etre of the organization, the maintenance of international peace and security. The collective security system, including the disarmament and non-proliferation system, has been weakened. Direct or tacit threats of use of nuclear weapons is no longer a chimera. It's a direct threat. We've seen this in the war in the Gaza Strip. We're seeing this day in, day out, as states possessing nuclear weapons are modernizing their arsenals and indirectly threatening the use of nuclear weapons without any genuine, serious efforts being made to create a world free of nuclear weapons or areas free of nuclear weapons or other WMDs and acceding to the NPT. And this despite the NPT review conference's conclusions, specifically the 1995 decision on the Middle East. We live in a region that's particularly hard hit by the imbalance in the collective security system. This is something that's drawn everyone's attention, and we regret this. That is the increase in Security Council resolutions establishing peacekeeping operations. And this despite the fact that the Security Council is unable to stop this scourge that is conflicts, this disease, nor can it treat the symptoms. And for that reason, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has described the United Nations as an organization babysitting these conflicts. Speaking of conflicts and upheavals in neighboring countries, as well as throughout the North Mediterranean, all the way through to the Horn of Africa in the south, we're particularly committed to strengthening the UN's role so as to address the root causes of conflicts. We need to ensure that peace is maintained, but also we need to sustain peace. This requires states to respect the unity and territorial integrity of other states. We also need national ownership of decisions without anything being imposed by external actors. This applies to all crises in the region. Sudan, Somalia, Libya. The way to resolve crises is to strengthen state institutions through comprehensive political processes so as to fill these political and security vacuums, which are being exploited by certain political and confessional forces, by regional and international parties who want to extend their influence at the expense of people and states in the region. Egypt would like to reiterate the importance of supporting an overarching political process so as to address the crisis in Sudan with due respect for the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of that country, Sudan. We must also preserve its institutions, its national state bodies. We support the political settlement in Libya with national ownership thereof. The transition should proceed with parliamentary and presidential elections held concurrently and as swiftly as possible. We are hopeful that by pooling our efforts and endorsing the new UN mission in Somalia, we'll be able to preserve security and stability in that country in keeping with what its people and its government want. We condemn all unilateral measures threatening Somalia's unity, its sovereignty, extending across its territory. Egypt attaches particular importance to capacity building in our brother nations across Africa, together with the United Nations, through the International Conflict Settlement Center, as well as the Egyptian Partnership Agency that works on development. Egypt is committed to working hand in hand with our regional and international partners so as to restore equality and to combat double standards, as well as international hypocrisy, and to revitalize the international system, the multilateral system, implementing the various principles I enumerated in keeping with the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. We will be shouldering our responsibilities as part of the humanitarian response that must be mounted to address crises in our region. We're the third country in terms of refugee applications in 2023. Under the leadership of our President El-Sisi, we've been bearing the brunt of the burden, supporting our brothers from other Arab states and African states. Over 10 million refugees are currently being hosted in Egypt. However, there are certain limits which cannot be exceeded because of the burden this implies. The international community is therefore duty-bound to fill the funding gap and to mobilize the requisite resources so as to address the issue of humanitarian operations and meet the needs of refugees fleeing conflict in various countries. Despite international crises and challenges coming one after the other, and the ongoing rise in the number of migrants, Egypt will continue its efforts so as to bolster its human capital. We will do this through a national dialogue. We are prioritizing human rights and democracy. And we're not doing this to please external players. We are doing this to fulfill the aspirations of our people, young people, as well as women, so as to achieve gender parity as well. We've just adopted the first national action plan on women, peace, and security. We will be implementing our national strategy on human rights. Furthermore, we'll continue working to maintain peace and security in our region and the world over, inspired by the values of the Egyptian civilization. A majestic, long-standing civilization. Our young people will take forward this vision. They're the ones who will craft the future and preserve human lives without any discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or otherwise, all within the international multilateral system. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian expatriates of Egypt. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 16th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 16th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Highness Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. President of the United Nations General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God and the blessing of God be upon you. Please allow me to congratulate, first of all, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang upon his election to head up the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. We also congratulate Mr. Dennis Francis for the efforts that he made during the previous session. I also wish to seize this opportunity to thank the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for the tireless efforts that he's making in order to achieve the goals and aspirations of the UN Charter. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, since we participated in the creation of this organisation, has been striving to make efforts to make the promises of the UN Charter an absolute reality, establishing the respect for international law, achieving international peace and security, and supporting channels for international multilateral actions in many different areas. In this regard, the Kingdom participated in the drafting of the Pact for the Future that was agreed on by the leaders of the world this week. We believe that this pact and the Summit for the Future in general is an opportunity to renew our collective principles to strengthen cooperation to achieve peace and security and sustainable development for future generations. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are seeking to strengthen the role of international financial institutions to ensure an economic recovery. President, the world is seeing a high pace of crises, and unfortunately we are just looking at managing these crises rather than finding concrete solutions. This is a situation of laxism in international efforts and also a situation of selectivity in the application of international law and international humanitarian law, which has led to an exacerbation of violence and conflicts and is threatening the principles of the UN Charter and undermining common actions to find peaceful solutions that will enable us to spare the lives of civilians and to put an end to fighting and ensure peace and international and regional development. In this context of tensions between countries, we wish to warn against political polarisation. We need to open up dialogue and strengthen dialogue and cooperation between states, enabling us to strengthen international peace and security. In this regard, we categorically reject all crimes perpetrated by Israel against the kindred Palestinian people. The most recent crimes committed against civilians, defenceless civilians, is just one chapter in the story of suffering by this brother people who have been suffering for decades now. These barbaric Israeli practices that started last year has cost the lives of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, in particular women and children. We are seeing bombing, murder and destruction. This is a real humanitarian catastrophe, and it is continuing to get worse. It is necessary to halt this aggression. For this reason, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted the joint Arab-Israeli summit in November 2023. We saw the participation of heads of state and government, of member countries of the Arab League and the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. We worked to adopt resolutions and decisions that reflect the will of Arab and Muslim people and to stop the bloodshed, to ensure unhindered humanitarian access, and to realise the legitimate demands of the Palestinian people, in particular the creation of an independent state. The Ministerial Committee tasked by this summit to engage in visits has called upon the international community to put an end to Israeli aggression and protect civilians. That's why we welcome the adoption by the General Assembly on the 10th of May 2024 of a resolution that states that the State of Palestine fulfills all the conditions to become a fully fledged member state of our organisation, and we welcome the decision of Norway, Spain, Ireland, Slovenia and Armenia, who have recognised the brother country of Palestine. We call upon other states to bilaterally recognise the state of Palestine and to act together in order to recognise the state of Palestine as an independent state. That's why we announced with our partners and ministerial committees with Norway and the European Union, we have announced the creation of a coalition to promote the two-state solution. We call upon all states to join us in this initiative. Mr. President, we have provided more than $5 billion American dollars in aid to the kindred Palestinian people since the bombing of the Gaza Strip with the King Salman project. We have committed to even more, several millions of dollars in humanitarian aid, and we are working with many different international and UN humanitarian aid agencies to bring in humanitarian projects to the tune of $106 billion. We are also working with UNRWA to provide services, to provide food, medications, and meet other needs of the brother Palestinian people. The support provided by the Kingdom to UNRWA has gone above $1 billion. We welcome the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice regarding Israeli practices in occupied Palestinian territories that has confirmed the illegal nature of Israeli presence in occupied Palestinian territories for now 75 years. It's essential to find a fair solution to the Palestinian crisis based on resolutions of international equality and enabling the Palestinian people to establish an independent state with pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. The prevalence of impunity, the lack of respect of legal obligations is encouraging Israel to continue its escalation. This escalation will have no positive impact on any party at all. It also risks having negative repercussions for the entire region. That's why we reaffirm the fact that it is necessary to preserve the stability of Lebanon and to respect its sovereignty in line with international law and in line with relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We are aligning with international efforts to bring in an immediate ceasefire and to find a lasting diplomatic solution. We call upon all parties to show wisdom and to show restraint in order to avoid a true war from breaking out in the region. Mr. President, the Kingdom has taken key measures in order to ensure appeasement and development in our region. We have concluded an agreement with Iran to restore our diplomatic relations based on the respect of sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs, also on the respect of the UN Charter, working with the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, also to establish peace and security in our region. We hope that Iran will cooperate with the international community, in particular vis-à-vis its nuclear program and its ballistic missile program. We have also resumed relations with the Syrian Arab Republic to strengthen our cooperation on common issues, because we are convinced that finding a solution to this crisis will enable us to entrench peace and stability in our region. We also reaffirm the need to preserve the security of Syria, its stability, and the integrity of its territory. Furthermore, in Yemen, we are supporting all efforts to find a solution to this crisis and to appease the human suffering of the brother Yemeni people. It's essential to find political solutions to reinstall peace and stability in the region. We reiterate our initiative that seeks to find a just and lasting solution. When it comes to the situation in the Red Sea, this is a situation that is undermining security of shipping routes, and in response to that we need to show a sense of wisdom and support international efforts to establish peace and stability in that area. In Sudan, we reaffirm our staunch position to preserve peace and stability in Sudan and to strengthen the state and its institutions and avoid it breaking down. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted the Sudanese peace talks in Jeddah to this end. We call to appease the situation, put an end to military operations, and to provide humanitarian aid. We are working to continue the Jeddah talks, engaging in Jeddah Talks 3, the third round. In terms of peace and stability in Afghanistan, Afghanistan cannot be left by the waysides of its region and the international community or be prey to terrorists. That's why it's necessary to put an end to the humanitarian and security situation in Afghanistan that is providing fertile ground to different groups and militias to continue their activities. Now, moving on to the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, we must put an end to this crisis and contain its repercussions. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, may God protect him, is continuing to work to this end, and we have announced the freeing of several prisoners of different nationalities. We hosted a meeting of different officials from different countries with the participation of several different states and international organizations. We stand ready to continue our mediation efforts between the parties to the conflict. President, drawing on our Vision 2030, we aspire to fulfill the needs of future generations, to empower women and youth, and to build bridges with the world. Through our development approach, we aspire to achieve global development, focusing on people, preserving their rights, their dignity, and allowing them to achieve their aspirations. Mr. President, on the energy front, we are working to achieve energy security and to guarantee access to energy at reasonable prices and to mitigate the effects of climate change. We seek to ensure stability in international markets, the international oil markets, and to guarantee access to this energy and guarantee security in the supply chains in order to ensure a prosperous international economy. We are also fighting against climate change, in particular by adopting a holistic approach to the energy transition. In that regard, we seek to respect the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, making the most of all the techniques we have available to us in order to limit our greenhouse gas emissions. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the best placed countries according to carbon and methane density emissions, and we are working to set up a carbon transfer and storage facility in the city of Al Jubairah. This has the capacity to store 9,000 tons within a few years and 44,000 tons by 2030. We are working with the international community, Mr. President, to fight climate change, and that's why in the summit between Saudi Arabia and Africa, we announced participation of $50 billion to support these efforts. We have also launched initiatives such as the Green Saudi Arabia Initiative, the Green Middle East Initiative, and we are also investing in techniques to reduce carbon density and to strengthen electricity and green hydrogen production. The Kingdom furthermore supports projects to optimise the consumption of energy and to preserve sea life and water. That's why we celebrated the International Environment Day in 2024, and we will soon be hosting the COP16 of the United Nations Convention Against Desertification, which is reaffirming our commitment to preserve the future and fight against desertification. We also intend to host the International Water Forum in 2027. The Crown Prince, may God protect him, announced the creation of an international organisation for water resources last September to fight against the challenges we face when it comes to water resources. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working to create a world free of nuclear weapons. For this reason, we call upon all states to preserve the non-proliferation regime while protecting the rights of states to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. We support efforts being made to fight against terrorism, and it's necessary to bolster our joint actions by continuing cooperation with our international partners in order to fight against this threat. It's necessary to make more effort to fight against the campaigns being launched by terrorist groups. It's further necessary to continue our work to fight against the financing of terrorism. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was chosen to host the 2030 Global Exposition. This exposition is allowing us to focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. This is an event that is an opportunity to find political solutions when it comes to sustainability and also to honour our commitments to developing countries. By way of conclusion, we hope that the efforts being made will enable us to establish a common principle with mutual respect to build a better future for the whole of humanity, and may the peace and blessing of God be upon you.
For Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia, I now give the floor to His Excellency Mulambu Amakuni Ayambe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, distinguished heads of state and government, honorable ministers, heads of intergovernmental organizations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Your Excellency, on assumption of the presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and assure you of Zambia's cooperation during your tenure. We extend Zambia's sincere gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, for the exemplary work exhibited during the 78th session. Mr. President, the theme for this session, quote, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, close quote, presents an opportunity for us to re-examine our priorities, redefine our mission, and sharpen our vision as we approach the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Zambia therefore joins the UN Secretary General in congratulating member states for successfully adopting the Pact for the Future, which includes the Digital Global Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. We further appreciate the work of Namibia and Germany in co-facilitating this process. It is our hope that the implementation of the Pact for the Future will address the multiple crises facing the world today. Mr. President, Zambia firmly believes that multilateralism is the only viable approach to solving regional and international challenges. In this regard, the creation of the United Nations almost 80 years ago provided new hope for the international community in the maintenance of international peace and security, promotion of justice, and improvement of living conditions for all people. However, this ideal is rapidly slipping away as global peace is increasingly threatened by the growing and sustained geopolitical tensions. As member states that share the ideals upon which the United Nations was founded, we must resolve to correct this course and uphold the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. The impact of conflict in some parts of the world has been felt across Africa through disruption, soaring prices of key commodities such as energy and other inputs of trade and production, resulting in increased cost of living. Zambia, like many other developing countries which are predominantly import dependent, has not been spared. It is therefore crucial that we address the root causes and structural drivers of conflict and promote peace-building efforts. We call for all warring parties to exercise restraint and flexibility for the sake of millions of civilians who are casualties of war and conflict. This call is particularly relevant for the raging conflict in the Sudan, the Middle East, and Ukraine. Mr. President, at regional level, Zambia held the chairmanship of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation for the period August 2023 to August 2024, and therefore played a crucial role in the region in that capacity. Overall, the security and political situation in the region remains stable. However, there are still pockets of security challenges in some of our member states, such as the situation in the eastern parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, and in the Cabo Delgado province in Mozambique, which SADC remains seized with. We implore the international community to support the various peace-building efforts in the DRC. We further call for support to the government of Mozambique in order to ensure that the exit of the SADC mission in Mozambique does not result in reversal of the gains made by that mission. Furthermore, Zambia recognizes the efforts of His Excellency, Mr. João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, as the African Union mediator in the facilitation of the Rwanda process aimed at restoring peace and security in the Eastern DRC, as well as the Nairobi process that equally aims at fostering peace in that country. Mr. President, climate change and extreme weather conditions threaten the very existence and balance of the world as we know it. It is clear that efforts to raise the standard of living for the world's poor are being adversely affected by the effects of climate change. For instance, this year, Zambia experienced the worst drought in recent times. This led the government to declare the drought as a national disaster and emergency to save the lives and safeguard livelihoods. We take this opportunity to thank our bilateral and multilateral partners who graciously responded to the clarion call to support Zambia's drought response strategy. This and similar scenarios in our region underscore the need to build local resilience and climate adaptation through various interventions, including, among others, climate financing from both private and public sources. In this regard, the need for the full actualization of the Loss and Damage Fund to help developing countries cope with climate-related disasters and extreme weather events cannot be overemphasized. We urge member states to focus their energies on achieving measurable outcomes at the forthcoming COP29 accordingly. Mr. President, it is becoming increasingly apparent that the SDGs may not be met by 2030, as only 17% of the SDG targets are on track, while the remaining 83% are either stagnated or regressing. Therefore, Zambia joins calls for massive investment and scaled-up action in order to close the financing gap, which is currently estimated to be around 4 trillion United States of America dollars. Failure to close this gap will adversely impact future generations. In the same vein, we call on the international community to scale up financing for developing countries to achieve the SDGs, including honoring commitments to contribute at least 0.7% of gross national income towards official development assistance. Further, the heavy burden of debt in some developing countries presents another major hurdle to the attainment of the SDGs, especially in Africa. These countries face a high risk of debt distress. There is need, therefore, for an effective debt workout mechanism that supports payment suspension, longer lending terms, and lower interest rates. Based on Zambia's experience, we call for further reforms to streamline the existing G20 framework for debt restructuring in order to enhance certainty and reduce the time it takes to conclude the process. Zambia further joins calls for the reform of the international financial architecture to make it fit for purpose and equitably address the development needs of all countries in the 21st century. Additionally, there is need to build capacities for least developed countries to access other innovative financial measures, such as debt for climate swaps and green and blue bonds, amongst others. Furthermore, Zambia joins other SADC member states in the call for a review of the use of unilateral economic instruments that curtail developing countries' access to development finance. Mr. President, aggressive tax avoidance and tax evasion have a corrosive effect on public trust, financial integrity, the rule of law, and sustainable development across the globe. International tax cooperation could significantly reduce illicit financial flows, a scourge that deprives economies, especially those in the developing world, of funding for development. Zambia therefore calls for the urgent conclusion of negotiations on the proposed UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. This will enable developing countries to enhance their domestic resource mobilization. As co-facilitator of the negotiations of the outcome document for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in the coming months, we look forward to actively engaging with member states in the reform of the international financial architecture. Mr. President, science and technology are critical to achieving the SDGs. Developing countries' lack of access to technology has hindered the implementation of sustainable development practices, thus perpetuating the cycle of poverty and inequality. Hence, there is need to bridge the gap in digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, to promote efficiencies in health, climate, sustainable infrastructure, energy, agriculture, and other global development priorities. In this regard, we call for enhanced international cooperation to support developing countries to integrate technology through capacity building, technology transfer on mutually agreed terms, information exchange, and investment in research and development. Alongside the Pact for the Future, member states adopted a global digital compact. Zambia was honored to partner with Sweden in leading negotiations of this historical document. Mr. President, as part of its efforts to accelerate the attainment of the SDGs by 2030, Zambia has been implementing policies and programs aimed at creating a strong and resilient health system, reducing inequalities, eradicating poverty, and empowering women and girls. This is also consistent with the implementation of the International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action. Zambia welcomes the Declaration on Future Generations, which seeks to secure the well-being of future generations, in particular, their participation in decision-making. To reap the demographic dividend, Zambia continues to call for significant investments in the growing youth population, currently standing at 82% below the age of 35. Increased investments are needed in education, health, and empowerment of young people so that they can meaningfully contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. Mr. President, child and early forced marriage is a harmful practice that disproportionately affects girls, hindering their education, health, and overall well-being. In this regard, Zambia continues to make strides in the campaign to end child marriage by 2030 and safeguard the rights of girls by enacting relevant legislation to address this vice. President Hakainde Hichilema, being the African Union champion on ending child marriage, Zambia is pleased to report that the campaign is growing from strength to strength, with 32 of the 54 countries on the continent having launched national campaigns to end child marriage. However, more needs to be done. We call on all partners to join efforts and raise our voices to protect our children to end this harmful practice by 2030. Mr. President, in the face of the present geopolitical realities and calls to strengthen multilateralism, the need to reform the UN Security Council cannot be overemphasized. Reforms are necessary to make the Security Council better equipped and strengthened in its capacity to discharge its responsibilities of monitoring and safeguarding international peace and security. The representation of African states in the permanent category would correct this historical injustice that has marginalized Africa's voice and will provide a vital perspective to the Council. Time has come for the Security Council to be representative, democratic, and accountable to all member states, irrespective of status. This is essential for its integrity as the custodian of international peace. Given that Africa constitutes the second largest bloc of the UN membership, proposals to reform the Security Council should heed Africa's call as espoused in the Common Africa Position as enshrined in the Ezulwini Consensus and the CETA Declaration. In this regard, we are pleased to note that the African Union Committee of 10, the C10, and the 5 permanent members, the P5, of the United Nations Security Council held a meeting during this session of the United Nations General Assembly. Such interactions should be encouraged in order to narrow the gap on the Security Council reforms. Finally, Mr. President, I wish to reaffirm that Zambia remains committed to strengthened multilateralism as a means of addressing the numerous global challenges affecting our people, including ending poverty and creating wealth in a sustainable manner. To this end, Mr. President, we should not remain indecisive and indifferent to this serious issue, nor should we forego this opportunity to make the world a better place for all humanity. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the need for us to seriously consider the call for massive investment and scaled-up action if we are to make meaningful progress in achieving the SDGs, including implementation of the Pact for the Future. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Maxine Ryzenkov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, colleagues, for 79 years now, our countries have met in this chamber in order to speak their own truth, to exchange best practices, and to support important initiatives. And we do this with the motto of making the world a better place. But is the world becoming a better place? Is it more predictable, safer? Is it more stable? There are some veterans in the room who probably remember the time when the UN did have a special role to play. Us less seasoned participants only heard about this or read about this in textbooks. Back then, many years ago, the UN Chamber, or the UN Charter, was something unshakable, a true guarantor of compromise, forward-looking solutions. We remember the horrors of World War II. No one wants a repetition of that tragedy. That's why we created a singular instrument for collective dispute settlement and for strengthening the architecture of international cooperation. Indeed, history has shown us that the instrument we came up with is not perfect. Just like we're not perfect, but without a doubt, it's the best we have, and the best we had back then, the best we have now. Not all issues which were decided on equivocally were implemented, and blood continues to spill as a result. For instance, Palestine. What's unfolded there is a true humanitarian catastrophe, and tens of thousands of civilians continue to die. But this does not diminish the achievements of the past century. We shattered the colonial system. Many people finally got the right to develop themselves. And new hubs, economic, industrial, and financial, appeared across all continents. Entire regions came out of the shadows of hunger and epidemics. The UN's peacekeeping activities helped to prevent bloody conflicts or to put an end to them. UN Blue could be seen everywhere where development problems were being resolved. But what's happening now? Why did we have to establish a group of friends in defense of the UN Charter? Why today are we compelled to defend this document, the Charter, which should be of overriding legal importance for all of us? Why can we not use the entire UN toolkit to put the world in order? The answer is patently obvious, because a number of countries do not abide by the norms enshrined in the Charter, nor do they want to, because for them, abiding by international law is equivalent to slowly being extinguished. Of course, when they speak from this rostrum, they do recall the Charter, but not universally so, but only to serve their egotistical interests and claims, and often they claim that others are flouting the Charter. Let me remind you, the UN law is universal. It gives everyone equal rights to develop and the rights to various benefits and technologies and resources on a non-discriminatory basis. Is this approach acceptable to the West? Clearly, no. What they're interested in is maintaining their dominance and the prosperity of their elites. In order to achieve this, they're exploiting entire nations and the resources of others, holding the rest of the world back. They're employing that principle, which is as old as the world itself, divide and conquer. It's one of the roots of many of modernity's conflicts. All of the UN's principles are being put at the bottom of the pile in the interests of the vital interests of the US and their closest satellites. But if a state dares to enact their own policy to protect their people, if they try to throw off the yoke of external control over their resources, the West all of a sudden remembers all of these conventions, these paragraphs, and even the tiniest references at the bottom of them. And what's most important, anyone who disagrees with the West will be subjected to illegal sanctions and pressure. This is what's behind all of the so-called color revolutions. They resulted in suffering and upheaval for ordinary people. That's the way of the West. That's their recipe for a new world. And this recipe is generously seasoned with NATO weapons. Just think about it. Today, roughly 40 countries with a population of 2.5 billion are under illegal, unilateral, restrictive measures imposed by the US and the EU. And many people have been living under such conditions for decades. Whereas peace-loving Cuba has been in this situation for over half a century. This instrument is one that flagrantly violates entire sections of the UN Charter and international law. It scuppers sustainable development, undermines food and energy security, restricts access to world markets, and violates the right to the freedom of movement. It also has a boomerang effect on the countries who impose these measures. We're seeing in neighboring EU countries people complain about ever higher prices on food prices, energy prices, as well as concomitant social upheavals. What do we have as a result? From the point of view of the collective West, and here I have some information taken from US sources, 72% of the world's people live in what the West calls autocracies. 20 years ago, this figure stood at 46%, again, according to their data. So has the West managed to force humanity to live according to their templates? Clearly, no. We see a clear trend. Free countries in the global South who do not accept sanctions will see others meddle in their domestic affairs, and so-called democratization will be foisted upon them. They want to develop on the basis of their own social traditions, their vision of the world, to protect their people. And today we have a global majority within which new ideas and new projects are springing up. They're strictly peaceful. They're in the interests of the entire global community, and they do not seek to restrict anyone's interests. The Chinese initiative, the Belt and Road Initiative, put forward by Xi Jinping, the initiative on global security and global civilization, the Russian and Belarusian initiative of Charter, of multipolarity and diversity in the 21st century, the Indian Voice of the Global South initiative, and many others. All of these projects are geared toward establishing a unified international community in which the fate of all of the people of our planet is united, not just the fate of the golden billion. The planet united in all of its diversity. It enriches all of us. This is the way forward. This is the way chosen for the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, for our people. It's underpinned by respect, trust, sincerity, reliance, and responsibility. And in fact, when a new package of illegal sanctions was imposed on Belarus, we responded with openness and transparency, unilaterally waiving visas for EU citizens. Thousands of Europeans have used this right coming to Belarus, and they were not disappointed. If we place more trust in the UN, most peace-loving initiatives would be born and would grow within the organization, not outside it. At the same time, the world would not be threatened by fragmentation into political and economic blocs. A few words about the conflict potential of our planet. It might be somewhat unusual what I'm about to say. We're all used to third-rate series and YouTube videos. We're being taught to receive information in this simplistic way, forcing us to forget the truths which many humanists and great authors penned in the past. Therefore, I'd like to cite three Western authors, and I'd like to draw parallels with what's going on right now. A quote from Kings and Cabbages, O. Henry. The little opera bouffe nations play at government and intrigue until someday a big silent gunboat glides into the offing and warns them not to. An American ship. Next example, Graham Greene, The Quiet American. Written not that long ago. A CIA undercover operative working as a staffer at the US Embassy in Vietnam sought to enact terrorist acts so as to achieve a coup d'etat in that state, in Vietnam, and install a government loyal to the US. And last but not least, Kurt Vonnegut. Roughly 50 years ago, he wrote this, A Man Without a Country. He did not understand why the US and the UK, at the very end of World War II, when everything was already over, why they had to carpet bomb Dresden, razing it to the ground and burying in the rubble, under the rubble, roughly, in fact, several 100,000 people, children, women, and the elderly. We know why they did this, to make them fear the future. And this is very similar to what we're seeing these days, meddling provocations. However, we now see real American warships, and not just one, but many. This is why we need a strong and impartial universal international organization which can guarantee that a balance is struck in our world, in which no one country or group of countries can do as it sees fits, imposing its will on the UN to stoke its egotism at the expense of the global majority. A strong organization wouldn't allow transnational capital to benefit the collective West. It wouldn't allow for Ukraine to fight to the last Ukrainian. And if everyone, like Belarus today, understood what's actually happening in the conflict zone, what risks we're running, then we'd want to put an end to this bloody confrontation between these two brotherly nations. Long ago, Ukraine and Russia would be sitting around the negotiating table, not out in the battlefield. There are many timely initiatives, such as the Brazil-China peace plan, and yet without Russia's participation, they won't be successful. A new security architecture in our region is also impossible without Belarus's participation. NATO is bolstering military capabilities at our borders many times over. Tens of thousands of soldiers, thousands of units of military equipment, and we're seriously disquieted by the fact that these games might get out of control, resulting in the conflict spreading throughout the region and throughout the world, which would have catastrophic repercussions for us all. Europe has its share of nuclear weapons. Thus, escalating these tensions is a path straight to World War III. 10 years ago, in Minsk, fruitful agreements were penned so as to resolve the conflict in Ukraine. Today, we continue to propose our efforts as we understand Russians and Ukrainians best of all, and we're doing everything we can to achieve peace in long-suffering Ukraine. We're very much interested in this, more than anyone. And just for your general edification, since the start of the conflict, over 250,000 Ukrainians crossed the border into Belarus. Over the last few months, 12 to 15,000 a year have been entering Belarus. These are official figures. So we're seeing people running away from prosperous Europe. And in fact, these figures are much greater than the number of refugees who have gone to the EU across our border. Shameless efforts are being made to push migrants into Belarus. This is a dirty page in the Book of European Democracy. On our border with the EU, soldiers from certain EU countries are beating and torturing refugees from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East with impunities. Dozens have died. This has been reported by independent sources. Some have been buried without identification. In fact, the Council of Europe recently condemned such actions and criticized a new Polish law which broadens the legal scope for Polish soldiers using firearms against refugees. This is what so-called enlightened Europe is doing to welcome those fleeing the horrors which resulted from the policies of intervention of the collective West, intervention in the sovereign affairs of other countries. These actions are a flagrant violation of the 1951 Convention on the Status of Refugees. All of the facts have been recorded and will be sent to the relevant bodies for investigation, although these bodies should have started investigating them of their own accord long ago. That's why we're concerned. We're concerned by how we see the path towards strengthening the UN. First, the UN should throw off the diktat of a number of states who are doing as they see fit, feeling themselves to be exceptional. The UN is all of us. Secretariat staff should remember that when they become Secretariat staff, they should serve the interests of the organization as a whole, not of their fellow nationals. They should be objective, impartial, and independent. Second, the organization should support regional processes because regionalism is a key reality in today's times. We constantly see regional integration bodies going from strength to strength, and this across the world. We're seeing the global majority, regional projects rising, BRICS, SCO, CIS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the African Union, ASEAN, many others. I talked about this earlier. The UN must align itself with these processes, helping them to interlock and develop. Third, last year, Western countries waged a dirty campaign to prevent Belarus being elected to serve on the Security Council. That's what we saw, that they fear our honest voice being represented on the Security Council. However, we'll continue speaking openly and directly about a whole host of global issues. We'll continue insisting that Security Council reform is enacted and that this reform is fair, because the voice of the Global South on the Security Council, it's our voice. This is why we believe what's necessary is Security Council reform by including developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These countries are at the heart of global problems. They know better than anyone else how to resolve wars and conflicts in the developing world. Their weight in global affairs is much greater than it was 80 years ago as well. Fourth, the UN should adopt a principled stance regarding the unacceptability of unilateral measures. We should expect the organization to take serious and objective measures to assess the negative impact of sanctions on sustainable development. What's more is the UN's work to counter illicit sanctions should be systematic. A principled objective assessment of all instances of their use needs to be given. Fifth, we need to use the UN as a platform for effectively resolving growing transboundary threats. Belarus has always been in favor of a collective approach to these global problems, such as migration, pandemics, natural disasters, human trafficking, the list goes on. Outside this chamber, there is a counter, which shows how much is being spent on arms in real time. Trillions of dollars, and that's only the money that the UN knows about. We think the Golden Billion countries should use these trillions of dollars not to fuel yet more wars and conflicts, but to resolve vital problems. Many global problems would be resolved in a flash. The UN would get the resources to help development, which it currently lacks. It keeps saying that donors don't have the money, they're not giving the money. And at the same time, those who have self-styled themselves as hegemons will shoulder their responsibility to solve global problems. What's more is, the UN should be the voice of states, without this voice being diluted by non-government bodies. After all, member states are the ones taking decisions. They're the ones responsible for the destiny of millions of people on our planet and are responsible for implementing all of their decisions. President, today is a special this year is a special year for the Republic of Belarus. Recently, we marked the 80th anniversary of our liberation from the Nazis. This marks the start of a new chapter in our history. We stand proud that we created a people-centered state where people are at the core of our national policies. Next year, we'll mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. We'll do this together. How will the world approach this milestone? Will it be entangled in disagreements and conflicts? This is why the President of the Republic of Belarus, Mr. Lukashenko, put forward the initiative of a global dialogue on security, and it very much dovetails with the proposals put forward by many delegates from this rostrum today. We will continue knocking on the doors of peace and constructive action, the doors of security and development. Starting last year, we began holding an international conference on Eurasian security in Minsk, the goal being to consolidate political, economic, and other processes in Greater Eurasia for the benefit of our states and people. This year, it will be held on the 31st of October. We invite all of you to attend. We must breathe the spirit of San Francisco into the UN's lungs. After all, that is the spirit that gave life to our organization. We stand convinced that this is absolutely necessary right now. It's necessary to secure the interests of all people on our planet. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Tordis Coburn Redford Gilfadottir, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Mr. President, Excellencies, first I would like to once again thank all those whose daily work is dedicated to the United Nations and its ideals. All across the globe, people work in the name of the United Nations, wearing the colors and emblems of the UN, giving their effort to make our world a better place, often doing work that only the UN is capable of doing. And in these headquarters and other UN offices, hundreds of people show up every day to ensure that the nations of the world can count on this organization to be the forum where the biggest challenges facing humanity can be discussed, debated, and hopefully set on a path of resolution. Thank you. Mr. President, next year will mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. The UN emerged out of calamity holding the promise of a brighter future, a promise of peaceful settlements of disputes, universal human rights, and the opportunity for all to enjoy peace and prosperity. Despite setbacks, wrong turns, and many bad decisions, these past 80 years have indeed been the most peaceful and prosperous that humankind has experienced. For my own nation, 1944 also marked a new beginning, with Iceland becoming a republic. Iceland's status as an independent nation has been defended not primarily by weapons or alliances, but by a robust system of international law, mutually beneficial cooperation, and strong and universally respected international institutions. For us, it is paramount to safeguard this multilateral system. When the US was founded, it was a time of change and a time that demanded decisions. It was also, it seems to me, a time of creativity in the face of destruction, a time of determination despite despair, a time for hope to triumph over horror. By founding the United Nations, the leaders of the world's nations set a path guided by a shared vision for a peaceful and prosperous world, a faith in fundamental human rights and the equality of nations, large and small. But as Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently stated when speaking about the Summit for the Future, we cannot build a future fit for our grandchildren with systems built for our grandparents, or in the case of a person my age, a system created for my great-grandparents to build a future fit for my own generation and my children. Mr. President, these are also times of profound change. All around the world, technology is fundamentally changing how people experience reality. And to quote Mr. Guterres again, these technologies are being developed in a moral and legal vacuum, without governance or guardrails. This is no small thing, and it is not something that leaders and politicians can treat as trivial or unconnected to other policy issues. While elected representatives and leaders debate how to address challenges that we face, while we attempt to guide our societies towards a better future, there is an ongoing battle for people's attention, convictions, and beliefs being waged through increasingly addictive technologies, often self-guided by overwhelmingly powerful and completely unprincipled algorithms. And this battle will not necessarily be won by those who share a belief in peace and prosperity, or have faith in fundamental human rights and the equality of nations, large and small. As these staggering changes are taking place in our information environment, the world is facing the greatest number of armed conflicts since the World War II. And democratic institutions worldwide are facing a loss of trust. These developments are not happening in a vacuum. In her address accepting the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo in 2021, Philippine journalist Maria Ressa pointed out that without facts, you cannot have truth. And without truth, you cannot have trust. Ressa continued, without trust, we have no shared reality, no democracy, and it becomes impossible to deal with our world's existential problems. Sadly, to an ever more obvious extent, this prospect of a lack of shared reality has now become fact. Malign actors are actively undermining social order across the globe. They are spreading suspicion and fear, fueling despair and rage. They may use technology, but their target is always the very essence of what we are as human beings. The individual rights that have proven vital for the functioning of democratic societies are being subverted. This is why I said in my address to this body 1 year ago that human rights are for human beings and that freedom of expression is not for programmed bots that spread hate, lies, and fear. This is a challenge that we have not yet solved. Freedom cannot exist without accountability. And to paraphrase American historian Timothy Snyder, it must always involve some risk. We know that sacrificing individual rights because of these risks is an unacceptable proposition, akin to burning down the house to kill a spider. An individual, even one with questionable and dangerous opinions, has the right to be heard. In a true democracy, we accept these risks associated with freedom of speech, but we must be careful not to let our freedom be hijacked by those who evade accountability and take no risk. The current danger does not come from free individuals who advocate for their own misguided, crazy, or evil ideas, but vast networks of both paid and unpaid agents, made-up trolls hiding in the shadows, entirely unaccountable for their poisonous contribution to public discourse. This sort of speech is no more a manifestation of the freedom of expression than a forced gathering to salute a dictator is an example of freedom of assembly. Mr. President, these are issues that exemplify the urgent need for a strong multilateral system. However, this system cannot be left to provide answers to how to maintain itself. The real power lies with national governments and leaders across the world. All of us who are entrusted with positions of authority and influence in our own societies must shoulder our responsibility to maintain and strengthen a multilateral system based on the UN Charter. For this, we need more interaction, more humanity, and much more unscripted interactions at the highest level. Mr. President, Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine, Sudan's civil war, and the devastating conflicts in the Middle East all rage on while other longer-running conflicts grow protracted. One thing that all have in common is that innocent civilians bear the highest cost. By invading Ukraine and violently seizing its territory, the Russian Federation has committed a flagrant breach of the UN Charter and derogated from its primary obligations as a permanent member of the Security Council to uphold international peace and security. The Russian Federation repeated threats of using nuclear weapons are reckless and they are dangerous. In the case of the Russian Federation's actions, there should be no doubt who is in the right and who is in the wrong. It is Mr. Putin who has concocted a false narrative around his invasion of Ukraine's territory. It is he who started this senseless war, and it is in the Kremlin's power to end it at any time by withdrawing its forces from all the territory that is internationally recognized as belonging to Ukraine. The Russian Federation's disdain for the principles of the UN Charter is on full display in Ukraine, but it is also pervasive in many other parts of the world with ongoing, insidious efforts to subvert democratic norms and incite violence and chaos. Mr. President, Israel's right to exist is beyond debate. Iceland condemned in the strongest terms the horrific attack on Israel on October 7th. We continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. But no country is above the law. And the Palestinian people's right to self-determination is also beyond debate. In the current conflict, the world has witnessed limitations of humanitarian aid, water, and power to Gaza. This is simply unacceptable. There have been reports of civilian infrastructure and hospitals being used for purposes that can deprive them of their protection under international humanitarian law. This is also unacceptable. And we have witnessed unacceptable losses of civilian lives, children, aid, and healthcare workers, journalists, and UN staff. And journalists are being denied access to the war zone and silenced. Iceland condemns all violation of international law, including international humanitarian law. International law provides states with rights and obligations. Both are sacred. Again, we call on all parties to agree to an immediate ceasefire and avoid any action that could lead to further escalation. A clear political path to peace must follow a ceasefire, entailing the establishment of two states living side by side in peace and security. With that aim, and as confirmed by the International Court of Justice, Israel must immediately cease all new settlements activities and bring its unlawful presence to an end. Our worst fears of an escalation have now been realized with the bloodiest days that Lebanon has seen in years. And still, we must brace ourselves for even worse, with the conflict spiraling further out of control. The parties have been warned of the cost and the danger of this development. It must stop, for the sake of humanity. Mr. President, in 10 days, the General Assembly will convene to elect 18 new members to the United Nations Human Rights Council for the term 25 to 27. Iceland is a candidate in these elections, hoping to serve for a second time on this important body. We submitted our candidature out of a deep conviction that respect for human rights and the rule of law, justice and fairness are key to a prosperous society. Mr. President, in his opening address to this Assembly on Tuesday, Secretary General Guterres pointed out that less than 10% of all speakers this week would be female. In our estimate, I am one of only 19 women speaking from this podium during the opening session. I thought we had come further than this. But of course, I am truly one of the lucky ones. Mr. President, it is beyond my comprehension that there exist in this world, in these enlightening times, societies of human beings where little girls and women are not allowed to go to school. That there exists in this world of ours a society where little girls are not allowed to laugh in public, and women are not allowed to take part in conversations outside the confines of their homes. A teenage girl in Afghanistan who sings a happy song in public runs the risk of being arrested, of being humiliated, of being ostracized, of being beaten, or even worse. Mr. President, how has the world come to this? And this is why Iceland supports the cross-regional action announced this week here in New York to hold the Taliban to account for their grave violations of CEDAW. Mr. President, those whose sexual orientation differs from the common norm are suffering backlash too. While we have thankfully seen a significant shift towards decriminalization of consensual same-sex relations, we are also witnessing laws adopted to establish or expand criminal sanctions contrary to the basic universal norms that all states have agreed. I do not understand why people should not be allowed the freedom to love and be loved for who they are. Increased individual freedom and happiness should never worry politicians or governments that have real problems to solve. I am proud to confirm that if elected to the Human Rights Council, Iceland will include LGBTI+ rights among a list of priorities during our term on the Council. Mr. President, Iceland strongly emphasizes global actions against climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. Climate change is not a distant threat. It is a reality already impacting the lives and livelihoods of millions of people. Climate change threatens the health of the ocean, which Iceland is highly dependent on. A healthy ocean and a healthy planet are matters of economic prosperity and well-being. one of the main meetings I attended this week was a high-level meeting on sea level rise, which strongly indicates that our ocean's environment is destabilizing. This is yet another challenge we must address, and we believe that only through more determined climate change mitigation can we limit the effects of sea level rise. Taking on this challenge, as well as ensuring that respect is shown for rules and regulations that we have agreed to abide by concerning our behavior at sea, is of great importance to a nation like Iceland that relies heavily on the ocean around us. The United Nations has proven record in this arena, primarily with the Convention for the Law of the Sea, a particularly important agreement in our view and all maritime nations. Therefore, it is of great concern that the law of the sea is being challenged and undermined, including in the South China Sea. We call on all member states to honor their commitments and act in accordance with the law of the sea. Mr. President, we must work together for a more stable and prosperous world, and Iceland is set on contributing to more sustainable development. Our recently adopted policy for international development cooperation supports this with the overarching goals of poverty eradication, respect for human rights, and improved living standards. It foresees a significant increase in official development assistance. Given our experience, we will continue our firm focus on gender equality, women's empowerment, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and eradicating gender-based violence. Crucially, we will increase our efforts to strengthen civil rights and improve social and legal protection of LGBTQI+ persons. It falls on all of us to support the vital work of the United Nations and other partners in addressing the dire status of humanitarian affairs. The number of refugees and internally displaced persons has never been higher, as increasing levels of fragility know no geographical boundaries. Mr. President, we are meeting at a time when the multilateral system is under the greatest pressure it has faced since the establishment of the United Nations. Meanwhile, it is abundantly clear that without multilateralism, without international cooperation, and without respect for international law, the downward spiral of crisis and conflict will only accelerate. The adoption of the Pact for the Future offers an encouraging sign, a collective recognition that it is only together that we can work for a better world, and that we need new tools in these times of change. The choice is namely ours. Either we take on the responsibility to guard the foundations of the multilateralism, the UN Charter, and international law, or we succumb to a world of might makes right, which surely will only lead us to disaster. So the choice is clear. We must work together to protect and promote the fundamental principles and values underpinning the vision of the UN's founders and on which this great organization is built. We must ensure that the UN system, including the Security Council, keeps up with the times and reforms and adapts to changing realities. Taking this step will require courage and strong political will. Mr. President, over and beyond, we must recognize that the world needs the United Nations more than ever before, and we cannot and must not fail to make our organization the best possible version of itself. The multilateral system deserves to be defended in the same spirit of creativity, under the same promise of hope, and with the same steadfast determination that guided the hands of those who brought this organization into existence almost 80 years ago. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency Syed Badr bin Ahmed bin Ahmed Al-Bisaidi
Foreign Minister of Oman.
معالي
His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, it's a pleasure to extend to you and your friendly country, the Republic of Cameroon, our sincere congratulations on your election as President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly. We also express our deep appreciation for the efforts made by your predecessor from the friendly nation of Trinidad and Tobago during his tenure. We take this opportunity to also express our deep appreciation to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his tireless efforts in leading the United Nations and his unwavering pursuit of upholding and implementing international law in the pursuit of justice and peace, reflecting the United Nations vision of a world where security, stability, peace and prosperity prevail for all. The Sultanate of Oman reaffirms its full support for your endeavors and those of the United Nations in promoting international peace and security. We express our strong commitment to the UN Charter, recognizing the importance of the United Nations in embodying the people's hopes and aspirations for development and a dignified and prosperous life. Mr. President, Oman's foreign policy is founded on a steadfast vision that embraces dialogue and tolerance as a means to address all challenges and issues. This vision aims to achieve peace and build relations based on mutual respect, positive cooperation, and harmony among nations. The leadership, government, and people of the Sultanate of Oman believe in the legitimate and peaceful means to resolve conflicts. Accordingly, Oman calls for an immediate ceasefire and cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip, Lebanon, and the Red Sea region. We emphasize the need to address the root causes of these conflicts by ending the illegal Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories and achieving justice for the Palestinian people based on a two-state solution and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital along the 1967 borders. Oman underlines the need to grant Palestine full membership in the United Nations and the genocidal policies carried out by the Israeli occupation forces against the Palestinian people and alleviate their humanitarian suffering. We believe in the importance of stepping up efforts to de-escalate tension and end bloodshed by adhering to reasonable dialogue, the rules of international law, the UN Charter, and international legitimacy resolutions, respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and non-interference in their internal affairs, ensures that all nations and peoples can live in peace, security, and dignity. Mr. President, Oman continues to advance its social protection programs through a comprehensive system that supports various segments of society, including women, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities, in addition to social insurance and job security programs. This reflects the progress we have made in sustainable development and our ongoing efforts to develop these programs in line with the global best practices while continuing to provide educational, health, and social care for all members of society. Our nation remains committed to supporting and empowering youth, whom we consider the cornerstone of the future and the key to sustainable development. We believe that young people are the driving force behind innovation, growth, and progress. We are dedicated to creating opportunities that enable them to apply their skills and contribute effectively to building a brighter future. Mr. President, Oman underscores the importance of promoting respect and peaceful coexistence among peoples. We call for fighting all forms of discrimination, racism, hatred, and violence. Oman also exerts significant efforts in addressing climate change challenges, reducing emissions, and scaling up investment in renewable energy projects. Our net zero carbon strategy for 2050 is driven by clean energy projects, green hydrogen initiatives, and nature-based solutions. This commitment stems from our belief in the importance of protecting the environment and preserving natural resources for future generations while balancing economic development and environmental sustainability. Mr. President, Oman's development efforts are in line with our national vision, Oman Vision 2040, which serves as the foundation for achieving economic and social development goals and addressing future challenges. In this context, Oman has submitted a second voluntary national report reflecting its deep commitment to the global principles and objectives of sustainable development, highlighting the progress made in various developmental areas. In this regard, we welcome the adoption of the Pact for the Future this year. We commend the collective international efforts that led to this achievement, which outlines a roadmap for the world to enhance international cooperation and effectively address global challenges. Therefore, we urge all member states to commit to implementing this pact, its vision and goals, through fruitful cooperation and knowledge exchange as a path towards achieving a better, safer, and more prosperous future for generations to come. Thank you for your attention. We sincerely hope that this session will be successful and fruitful. Peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Oman. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, the High-Level Week is a welcome reminder that the vast majority of nations, large and small, do seek global unity. That the division we talk so much about is only sought by the few, and this gives me great hope. Yet, as we open the 79th General Assembly, we cannot close our eyes for the fact that conflicts and war are raging across the world. Mr. President, it is utterly unacceptable that a permanent member of the Security Council continues to violate the most basic principles of the UN Charter. Wars of aggression are altering borders, and altering borders is and should remain a thing of the past. An imperial practice that has absolutely no place in the 21st century. Denmark will persist to stand by Ukraine, and we will do it as long as it takes, and we will support a just and lasting peace. The Summit on Peace that was held in Switzerland in June clearly showed that there is strong global support for peace based on the UN Charter. Therefore, we must all use our influence to further the cause of peace. But it must be a peace that does not reward the aggressor for his brute use of force. Otherwise, we set a very, very bad precedent. Otherwise, we undermine the very principle on which the UN was founded. Mr. President, almost a year has passed since Hamas's horrendous attack on Israel the 7th of October. The cruelty and barbarity we witnessed that day was shocking, and I think none of us are able to really comprehend the shock and trauma this day has caused upon Israel, and which will forever symbolize the darkest chapter of the country's history. The terrorism of Hamas sparked a downward spiral of human suffering and regional instability. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic and the human suffering unbearable. Hundreds of thousands of people have been displaced all over the region. And there's a very, very real risk of an all-out regional war, which would affect not only the people in the region, but all of us. This must end, and this must end now. A ceasefire is urgently needed. All parties should exercise restraint and contribute to de-escalation. And then we should start thinking about tomorrow, thinking about the future. Not tomorrow, not next week, but right now. The current horrible situation may also contain the seeds of a new beginning leading to a just and lasting peace for all, unleashing the potentials of the whole region, allowing everybody to see a future for themselves and their children, breaking with the vicious circle of violence that has lasted much too long. Such a more promising future can only be based on the two-state solution. And we all need to work together to create the conditions for that two-state solution to materialize. By building the capacity of the Palestinian Authority to take on the role of legitimate and effective government in the future Palestinian state. By stabilizing the West Bank, and by already now start preparing for early recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. I call on all parties to make such a development possible, to the benefit of the people of Israel, to the benefit of the people in Palestine, and thereby to the benefit of the whole region and the world at large. Mr. President, we often talk about Ukraine and Gaza in these halls. But sadly, people are dying and people are suffering from conflicts in many other countries. I'm deeply concerned with the continued fighting in Sudan and the humanitarian consequences for the civilian population. More than 10 million people have been displaced. In Sudan, there is an urgent need for political dialogue and for putting a halt to the conflict. As there is in Yemen, in Haiti, Syria, Afghanistan, Myanmar, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the list tragically goes on and goes on. And in the wake of our collective inability to stop the wars, the respect for international law is slowly undermined. Mr. President, as a small country, Denmark is conscious that our safety and security depend on international rule of law. The respect for basic UN principles, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence for all states, it's fundamental to international peace and security. And as we uphold these principles, the respect for human rights and international humanitarian law must be at the core. Denmark is a strong supporter of the international justice system and the work and independence of the ICC and the ICJ. The ICJ has an important role in the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the ICC is crucial for the global fight against impunity. Without respect for international law, we are looking at a world where might makes right and brute force rules. And this is very, very dangerous. Mr. President, I began by stating that the vast majority of nations, luckily, seek unity and international cooperation. Earlier this week, in the Pact for the Future, we all reaffirmed our commitment to the UN Charter. And we outlined a clear direction towards a transformed system of global governance. The existing system has enabled nations to lift people out of poverty, millions of people, to eradicate diseases, and to advance better education for children around the globe. This is indeed big, big achievements. But after almost 80 years of service, that system is in need of a serious update. Mr. President, it is urgent to reform the international financial architecture. It needs to be more representative. It needs to be more effective. Denmark supports a stronger representation of African countries in the Bretton Woods institutions. We agree that global financial safety nets must support all countries, including the poorest when a major crisis hit. This should not be dependent on voluntary donors' contributions. We agree that all countries, on an equal basis, must be subject to independent, transparent, and accurate credit ratings. And we agree that we need to find sustainable solutions to the high levels of debt faced by many countries. Debt treatment through the common framework needs to be accelerated. All creditors and all lenders should act transparently, and concessional financing be made available. The multilateral development banks have mobilized billions already through reforms. But reforms need to deepen to move from billions to trillions. Looking forward towards the Financing for Development Conference in Spain next year, the COP29 and beyond, reform tracks must be made tangible. Solutions should be developed not just for the future, but also for the present. So I wish to take this opportunity to praise Barbados for suggesting concrete actions to help fix some of the more systematic errors of the international financial architecture. We are happy to support the Bridgetown Initiative, and we are proud to work alongside Barbados on greening international financing. We encourage others, including the UN and the international financial institutions, to work together, to be bold, and to achieve the necessary progress on the reform of the international financial architecture. Mr. President, while we reform for a more just financial architecture, we need to sustain levels of development assistance to the poorest countries. So therefore, commitments made should be honored. Denmark remains a member of a club that is absolutely far too exclusive. The club of countries that meet the UN targets of providing 0.7% of our gross national income for official development assistance. It is a good club, but we have too few members, so we invite others to join. In April this year, African heads of state met in Nairobi to call for an ambitious replenishment of the World Bank's International Development Association's IDA. And we have decided to respond to that call. Denmark intends to increase our contribution to IDA with 40%. For the IDA 21 replenishment, we will contribute with $479 million. And we encourage all, whether it's current or new donors, whether they are big and small, to help us reach an ambitious replenishment. Mr. President, in June this year, Denmark was proudly elected to the UN Security Council for the term 25-26. I was personally present and voting here in this grand hall that day, and I wish to thank member states for the strong show of confidence and support. It will be an honor to serve on the Council. As we look forward to our membership, I cannot help but wish that the Council were in better shape, more accountable, more effective, more transparent, and above all, more inclusive and representative. The world needs a Security Council that reflects the world of today, that is able to respond to the security concerns of people all around the globe. To Denmark, it is evident that this calls for an expansion of the Council. We wish to see both more permanent and more elected members. And we wish to limit the use of the veto. Both aspects are long overdue. Mr. President, time is of the essence. The year 2030, that once seemed like a distant dot on the horizon, is now only 6 years away. Yet, only 70% of the SDGs are on track to be realized. And we are far, far from on track to fulfill our climate targets. The accelerating climate crisis must be met with accelerating climate actions. We need more ambitious reductions. We need more support for climate change adaptation. And we need to speed up and we need to scale up climate financing. No country can solve these global challenges alone. But no country is too small or too big to contribute. Everyone is needed. As a long-standing and dedicated supporter of global cooperation, Denmark, I can assure you, will continue to do our part. We will deliver on promises made, and we will push for more ambitious targets and for concrete actions. And we will do that for the present and for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marit Sagiampong, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to begin by congratulating His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his elections to preside over the 79th sessions of the United Nations General Assembly. I am here today representing Thailand's new government, led by Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra, to reiterate Thailand's determination to continue our people-centered, economic-oriented policies to achieve stability and sustainable development for our people. Mr. President, in an increasingly fragmented and complex world, Thailand reaffirms our support for a rule-based multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. When the United Nations was founded 7 decades ago, we did not envision challenges from technological disruptions, pandemics, and climate crisis. In view of present reality, the United Nations must step up and respond to the evolving challenges of our time to remain relevant. It must be agile and adaptable to new and emerging threats, and to ensure that multilateral system is fit for purpose. Global governance and the United Nations must undertake a comprehensive reforms, including that of Security Council. With this year's Summit of the Futures and general debate, Thailand looks to the United Nations we all need. A United Nations with increased convening power to sustain and strengthen international peace and security. A United Nations that effectively address global challenges. A United Nations that improve the life, equality, and dignities of people around the world. And the United Nations that speaks for the aspirations and interests for all nations, not just the most powerful. Mr. President, Thailand believes that in order for the United Nations to truly sustain and strengthen international peace and security, member states must uphold their disarmament and non-proliferation obligations to rebuild trust and ensure a safe and secure world. Moreover, various flashpoints around the globe continue to challenge the credibility of the United Nations to resolve conflict. We are deeply concerned about increasing armed conflicts in Ukraine and different parts of the world, as well as the escalations, violence, and worsening humanitarian situations in Gaza. These situations have far-reaching implications on any smallest nation. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to find peaceful solutions that respect the United Nations charters and human rights. In our own neighborhood, Thailand faces challenges from the situations in Myanmar. As Thailand shares the longest land border with Myanmar, we are directly affected by the spillover effect of the situations in the country. We wish to see a peaceful and prosperous Myanmar, which will also bode well for peace and prosperity in the regions at large. We believe that the peaceful political solutions in Myanmar must be Myanmar-led, Myanmar-owned. This is why we are engaging with all sides, and we will continue to work closely with ASEAN and the international communities to facilitate dialogue among different parties to drive forward the 5-point consensus. As part of this effort, we are stepping up humanitarian assistance to the people of Myanmar through various channels, including the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management, and relevant United Nations organizations. Thailand will continue to support a peaceful and prosperous Myanmar, not just because it is a pragmatic approach, but it is the right way forward. Mr. President, sustainable peace, security, and development are closely linked, and to secure a sustainable future, we must accelerate attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal. On Thailand's part, we have been sharing our locally driven, people-centered development approach known as Sufficiency Economies Philosophy, or SEP, to advance implementations of the SDGs. The SEP for SDGs partnership is known widely and as a best practice on SDGs localization. We are concerned with the slow pace in the implementations of SDGs goal at the global level, which is only 17% on track. We must ensure that countries have adequate means and resources to achieve the SDGs, especially through financing for development. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development next year provides a key opportunities to address the large and growing SDGs financing gaps. In this regard, Thailand reiterates the call for a reform of the international financing architecture. In addition to ensure a just and inclusive financing system, we must also strengthen trade, investment, and development cooperation, especially through South-South and triangular cooperation. Thailand is committed to forging stronger partnerships, particularly with least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Moreover, Thailand's aspirations to become a member of BRICS and OECD is driven by our design to build bridges to promote North-South development cooperation, which is also critical in addressing urgent challenges such as climate change. Indeed, Thailand is among the top 10 countries most affected by climate change. Earlier this month, Thailand and many countries in Southeast Asia were faced with destructive floods caused by Typhoon Yanggi. We therefore advocate a balanced and equal emphasis on both mitigations and adaptations for climate action. To achieve concrete results, we must scale up climate finance. Thailand looks forward to the COP29 in Baku this November, where member states will commit to a new collective quantified goals grounded on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. At the same time, we hope to see the full operationalization of the loss and damage fund soon. Climate disasters have taught us that failure to address this matter will delay the achievement of the SDGs and have widespread impact on human rights and human security. For these reasons, the implementation of the Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions is crucial. Mr. President, the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was an achievement that met the highest aspirations of the people. And today, amid risings of inequalities and vulnerability, Thailand believes that the United Nations must remain the bedrock of fundamental truth enshrined in declarations to protect the life and ensure the equalities and dignity for all. For Thailand, protecting and promoting human rights for all does not only mean guaranteeing basic human dignity, but it also aims at providing opportunity to advance social justice and equality. With our long-standing policies to protect all persons and groups, especially the most vulnerable, we have made concrete progress in ensuring equal rights for all, those living in Thailand, regardless of their origins, belief, sex, or gender. Based on this commitment, Thailand is presenting our candidature to the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 2027. At the Council, we will serve as bridge builder to connect different perspectives and work with all stakeholders. We will ensure that all countries are equipped and supported in their human rights action through experience sharing and technical cooperation. Moreover, we will also continue to push for the creation of safe and secure society for all. Recently, we adopted the Marriage Equality Act. On health, we will continue to advance the right to health by advocating for universal health coverage and the conclusions of pandemic treaty, as well as steer forward the foreign policies and global health agenda, which Thailand serves as chair next year, or this year. On crime prevention, we will work closely with our partners to combat increasing drug trafficking and transnational crimes in the regions and beyond, especially those enabled by digital technologies and underground economies. Mr. President, Thailand welcomed the successful conclusions of the Summit of the Future. In the next step, we have to work together to make the Pact for the Future high on impact and high on action by translating the Pact into tangible outcomes. And to realize this, I outline Thailand's visions to achieve this future through what I call the 4 Ps. Whether it be building a future where all are protected, where all can prosper, and which is promising for all. It is essential that we give our collective political will. This means harnessing our political will to promote the power of technologies to help accelerate the SDGs and taking steps to close the digital divide among countries through the Global Digital Compact. We support technology cross-flow and transfer, capacity building, as well as digital literacy development to enhance the abilities of countries to promote people-centered and planet-centric development. This also means giving importance to the declarations of future generations. For our actions or inactions of today will determine a future for them. Everywhere, youth and future generations deserve to have big dreams and even bigger door of opportunities. Mr. President, 78 years ago, Thailand looked towards the United Nations as a guarantor of a more peaceful and prosperous future. And at present, Thailand carries onwards the same belief of the United Nations, that is, pioneers of the prevailing peace and drive our peacekeepers and aid workers to serve in remote regions of the globe. And in this very same spirit, Thailand pledges to continue to serve as a bridge builder, fostering dialogue and trust among nations. We may be nations with different and diverse culture and traditions, but we are united by our common humanity and aspirations for the future we want. And for that, we must together build the United Nations we need. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jehun Aziz Olu Bayramov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly and thank the outgoing President, His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, for his outstanding efforts in leading the previous session. I also thank His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his continuous efforts to achieve the noble objectives of the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, the world continues to grapple with a wide range of challenges that no single country can overcome alone. The worsening global climate crisis, rising inequalities, emerging divides, and heightened tensions affect us all, irrespective of background or location. It is high time to demonstrate that multilateralism works and can deliver with a unified voice, leaving no one behind. The current state of international politics is divisive, with universally accepted fundamental norms and principles of international law being disregarded and misinterpreted. In the face of continued erosion of multilateralism, it is paramount that the United Nations continues to foster international solidarity and cooperation. The UN Charter principles and purposes constitute the foundational normative framework in international relations and must be applied consistently, not selectively. The UN is mandated to ensure that every nation has an equal voice and is treated on the same footing. In this regard, Azerbaijan advocates for a reinvigorated and reformed multilateral system, with the UN at its core, underpinned by strict adherence to and non-selective application of the universally accepted norms and principles of international law. Urgent progress is needed on the UN Security Council reforms, based on the work done and the gains achieved in good faith and a spirit of flexibility, constructiveness, and cooperation. We view the pivotal summit of the future held a week ago as a renewal of our common commitment to international law, the UN Charter, multilateralism, and international cooperation. The Pact for the Future, its negotiated outcome, is a blueprint for building a better, more sustainable, and prosperous world for everyone. It is time for our collective commitments to turn into real and decisive action. Ladies and gentlemen, the global climate crisis threatens decades of progress, imperils humanity's future, and disproportionately affects vulnerable countries. Growing divisions in international relations should not distract us from the imperative to address climate change, the greatest transnational challenge of the century. What has been done so far remains insufficient to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius. For the sake of the future, the time has come for urgent, concerted, and sustained efforts to give effect to our commitments to a global vision for sustainable development. In November 2024, Azerbaijan will host the 29th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Guided by the call in solidarity for a green world, Azerbaijan will spare no effort to bridge developed and developing countries and foster a collaborative spirit to tackle climate challenges as a common commitment and moral duty. The confidence placed in us by the international community to host and preside over COP29 this year is a testament and recognition to Azerbaijan's readiness to lead the climate agenda and contribute to global climate action. As the incoming presidency, Azerbaijan reaffirms its commitment to delivering COP29 in a transparent, impartial, inclusive, and party-driven manner. We have presented our vision based on two parallel pillars to enhance ambition and enable action, with climate finance as our top priority this year. These pillars are mutually reinforcing. Progress on each sends a strong signal supporting the other. The primary expectation for the COP29 presidency is an agreement on a fair and ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate finance. This will be the first major climate finance goal after adopting the Paris Agreement, and we have been working tirelessly to support the parties in landing a deal. The COP29 presidency made it clear that agreeing on a fair and ambitious NCQG that is adequate to the urgency and scale of the problem and takes into account the needs and priorities of developing countries is the ultimate test of the parties' commitment to the Paris Agreement and climate action in the years ahead. We need to continue to work constructively on the NCQG and steer the process to a successful outcome at COP29. COP29 presidency also works with the parties to deliver an outcome on carbon market this year. Fully functioning carbon markets will be a significant step in implementing nationally determined contributions cost-effectively and bolstering ambition in mitigation. Moreover, we have put forward 14 initiatives covering topics such as the link between climate action and sustainable development goals, green energy zones and corridors, energy storage, harmony for climate resilience, agriculture, clean hydrogen, methane reduction from organic waste, green digital action, and more. One of the initiatives on the COP29 action agenda includes the establishment of the Climate Finance Action Fund, an innovative source for climate finance to be voluntarily supported by fossil fuel producing countries and companies. COP29 will also be an opportunity to set differences aside and contribute to global peace and the climate agenda. Given the intersection of conflicts and the increasingly challenging climate crisis, Azerbaijan introduced a flagship COP29 Truth Initiative embedded in the joint solemn appeal announced a few days ago. More than thousands NGOs, faith leaders, and prominent personalities, as well as many parties, have already joined this appeal. We call on everyone to transcend political divergences, stand in unity, and respect the truth during the months of COP29. Excellencies, Azerbaijan has always been at the forefront of promoting international peace and security, interreligious and intercultural dialogue, contributing to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and fostering global solidarity and multilateralism. Azerbaijani chairmanship of the non-aligned movement in 2019-2023 has marked by the movement's enhanced role and increased contributions to a collaborative spirit in international relations. Under visionary leadership of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, decisive steps were taken to enhance international solidarity and galvanize collective response to global challenges at a time of erosion of multilateralism. Guided by a noble call to leave no one behind, Azerbaijan continues to lend its support to developing countries in need. Since 2020, we have provided humanitarian, economic, and technical assistance worth $330 million to over 140 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we pass the halfway mark of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we observe stagnation in the implementation. With only 17% of SDG targets on track, we need an urgent and accelerated progress. At a national level, we are taking necessary measures to implement the SDGs and setting an example for others to follow. We have fully embraced the SDGs nationally, prioritizing 17 goals, 88 targets, and 119 indicators. This has been achieved through collaborative and inclusive process involving civil society, the business community, youth, and other key stakeholders. Azerbaijan's GDP has risen 4 times in less than 2 decades span. Poverty has gone down from 49% to 5%. The external public debt is expected to be some 7% of the GDP for 2024, one of the lowest globally. Clean environment and green growth became one of 5 priority areas of our new national development strategy. In line with this, Azerbaijan is looking into ways of further greenhouse gas emission reduction and working on its 1.5 Celsius aligned NDC. A few months ago, we have joined the 2030 Global Methane Pledge. We will also establish green energy zones and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 in the Karabakh and Eastern Zangezur regions. Azerbaijan will continue to play an essential role in global energy security, contributing to sustainable development, eradication of poverty, and helping millions to transition to clean energy in the region and beyond. Share of renewables of the total installed electrical capacity in Azerbaijan will reach 30% by 2030. This high target is established primarily to improve energy efficiency and introduce innovative solutions in urban environment, transport system, and industry. The projected increase in renewable electricity production in the coming years will allow Azerbaijan to become an exporter of green electricity to European countries through the landmark Trans-Regional Black Sea Submarine Cable project. Mr. President, in the face of increasing challenges, coming together in unity and solidarity and fostering dialogue and mutual understanding is an absolute necessity. With a centuries-long tradition of diversity and multiculturalism, Azerbaijan firmly believes in a dialogue and collaborative spirit, mutual understanding, and respect among different cultures and religions. Azerbaijan put particular focus to the promotion of a culture of peace and encouraging intercultural and inter-religious dialogue worldwide, including through the Baku process and Peace for Culture initiatives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the armed conflict with Armenia and restoration of Azerbaijan's sovereignty and territorial integrity created substantially new environment in the South Caucasus. For the first time since decades, stability has been achieved on the ground, de facto peace is established. By putting an end to military occupation, it is Azerbaijan that created conditions for both parties to eventually turn the page of enmity and embark on good neighborly relations. This process was launched by Azerbaijan in the immediate aftermath of its victory in the 44-day patriotic war. This offer was made despite unhealed wounds of the conflict, still persist today in the form of razing to the ground of dozens of cities and hundreds of towns and villages, destruction and desecration of each and every piece of historical and cultural heritage, and barbaric pillage of natural resources. Azerbaijan demonstrated political wisdom and will by offering Armenia peace on equal terms, fully in line with norms and principles of international law, on the basis of mutual recognition of and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Over the past year, Azerbaijan and Armenia have registered significant progress in the normalization process through direct bilateral negotiations, in particular with respect to drafting a bilateral agreement, the limitation and demarcation of state border, as well as elaboration of a set of confidence-building measures. Azerbaijan will continue to take this process forward, acting with strong sense of responsibility for not only its national security and well-being, but also for ensuring a better future for the entire region. Our commitment and determination remain intact to bring this process to its logical conclusion. For the finalization of the normalization process, Armenia has yet to legally abandon territorial claims against Azerbaijan once and for all through implementing constitutional amendments. Armenia's negligence with respect to implementation of constitutional amendments, combined with dramatic increase in military budget, acquisition of large amount of offensive weaponry from both traditional and new suppliers, and attempts to maintain obsolete conflict-driven narratives and structures, derails the normalization process. Establishment of peace and good neighborly relations cannot be sustainable and irreversible if recognition of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan remains in legal limbo, is contingent on domestic legal or political scenarios. Partial peace is not an option after so much pain and sufferings inflicted by irredentism and territorial claims against neighbors. At this critical moment, Azerbaijan calls for expeditious steps to address remaining impediments for finalization of the normalization process with full sense of responsibility. Along with Armenia's responsibility to honor its international obligations and previously undertaken commitments, it is also incumbent on the entire international community to encourage the sides for the establishment of genuine, sustainable, and irreversible peace. Such a peace should outweigh any dividend that might be expected by manipulating one side against other or building dividing lines between them. Practices that brought devastations in other parts of the globe must be ceased to be projected to the South Caucasus by feeding revanchism. Excellencies, ensuring justice with respect to serious war crimes and crimes against humanity is of vital importance in terms of healing the wounds of the past conflict. While accountability and redress serve to ensure the rights and interests of the victims, they are also key prerequisites on the path to genuine post-conflict normalization and reconciliations. In this regard, it is of paramount importance to shed light to the fate of about 4,000 Azerbaijanis who went missing due to the conflict. Resolving this issue is essential not only in terms of accountability and the rights of the victims and their families, but also for post-conflict reconciliation and normalization. Around 300,000 Azerbaijanis expelled from Armenia continue to be deprived of their ancestral homeland in blatant violation of international law. Despite repeated calls by the Western Azerbaijani community to launch a dialogue and ensure a safe and dignified return to the homeland, the government of Armenia denies them exercising the fundamental right of return enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention relating to the status of refugees, and other important international acts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, along with interstate process of normalization, Azerbaijan has internally embarked on large-scale post-conflict reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction efforts. These aims at ensuring the right of hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis to eventually exercise their violated right to safe and dignified return to their homes. Thanks to the tireless efforts taken by the government, life now returns to the territories that have witnessed unprecedented destruction during military occupation. Regretfully, the massive contamination of territories of Azerbaijan with landmines and other explosive devices remains a significant obstacle to the smooth progress of rehabilitation and reconstruction efforts. Since the end of the conflict in 2020, 377 individuals, among them civilians, have fallen victim to landmines. With this in mind, Azerbaijan has introduced a national goal, SDG 18, focusing on mine action. Given the scale of the problem, there is an urgent need for increased international support to strengthen Azerbaijan's humanitarian mine action capacity. Taking this opportunity, I thank all countries and other stakeholders who have generously contributed to humanitarian demining in Azerbaijan and reiterate our call for increased international support and solidarity. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to reaffirm Azerbaijan's commitment to further contribute to international peace and security through promoting respect for international law and investing in international solidarity and cooperation. We remain to be strong proponents of combined efforts to overcome challenges and pave the way for a brighter future for ourselves and the generations to come. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. I now give the floor to His Excellency Emmett Brown, Minister for Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. President, permit me to first extend to you congratulations on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on your election as President of this session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that you will be equal to the task, and I assure you of Trinidad and Tobago's full support and cooperation. Allow me to also extend, on behalf of the proud people and government of Trinidad and Tobago, our sincerest appreciation to your predecessor and our fellow countryman, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for his astute and exemplary leadership as President of the 78th session, which was underpinned by the principles of peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Mr. President, I applaud you on your chosen theme for this 79th session, as our global community finds itself at an inflection point which will determine the fate of future generations. Our planet really should have been in better shape in the year 2024. But instead, we are deeply disturbed and dismayed by fresh divisions, the flouting of international law, gross violations of human rights, and the flourishing of illegal settlements and oppression, which threaten peace and security around the world. Further, the alarm bells on the climate crisis have long been sounded, and yet we race toward a point of no return. The dream of ending persistent inequality remains a challenge to the global community, and hard-earned progress on gender equality appears to have stagnated in some parts of the world. It is for these reasons, Mr. President, that Trinidad and Tobago welcomed the convening of the Summit of the Future and joined with the international community in the adoption of the Pact for the Future. The adoption of this pact represents a renewal of our commitment as member states to multilateralism as the best way forward. Mr. President, since the dawn of civilization, humankind has endeavored to become an improved version of itself in the pursuit of a better quality of life, human rights, equality, dignity, and prosperity. Our ingenuity as human beings has paved the way for some of the world's greatest inventions and advancements. Regrettably, in our quest to find the best version of ourselves, we have discovered some of the worst aspects of humanity. Our planet and its people have been subjected to misuse and abuse, the effects of which have placed the majority of the global population facing some version of a doomsday scenario. Now more than ever, we must summon a spirit of cooperation and collectively put our shoulders to the wheel for the benefit of all humanity. We used to say that our future depends on it, but now we have to say that our existence depends on it. It is very well established and accepted that there can be no sustainable development without peace. If we fail to find credible solutions to the global challenges, humanitarian crises, and conflicts around the world, the international community would have squandered its responsibility and would have perpetuated a vicious downward cycle of repression. One example is the Russia-Ukraine war, which is still ongoing almost 3 years after Russia's initial invasion, which we condemned, with profound implications to the world order. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is deeply troubled by the escalation of conflict and tensions in the Middle East. We remain distressed by the ongoing war on Gaza and by the chilling flashpoints of expansion that are being deployed on a daily basis. Only someone absolutely bereft of humanity would think that it is lawful and just and even godly to respond to atrocities committed on one awful day of terror by in turn committing atrocities after atrocities. How else are we to describe the killing of over 200 UN staff members, the highest death toll in United Nations history, and the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians, including women and children? And this is not being done in secret. The entire world is watching, and the Global South in particular is appalled. The question remains, if innocent civilians, including women, children, and United Nations staff, were being killed at this record rate in the developed world, how would the world's big powers have reacted? Not likely with euphemisms and platitudes. The double standards and continued resourcing of these ongoing violations of international law send a chilling message to the Global South. And that message is this: there are some powerful people in this world who are of the view that a Palestinian child is less worthy of defense, protection, food, water, and life than another child. I am not of that view. The people of my country are not of that view. CARICOM is not of that view. And decent people all over the world, including in Israel, are not of that view. International law is not a tool of mere convenience to be muted for friends and trumpeted against enemies. Mr. President, international law is not a tool of mere convenience to be muted for our friends and trumpeted against our enemies. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago has joined the call for an immediate, full, and complete ceasefire, and for the unconditional release of every single hostage. The truth is, there is no military solution to this conflict, as peace will only be achieved through negotiations in good faith and constructive dialogue among all concerned parties. Trinidad and Tobago has consistently expressed our support for a two-state solution where Israelis can live without the daily threat of terror and Palestinians can live without the daily weight of occupation, coexisting side by side as responsible members of the international community. We firmly believe that this is the only credible pathway to end this cycle of violence, culminating in the establishment of a sovereign and peaceful state of Palestine alongside a sovereign and peaceful state of Israel within secure borders. Rooted in this belief, Trinidad and Tobago took the decision to recognize the state of Palestine in our contribution to the two-state solution and in support of the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for self-determination. I can report that just 6 days ago, Trinidad and Tobago and the State of Palestine officially established diplomatic relations. We look forward to the day when the State of Palestine would be welcomed to take its seat in the General Assembly as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, I now turn to the issue affecting the International Criminal Court. Despite its detractors, the evidence before us clearly shows the value and effectiveness and necessity of the International Criminal Court. As a country that advocated for the establishment of the ICC via the tireless work of our former Prime Minister and President, A.N.R. Robinson, Trinidad and Tobago remains resolute in our support of the court's mandate to help put an end to impunity for the perpetrators of the most heinous crimes and to provide a glimmer of hope to all victims of those crimes seeking justice within the jurisdiction of the court. To this end, we continue to encourage all states that have not yet done so to ratify and fully implement the Rome Statute of the ICC. It was the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who once said, It is not possible to be in favor of justice for some people and not be in favor of justice for all people. For this reason, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago condemns, rejects, and repudiates any and all attempts to impede, intimidate, or improperly influence the court and its very courageous officials. Mr. President, we are mindful that the illicit trafficking in small arms and light weapons in our own region poses an intolerable threat to national security and to the lives of our citizens. The proliferation of illegal arms and ammunition has contributed to unacceptable increases in the level of gun-related violence and fatalities in our small society and indeed across CARICOM. In addition to our own efforts domestically, we continue to work with regional and international partners to free our citizens from the horrific human cost associated with the easy access to small arms and light weapons and their vicious use against citizens and families. Following the hosting by Trinidad and Tobago of our first regional symposium on crime and violence as a public health safety issue in 2023, CARICOM heads met in Guyana earlier this year to further elaborate innovative strategies on this matter of grave regional concern. Trinidad and Tobago welcomes the renewed efforts of our partners, including the United States of America in particular, to work with us constructively to help solve this deadly challenge which respects no borders. Mr. President, we also remain deeply concerned by the humanitarian and security crisis affecting the nation of Haiti. Earlier this year, from this very rostrum, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, stated, and I quote, "We are calling for justice for the people of Haiti, who should have been held aloft for being the first nation to end the evil of slavery. They should have been held aloft for being the most noble exemplars of freedom and the celebration of democratic possibilities in Western modernity. Instead, for their audacity of action, they were punished by the Western world and demonized rather than deified." End quote. We acknowledge that the path toward a stable and secure Haiti requires indigenous, Haitian-led, Haitian-owned solutions that are ably supported by the United Nations and the international community. In this regard, we welcome the news of the appointment of an interim Prime Minister and cabinet. We believe that these are important steps in confronting the political, security, and humanitarian challenges in Haiti, and I salute the role of CARICOM, its hard-working secretariat, and the eminent persons group in helping the Haitians to achieve some of this progress for themselves. Trinidad and Tobago also joins in commending the Kenyan government for its deployment and leadership of the multinational security support mission, and we extend our appreciation to all states that have contributed to that operation, including Jamaica, the Bahamas, and several others in our region. but an essential component for the success of this multinational security support mission is funding. In this regard, the government of the United States of America has led by example and has contributed the lion's share. And Canada has stepped up as well. But some relatively wealthy countries have either contributed drips and drabs or nothing at all. We appeal to the international community to contribute the necessary funding to support this crucially important venture. Mr. President, our quest to achieve human dignity within the context of sustainable development cannot be divorced from the legitimate calls for reparatory justice for the history of chattel slavery and native genocide in the Caribbean and elsewhere. The brutality of our colonial experience, the trauma of which still affects us to this day, has contributed significantly to underdevelopment. Our foreparents were rooted out and dehumanized, and their blood and sweat and tears and labor were extracted to build empires and beautiful castles and bridges and treasures, which some of us pay money today to visit and photograph and admire. Mr. President, we have been leveraging our collective voice to call for restitution for the historical evil injustices and crimes against humanity committed against our foreparents, crimes which still affect us today. In reaffirming our commitment to this regional campaign, the government of Trinidad and Tobago appointed last year a reconstituted National Committee on Reparations to provide additional energy and support to the CARICOM Reparations Commission and its work with the African Union and other like-minded bodies. And on a related note, we wish to join with those who are committed to and would welcome the proclamation of a second international decade for people of African descent. Mr. President, it is indeed troubling that as we approach the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform of Action, women and girls in some parts of this world are still being denied basic human rights and freedoms. And in some quarters, there have been erosions of gains previously made. Trinidad and Tobago continues to be a strong advocate for the meaningful participation of women and girls in all aspects of society, as we recognize and value their critical role in the promotion and protection of human rights and the building of peaceful and sustainable societies. This is important to us, and as we have done biennially since the year 2010, Trinidad and Tobago will table in the first committee this year our resolution on women, disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control, and we encourage member states to support this forward-looking resolution. Mr. President, the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States was held in Antigua earlier this year and underscored the critical nature of the next decade for SIDS. We are very proud of what our fellow CARICOM member state achieved in successfully hosting that impactful conference. Trinidad and Tobago anticipates that the robust implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS will bring us closer to sustainable development with the necessary means of support from the international community. Mr. President, we all acknowledge the adverse effects of climate change. We anticipate decisive outcomes regarding the new collective quantified goal at the upcoming COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, which should catalyze much needed reform of the international financial architecture. Effective climate finance mechanisms are essential for the provision of accessible, adequate, and predictable funding, and this requires the operationalization and capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Climate finance goes well beyond project funding. It is an investment in the resilience and sustainability of the most vulnerable nations. The future beckons, a future in which SIDS have the capacity and resources to build infrastructure that can withstand severe climate events. That future would enable a just transition to renewable energy sources and the full protection of our natural ecosystems. Mr. President, like many others, Trinidad and Tobago has long called for the application of new multidimensional parameters for decision-making on access to financing. In this regard, we welcome the recent adoption by the General Assembly of the resolution on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We encourage the international community and the relevant financial and development institutions to utilize the MVI as it takes into account the realities that undermine sustainable development. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago stands in full solidarity with the people of Cuba who have been subjected to an unjust embargo for more than 6 decades. This embargo severely undermines Cuba's prospects for attaining economic stability, growth, and sustainable development. Whatever the objectives may have been 60 years ago, these measures have clearly not achieved any desirable results, only the pain and suffering of ordinary Cuban people. The collective punishment of an entire citizenry through unilateral coercive measures is not only unconscionable, but also inconsistent with international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Trinidad and Tobago therefore renews its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba. Additionally, we have seen no justification for the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism. We call for the removal of that unjust categorization as well. So, Mr. President, I conclude as I started. This world, our world, is at a point of inflection. With tension and division rising to a crescendo, small states have to be clear-eyed about their future. Trinidad and Tobago is small, but we are proud of that which makes us unique and special. We may not be a superpower, but we have superpowers. And these are our creativity and our diversity. our cultural milieu is indescribably vibrant as our people are drawn from the first peoples of our hemisphere, as well as the best of India, the best of Africa, the best of China, and yes, the best of Europe too. We are blessed beyond measure. Some of you had a taste of it at the reception when we introduced our president of the last session, and you enjoyed some of our delicacies, including our delicious doubles and bacon shark, and you were delighted by performances on our national musical instrument, the steel pan, and by the magical rhythms of our tassa drums. We have proven that we can be great leaders, including leaders of this very assembly, and we will continue to give more value to this world than we extract from it. We are strong, proud, staunch advocates of the UN system and multilateralism. In the end, unity and togetherness is the key for these United Nations as well as for my own society. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom alaikum. And may God richly bless you and your families. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. I now give the floor to His Excellency Francis Fonseca, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Belize.
Mr. President, the self-determination of a people is sacrosanct. It is because of the exercise of that right to self-determination that each nation enjoys the privilege of sitting in this hall. Our nations exist by the will of our people, by virtue of their right to determine their political status and pursue their economic, cultural, and social development. To borrow words from Nelson Mandela, our people are the real makers of history. Their participation in every decision about the future is the only guarantee of true democracy and freedom. If we look at the challenges that our people confront today, we must ask whether that sacrosanct principle of self-determination is in fact secure. Belize is a member of the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, one of 39 countries that have been on the front lines of the climate crisis. The genesis of this crisis lies with the industrialized nations. Its perpetuation and acceleration rest with the wider membership of the Group of 20. Currently, the G20 accounts for some 80% of global emissions. AOSIS members contribute less than 1% of global emissions. This is a tale of two worlds, but we only have one planet to share. The extent to which G20 economies are advancing and contributing to global economic output and world trade is impressive and promising for their people. It is important that their growth should be calibrated to a world where SIDS also have a secure future. This is still possible, but it is urgent. As SIDS, our people's livelihoods have long depended on traditional sectors such as agriculture, fisheries, and tourism, which are climate sensitive. Opportunities for diversification have been limited given our size, population, and location. Climate change is forcing us to break with tradition and to transition despite the limited options to do so. Each step forward is met with yet another hurdle to overcome, and with increasing probability, we face the likelihood of setbacks as climate change impacts worsen. The costs are multiplying, fiscal space is shrinking, and the opportunities to equitably share in global prosperity are diminishing. The right of SIDS to define their own future must be protected and secured. The severe impacts of sea level rise have irreversible consequences for SIDS. Our people have gone beyond their duty to protect and preserve our environment, yet some are being forced to relocate from their homelands. To this, we reiterate that no matter the physical changes that climate change may bring to our territory, our sovereignty and our right to self-determination remain intact. Mr. President, the perpetual suffering of a people can never just be a matter of national concern. The United Nations rose up from the ashes of war to restore faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large or small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. All members of the United Nations have a duty to give effect to these words. Conflicts should not be allowed to fester. The war in Ukraine is now 2 years running, and we are concerned that the end is still not near. Haiti has seized our attention once again. For Belize, the international response must be enduring for long-lasting peace and security of our sister country. We are working through the Caribbean community to reinforce and strengthen Haiti, and we commend the Haitian people in their resolve to define their own pathway forward. We are pleased to be contributing personnel to the multinational security support mission. Belize is extremely worried that up to now, the international community has not fully delivered on its commitments for the MSS, nor the UN humanitarian needs and response plan for Haiti. This jeopardizes all the efforts towards establishing political stability, but more than that, puts the future of Haiti at substantial risk. Mr. President, Cuba should no longer be subject to an unjust and illegal economic embargo imposed by the United States. It is imperative that Cuba be removed from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. This arbitrary and unilateral designation has created an unnecessary barrier to global cooperation, constructive engagement, and the promotion of peace and stability in our region. Mr. President, Belize rejects the continued denial of self-determination of the Palestinian people and calls for the eradication of the system of colonial domination and apartheid being imposed upon them. As Belize stated to the International Court of Justice in the recent advisory opinion, Israel cannot be permitted to continue flouting one of the most fundamental principles of international law with impunity. Impunity breeds inhumanity. Just 2 weeks ago, this Assembly approved a resolution proposed by Palestine affirming the ICJ's advisory opinion and called on members to act to reinforce the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. The war, the oppression, and the inhumanity must end. Mr. President, Taiwan is a nation that espouses democracy, development, and innovation. The challenges we are tackling as an international community requires Taiwan's full inclusion and participation in the international system. Belize calls for this to be done immediately. The people of Western Sahara should be granted their long overdue referendum to decide their own future. Belize continues its repeated call for the United Nations and the international community to take the necessary steps to allow the Sahrawi people to finally exercise their right to self-determination. Mr. President, I submit to you and this Assembly that the foundation of leaving no one behind requires that we actively promote and protect the right of self-determination in its most basic form, in the context of peace and security. Now we must also do so in the context of sustainable development. We have adopted a rescue plan to steer the SDGs back on course. We have a pact for the future. We must use every opportunity to put in place the systems and financing necessary to turbocharge our sustainable development and climate goals. In this effort, we must ensure equal opportunity for all to share in global prosperity. We must raise collective ambition and invest in all our people to empower them to rise. Mr. President, the Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood, adopted by the leaders of the Alliance of Small Island States on 23rd September, affirms that the sovereignty or statehood of small island developing states cannot be challenged under any circumstances of climate change-related sea level rise. We invite all UN member states to support the implementation of this declaration and to use it as the basis of international cooperation. To further guarantee that SIDS will be spared the gravest climate threats, global warming must be limited to well below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Belize urges the G20 to enhance their emission reduction targets to achieve this temperature limit. For SIDS, adaptation is imperative, and loss and damage associated with climate change is inevitable. The new climate finance goal to be decided in Baku must contain specific recommendations for minimum allocation to SIDS in relation to grant-based and concessional finance for adaptation and grants for loss and damage. It must also give effect to the provisions of the Paris Agreement, which require enhanced access for SIDS and LDCs to climate finance. Finally, it must support the urgent capitalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage. Mr. President, with the adoption of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the UN must now ensure its implementation. SIDS must be at the table in global economic and international financial institutions. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index should be incorporated into existing practices and policies for debt sustainability and development support to expand SIDS access to effective development finance. Mr. President, Belize is moving ahead. We are on a transformative development trajectory. We have dramatically improved our credit profile through the Belize Blue Bond Project, a debt for marine conservation swap. We are reforming and modernizing our legislative and policy frameworks for investments and activating our orange and blue economies, including beyond our national jurisdiction. In partnership with the United States of America, we have signed a 5-year US $125 million grant agreement with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, intended to help reduce poverty in Belize by addressing the country's energy and education sectors. We are making targeted investments to ensure that every child has access to quality education and opportunities. One key example is the Belize Education Upliftment Project, Together We Rise, which provides half of Belizean secondary school students with the resources they need to succeed, including free tuition, uniforms, school supplies, and healthy meals. Belize has extended the compulsory school age to 16 years to improve school retention rates and increase the likelihood of transitioning to higher education. We are working tirelessly to expand vocational training, digital access, and life skills development, ensuring that young people are prepared for the evolving job market and capable of driving innovation in sectors such as agriculture, climate change, and technology. We are aggressively closing the digital divide as technology holds the promise of progress. But we depend on multilateral efforts to ensure that all nations, regardless of size or wealth, have the infrastructure and capacity to participate in the digital economy. Education and capacity building alone are not enough. Addressing inequalities and fostering inclusion are equally critical to achieving lasting change. The achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls is central to this effort. Belize has made important progress in this area, marked by the recent launch of its revised National Gender Policy 2024-2030, which aims to end discrimination and violence against women while promoting their full participation in all aspects of society, social, economic, and political. Belize continues its work to ensure that every Belizean has access to high-quality, affordable, and efficient health care services. By January 2025, we will achieve full national health insurance coverage. We are also strengthening our mental health support systems with the goal of improving and expanding access to quality care, addressing the stigma surrounding mental health, and enhancing outreach programs, particularly in rural and underserved areas. Mr. President, Belize is committed to the final settlement of Guatemala's territorial, insular, and maritime claim. We welcome Guatemala's stated commitment to respecting and abiding by the ruling of the International Court of Justice. At the political level, we are actively engaged with Guatemala to strengthen our bilateral relationship. A definitive solution will bring greater opportunities for both of our nations in the areas of trade, investment, and cooperation. Mr. President, Belize reaffirms its commitment to the United Nations as the central platform for coordinated global action. But its decision-making processes need to be more inclusive, more responsive, and representative. Its institutions cannot be held back by the world as it was 80 years ago. Reform is urgent and necessary to reflect the world as it is. Mr. President, the youth of today have given us a clear, undeniable mandate. They demand action, accountability, and a future where they are heard, seen, and respected. We ignore them at our own peril. We must not fail them. It is our responsibility to heed their calls for change. We must deliver on our commitments and build a world that present and future generations deserve. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Belize. I now give the floor to His Excellency Olusegun Ajadi Bakari, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Benin.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, and heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to speak to you today from this iconic rostrum of the United Nations on behalf of His Excellency, President Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin. I would like, at the outset, to reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the Benin people to democracy, to political stability, and to the principle of the peaceful transfer of power. Since the historic national conference involving all stakeholders in February 1990, Benin has chosen the path of democracy. Under the successive leadership of our successive presidents and President Patrice Talon, we have been able to preserve and strengthen our institutions. Our defense and security forces, courageously and upholding the values of our republic, continue to protect our territory and our institutions each day. Any attempt at destabilization, be they from within or without, will be overcome. Our journey towards development is now irreversible. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today the world is confronted with growing tensions, and uncertainty becomes an everyday feature of our times. Each day we can see an increase in polarization, with crises that undermine social cohesion everywhere and mortgage off the future of our humanity, be this in the Sahel, in Sudan, in Ukraine, in the South China Sea, or in the Middle East. Conflicts which crop up undermine peace and global stability. These tensions bring but suffering and despair, causing waves of poverty that affect the most fragile economies and exacerbate people's vulnerability. Although Africa is often far from the source of these crises, it nonetheless remains deeply affected by them. The Sahel region in particular is today the theatre of increasing tensions, exacerbated by tensions taken without the consent of African countries. This instability seriously compromises our sustainable development. Even more worrisome, some external forces are seeking to bring in their geopolitical rivalries into our region. Benin firmly condemns all attempts to make the Sahel into a new epicenter of geopolitical struggle. This type of interference provides fertile ground for terrorism. Terrorism is an abomination that we unreservedly condemn, be this in Africa or elsewhere. Terrorism is unacceptable. No cause can justify terror, suffering, and the destruction that it causes. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to African unity, more particularly in our region, West Africa. We have the historic responsibility to preserve the centuries-old fraternal ties that link our people. Benin is ready to play its role in this fight against terrorism and in favour of development. Our unity of action is crucial, irrespective of which organisations we decide to belong to. This is also an opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment to non-violence. And it's because of this attachment and commitment to non-violence that we condemn the war in Ukraine. It is because of this commitment to non-violence that we have condemned the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October and also the escalating violence that ensued in the Middle East. And in the same way, we condemn all forms of violence that each day plunge into mourning our brother and sister countries in the Sahel. We call on the international community to step up efforts to bring stability through dialogue, be this in the Middle East, where the two-state solution is the only viable option, or in Ukraine, in the Great Lakes region, in Sudan, in Libya, or in our sisterly Republic of Haiti. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, despite these hotbeds of tension, we must never lose sight of another major challenge that threatens the future of our world: poverty in all its forms. 5 years from the deadline of 2030, it is painfully clear that we will not achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But we must not give up the fight. The fight against poverty is one of the major challenges of our time. Without this, there will be neither real peace or lasting stability. Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of the world. In just a few decades, our continent will be home to a quarter of humanity, our young people who are incredibly creative, and our natural resources are an indispensable asset for the future of our planet. But for this potential to be truly tapped into, we need to eradicate poverty in our continent. There is an urgent need to act because each year of delay compromises this future. In 25 years, when our countries rather, for the most part, will be at least 100 years old, will we still have to discuss access to drinking water, to electricity, to healthcare and education? Or will we finally have turned the page which will enable each African to live in dignity? These are the essential questions that we need to respond to. The time for action is now. Since 2016, Benin has opted for progress under the leadership of President Patrice Talon. We have taken our destiny into our own hands. We've initiated major reforms, be this in the area of education, healthcare, or infrastructure. Today, we are focused on transformation and development. It's important for the world to recognize the efforts of African nations just like mine, just like Benin, who are striving for the future and who are taking their future into their own hands. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, for Africa truly to take off, it should reconcile itself with its own history and its real inner identity. Just like it's impossible to understand Europe without taking into consideration the influence of the Christian Church, and just like it's impossible to understand the Middle East without striving to understand Islam, it's also impossible to grasp the essence of Africa without fully embracing its beliefs, its traditions, and its civilization. This is the spirit that guided Benin, which is the motherland of the Vudan culture, that Benin took the initiative to correct negative perceptions of this culture, of our culture. We want to show the world the great richness and wealth of our civilization by understanding and respecting our history, our beliefs, and our culture. The world will be able to understand who we are and why Africa is crucial for global balance and development. However, respect for Africa does not just stop at recognizing its past. It also involves modern Pan-Africanism, focused on action. Pan-Africanism engaged in poverty reduction, in building a prosperous continent. A Pan-Africanism that goes over and beyond words and moves into action. This Pan-Africanism must be reflected by specific action. How can we promote African unity when it's easier for a European to travel throughout Africa than it is for an African, him or herself, to do so? Benin has made a bold, courageous Pan-African choice by abolishing visas for all African citizens. This gesture is not simply symbolic. It also reflects our resolve to build an Africa where each African can feel at home throughout the entire continent. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, more than ever, the respect for Africa involves recognizing and acknowledging its children dispersed through the world, our brothers and sisters of the diaspora uprooted by force during the dark days of the transatlantic slave trade, must find their place once again within the African community. It is high time to heal these wounds, to rebuild this sacred link with those who, albeit physically far away, carry Africa in their hearts. People of African descent are not just distant relatives of our family. They are our children, they are our brothers, they are our sisters. They incarnate an essential essence of our collective identity. By recognizing their right to return, we say to them, you have never ceased belonging to this land. Africa is your home, and we are waiting for you with open arms. 2024 marks the end of the first international decade of people of African descent. On this occasion, Benin has taken a historic measure by adopting unanimously at the National Assembly a law which grants the Benin nationality to all persons of African descent who so wish. This is more than just a simple symbolic gesture. It is an invitation to a joint future, a vibrant call for unity and for solidarity. Together, Africans and people of African descent from the continent and the diaspora, we will meet the challenges of tomorrow. Together, we will build a strong, prosperous, and respected Africa. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Benin is ready to pave the way for a unified Africa, dynamic and open to the world, an Africa which takes itself into its own hand, engaged in addressing its own future. The century of Africa is within reach. It depends on our ability to seize this opportunity to build an Africa where each citizen, be he or she born on the continent or not, or part of the diaspora, plays a key role in our common rebirth. We stand ready. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Yamazaki Katsuyuki, Chair of the Delegation of Japan.
Mr. President, allow me to deliver this statement on behalf of the Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Kishida Fumio. Mr. President, Excellencies, the world stands at the historical inflection point. These extremely shifts in history have become distinctive features of the past 3 years and will continue to define the years to come. I have stressed that at times like these, we must overcome divisions and confrontations and promote international cooperation by going back to the basic foundations. In 2022, I have called for defending the principles of the UN Charter and the rule of law, and 2023, multilateralism with the United Nations at its core by shedding a light on human dignity. Russia's aggression against Ukraine still rages on, and we are witnessing the dire situation in Palestine and Gaza. Unfortunately, divisions and confrontations are deepening. In these difficult times, Japan's position remains unwavering. We should go back to the basic foundations to unite the international community and deepen solidarity. The rule of law and human dignity remain the key to international cooperation. Today, I would like to highlight the importance of strengthening governance at both national and international levels as another foundation for uniting the international community to strengthen the rule of law and protect human dignity. At the Summit of the Future, we made a commitment to take action for the benefit of present and future generations, building inclusive societies across the international community where youth, future generations, and women can thrive, and achieving the SDGs, leaving no one behind, are overarching goals that resonate with us. We believe the international community would also agree the role of governance is critical in achieving these goals. Such empathy among us provides a common ground for all members of the international community to share and fulfill their responsibilities. My message for this year can be summarized in a simple phrase: inclusive governance with shared responsibility. Mr. President, to address unprecedented crises and challenges, and to protect and strengthen the rule of law and human dignity, Japan, as a member of the international community, is determined to play a role for stronger governance. First and foremost, We must strengthen the governance to work towards international peace and security, which is the foundation for a prosperous society. Next year marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. It is time to transform the United Nations to address the most pressing challenges in peace and security and meet the needs of a new era. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has continued for more than 2.5 years, poses a blatant challenge to the international order based on the rule of law and shakes its very foundations. There are a host of issues that need to be addressed, including North Korea's nuclear missile development, the situation in Gaza, and conflict and terrorism in Africa. The international community is in need of a United Nations, in particular the Security Council, that is credible and carries out its responsibility effectively. At the Summit of the Future, the world leaders issued a clear and strong message on the urgent need to reform the Security Council. In order to respond in good faith, it is essential to begin the development of a consolidated reform model and text-based negotiations as soon as possible. In this regard, it should be underscored that the majority of member states, including African Group, are calling for the expansion of both permanent and non-permanent membership of the Council. Japan will work with others to achieve a Security Council that is more representative with developing countries included and effective, reflecting the realities of the international community. Japan also attaches great importance to the role of the General Assembly in the area of international peace and security. For the sake of future generations, it is necessary to maintain and strengthen a free and open international order based on the rule of law and to ensure peace, stability, and prosperity in the world. It is with this conviction that I have promoted the free and open Indo-Pacific. The vision of free and open Indo-Pacific is in line with the goals of the United Nations. Japan will continue to expand our circle of partners who share this vision, and together we will address various challenges facing the international community in a spirit of cooperation. Strengthening domestic governance is also essential for international peace and security and prosperity. Japan has continued to spearhead human-centered international cooperation based on the concept of human security. We need to accelerate the efforts of the international community as a whole towards achieving the SDGs. It is also vital to address the root causes of conflict by interlinking humanitarian development and peace efforts in order to curb the deterioration of humanitarian situations due to protracted conflicts. In March this year, during Japan's presidency of the Security Council, Japan held an open debate on peace building and conflict prevention. We should strengthen the functions of the Peace Building Commission, which has a unique convening power, and increase the cooperation with the Security Council to further promote the humanitarian development peace nexus. In promoting these initiatives, the perspectives of women, youth, and rural areas must be taken into account. The Women, Peace and Security, WPS, agenda seeks to achieve sustainable peace through women's participation and leadership in peace building and disaster recovery processes. When there is governance that enables women's active participation, the WPS agenda becomes even more meaningful. In order to build this type of inclusive society, it is important to nurture the future generation so that they can take a lead in various initiatives. To this end, Japan plans to launch a program to nurture the next generation of leaders in the field of gender. In order to achieve flexible, resilient future society that is rich in diversity and able to respond to new challenges, Japan will work on promoting youth, supporting research, and building networks for young researchers, and holding the forum for the next generation. Rural perspective is also important. Japan is trying to utilize the remarkable technology of companies and rural areas including active and long-established companies and startups, to promote projects that can contribute to solving social issues and create a robust virtuous cycle in both the economies of rural areas and overseas. Domestic governance is the bedrock of sustainable development, as it underpins countries' ability to mobilize private investment and domestic financing. At the same time, each country achieving sustainable growth would amount to the sustainability of the international community as a whole, a process which would then be supported by international governance. The focus should therefore be on governance at all levels. Second, we should all share the responsibility for responding to the new challenges facing the international community and work together with a new approach. I'd like to start by addressing the challenge of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation, my lifelong work as a politician hailing from Hiroshima. Secretary General Guterres put this challenge as the very first recommendation in his new Agenda for Peace launched last year. Despite the extended efforts of the international community, the world is now on the cusp of a reversal in the decreasing trend of a global number of nuclear arsenals. We must face up to the situation that nuclear weapons are once again becoming an apparent global risk due to changing geopolitical circumstances and deepening divisions and confrontations in the international community. With these serious concerns in mind, I've been steadily taking nuclear disarmament initiatives under Hiroshima Action Plan to strengthen realistic and practical efforts to realize a world without nuclear weapons. In March this year, as the President of the Security Council, Japan chairs the ministerial meeting of the Security Council on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Following this effort, on the 23rd of this month, I hosted a high-level meeting to launch the Friends of FMCT here in New York. Next year marks 80 years since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. As the only country to have ever suffered atomic bombings during war, Japan will further strengthen efforts to promote accurate understanding on the realities of nuclear weapons use as a starting point for all nuclear disarmament measures. Japan will also act to further advance nuclear disarmament as we head toward the 2026 NPT Review Conference. Japan will also work even more closely with the international community towards the denuclearization of North Korea, including full implementation of relevant UN security resolutions. Japan will continue to seek to normalize its relationship with North Korea in accordance with the Japan DPRK Pyongyang Declaration, through comprehensively resolving outstanding issues of concern, such as abductions, nuclear and missile issues, as well as settlement of the unfortunate past. The rapid development of emerging technologies is bringing new challenges to disarmament and non-proliferation efforts. Focusing on the further development of emerging technologies, Japan intends to actively and constructively participate in international rulemaking on lethal autonomous weapon systems through balanced discussions, taking into account humanitarian security perspectives so that a common understanding can be reached among the international community, including stakeholder states. In discussing new challenges, we must also include aspects of digital technologies, especially considering the Global Digital Compact was just adopted at the Summit of the Future. Digital technologies have the power to transform the future of the world, thereby making digital cooperation an essential part of protecting and enhancing human dignity. Among such digital technologies, there is an urgent need to establish international governance on artificial intelligence in order to maximize the opportunities brought by AI while mitigating its risks. Japan has been working through the Hiroshima AI process to achieve safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. We will continue to actively contribute to the discussions of AI at the United Nations. In tackling global issues, the evolution of multilateral development banks has emerged as a new issue. Japan will continue to further progress in the MDB evolution in a way that reflects the specificities of each institution and the discussions of their boards. Increasing lending capacity to developing countries through utilizing existing capital and private capital mobilization and addressing debt restructuring faced by those countries are also pressing issues. Transparent and fair development finance in line with international rules and standards is needed now more than ever. Climate change is a common challenge to all humankind and a critical issue that the international community collectively needs to address. Japan has identified climate change as the greatest challenge that needs to be overcome by bringing about a new form of capitalism. We are steadily taking actions and are on track to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. It is important that all countries come together to achieve the common goal of net zero through various pathways that are compatible with economic growth and energy security. As an initiative to embody these areas, Japan has proposed the concept of Asia Zero Emission Community. We are working with other Asian countries to simultaneously achieve decarbonization, economic growth, and energy security in the region. What I would like to highlight this year is the importance of inclusive governance upheld by shared responsibility. This requires solidarity among diverse countries. At last year's G7 Hiroshima Summit, I set the strengthening of engagement with partners beyond G7 as one of the pillars of the summit. Since then, Japan has been supporting stronger domestic governance in developing countries to protect human dignity through the exchanging of opinions with ASEAN, India, Pacific countries, as well as with Latin American countries, including Brazil, which holds the G20 presidency this year. Africa is a region that is experiencing dynamic growth, supported by a young generation population, and the fruits of its efforts to strengthen their inclusive governance. At the same time, Africa continues to face challenges related to human dignity, such as poverty, job creation, and fragile economic and social infrastructures, as well as challenges related to peace and stability, such as conflict, terrorism, and refugees and displaced persons. Strengthening governance is important as a lever for change to achieve peace, stability, and sustainable development. Investing in human resources and mobilizing domestic and international resources for this purpose are essential for economic transformation that leads to growth. As a long-standing partner of Africa, Japan has been supporting the strengthening of ecosystems and governance conducive to domestic and international resource mobilization, including through assistance for fiscal management and trade facilitation. Japan has also supported the elections to consolidate and strengthen democracy and assisted in the capacity building of administrative and judicial personnel. Furthermore, we have promoted the international community dialogue to foster a shared future encouraged by participation of citizens, including youth and women, in the political and construction process and supported the strengthening their livelihoods. Next year, we will host TICAD 9 in Yokohama. Together with our African friends and the United Nations, we will find innovative solutions to Africa's and global challenges. As a part of these efforts, Japan will consider further preferential measures in light of the WTO decision so that the least developed countries can achieve smooth and sustainable development and their graduation from the LDC category. Mr. President, at this year's UN General Assembly, let us all look towards the same vision for our future and join forces to strengthen governance across the international community. Let us work together for inclusive society where the rule of law and human dignity are upheld. The United Nations has an important role to play, and the international community is counting on it to fulfill its mandate. As a member state of the United Nations, Japan will also contribute to this progress. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Japan. Colleagues, we've heard the last speaker in the general debate for this evening, but before you can all escape and enjoy your Saturday night, the exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. The next speaker exercising the right of reply is Ecuador. You have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My delegation is taking the floor for the right of reply, given the statement made by the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the current Mexican government, Ms. Alicia Bárcena, regarding the incident which took place in the Mexican embassy in Quito on the 5th of April 2024. Ecuador is a country which respects international law and the principles and values enshrined in the UN Charter. In her statement, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Mexico omitted to mention that this incident is the subject of a process before the ICJ, nor that the court has disregarded the request by Mexico for provisional measures to be taken regarding the protection of its embassy. As to the events prior to the 5th of April 2024, it has shed light on the exceptional circumstances under which the Ecuadorian authorities were obligated to enter the Mexican embassy to arrest a fugitive from justice, an isolated event, and we did so to combat impunity. That needs to be said. The current government of Mexico allowed a citizen of our country with 2 sentences against him for corruption and other crimes, including one gender-based violence, to enter and stay in the embassy in Quito as a guest. The government of Mexico, the current government of Mexico, despite the multiple diplomatic efforts by Ecuador, did not hand over this fugitive as it was obligated to the Ecuadorian authorities, and ultimately illegally gave that individual political asylum. In proceeding in that way, the current government of Mexico did not comply with international conventions, the 1933 Convention and the 1954 Caracas Convention, which clearly state that it is not legal to grant asylum to individuals who are charged with common crimes by competent courts, as is the case here. The government of Mexico also violated the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, which imposes the obligation to respect the laws and rules of the host state and the obligation not to interfere in internal affairs of the host state and not to use diplomatic premises in a manner incompatible with their functions. At the same time, the government of Mexico violated the principles of sovereign integrity, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of states enshrined in the UN Charter and the Charter of the OAS and customary international law. The government of Mexico also violated its obligation to cooperate in corruption matters in accordance with the Inter-American Convention of 1966 on corruption and the UN 2003 Convention. This violation of international law should not be normalized or accepted. And for that reason, Ecuador on the 29th of April this year submitted a case to the ICJ against Mexico. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Ecuador. Next speaker on my list is China, followed by Pakistan, Ethiopia, and Armenia. I give the floor to China.
Mr. President,
In response to yesterday's statement by Australia and today's statement by the Philippines, China exercises its right of reply. China always believes that the United Nations is not the appropriate place for discussing the South China Sea issue. However, it is necessary for us to make a solemn response. Given that erroneous remarks has been made, the South China Sea arbitration was unilaterally initiated by the Philippines, which violated the principle of state consent and contravenes international law, including UNCLOS, and the tribunal exceeded its authority and made unjust ruling, and the award is illegal and invalid. China does not accept or recognize the ruling, nor does it accept any claims or actions based on that. China's territorial sovereignty and maritime rights and interests in the South China Sea are not affected by the ruling under any circumstances. China has indisputable sovereignty over the South China Sea islands and their adjacent waters, and sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the relevant waters. China's regular patrols, law enforcement, and production activities in waters under its jurisdiction are compliant with international law, including UNCLOS. The recent escalation of the South China Sea issue between China and the Philippines is entirely the responsibility of the Philippines. China will continue to resolve the disputes in the South China Sea through negotiations and consultations with directly concerned parties, including the Philippines, on the basis of respecting facts and in accordance with international law. China will also continue to work with ASEAN countries to safeguard peace and stability in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Pakistan.
Mr. President, I am taking the floor to respond to the remarks delivered by the Minister for External Affairs of India earlier today. It is most ironic that India, which is committing the worst form of state terrorism in occupied Jammu and Kashmir, while also actively engaging in sponsoring terrorism abroad, is portraying itself as the victim. It is a familiar ploy of all occupiers and colonizers to paint legitimate struggles for freedom and liberation as terrorism. India is failing to grasp the enormity of the indigenous Kashmiri resistance against its strange hold and wrongly blaming it on cross-border terrorism. It must introspect and reflect and immediately implement the Security Council resolutions, which provide for the Kashmiris to exercise their right to self-determination. It is India which supports and finances terrorism against Pakistan using its proxies. Pakistan has provided irrefutable evidence to the UN Security Council of India's involvement in terrorist activities against my country. India's campaign to damage and destroy Pakistan's economy is no secret, including by impeding the China-Pakistan economic corridor through the sponsorship of terrorist groups such as the Baloch Liberation Army and the Majid Brigade. India is also supporting terrorism in the Balochistan province of Pakistan. Mr. President, India's assassination campaign against its dissidents residing overseas has been exposed in Canada and the United States, while its leaders publicly boast of murdering their citizens abroad. It is India which seeks expansion of territory through unilateral measures to consolidate its occupation of Jammu and Kashmir in gross violation of international law and crass threats to cross the line of control to take over the liberated territory of Azad Jammu and Kashmir. India's military buildup in nuclear, conventional, new and destabilizing weapons are mainly deployed against Pakistan. India is pursuing highly dangerous war-fighting doctrines to engage in a conventional military confrontation with Pakistan under the nuclear overhang. This, despite the humiliation suffered by India during its last ill-advised military adventurism against Pakistan in February 2019, with 2 fighter jets lost and a captured pilot, who was released by Pakistan after Indian pleas. Mr. President, India's quest for regional hegemony is not limited to posturing against Pakistan only, but is also evident by its meddling in the internal affairs of Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. The hubris and the grandiose perception being harbored by India, coupled with its fast-growing aggressive military capabilities, are a clear and present danger for international and regional peace and security. India needs to be reined in before it's too late. India must be held accountable for its violations of international law in occupied Jammu and Kashmir, for state terrorism in the occupied territory, and for sponsoring terrorism against Pakistan. I thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Ethiopia.
Mr. President, I take the floor in the exercise of right of reply against a statement delivered by a representative of Egypt against my country, Ethiopia. The extensive statement by Egypt's representative can be summarized in short as categorically rejection of our efforts to ensure dignified life to our people. While we share no border, Ethiopia is linked with Egypt through the Nile. We believe Nile is a solemn nexus between our countries that ought to create shared peace and prosperity to the people of our sisterly countries. It's never Ethiopia's intention or conduct to create tension and hostility towards Egypt. The Speaker, as stated from his statement, had made it clear to this Assembly Egypt's position against the universally accepted principle of permanent sovereignty of states over their natural resource and their right to use it for the benefit of their people. The people of Ethiopia, using their own finances, built the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. The dam is built over the river Abai, which, as correctly explained by the representative of Egypt, is a tributary to the river Nile. It is bringing light to millions of Ethiopians deprived of such basic necessity. It is bringing integration to our region through energy, trade, and connectivity. The river Abai traverses 2/3 of Ethiopia's territory and makes up 70% of Ethiopia's water resource. While having the resource, the people of Ethiopia continue to live in food and energy insecurity. More than half of our 120 million population needs access to clean water and electricity. Ethiopia will not be told to hold its effort to alleviate this unacceptable circumstance. We will not be told our people do not deserve a dignified life. Ethiopia recognizes the River Nile is a transboundary water resource that must be used by all riparian countries based on the principle of equitable and reasonable utilization. Transboundary resources are also best managed based on basin-wide arrangements agreed to by riparian countries. When it comes to these principles of international law, we see paradox in the Nile Basin. Ethiopia, an upper riparian country that contributes 85% of the flow to the Nile, and the other 8 source countries seeks cooperation based on international law. Egypt, the lower riparian country that contributes no flow to the resource, relentlessly works against cooperation and undermines international principles. It advocates for monopoly based on colonial era arrangements, seeks a veto over the water development efforts of the countries that originate the water. Ethiopia will continue pursuing its development on the river Abai on the basis of equitable and reasonable utilization of the resource. It is our hope, through time, Egypt will reorient its colonial-based policy on the Nile and work on integrated development on the basis of equity. Time will also come for Egypt to realize its best interest is intertwined with and best served by cooperation with riparian countries of the basin. More importantly, the old playbook that seeks to secure unfettered flow of the Nile by preoccupying the source countries with conflict and insurgencies will not work. On this basis, Ethiopia calls on Egypt to immediately stop its destabilization efforts in the Horn of Africa. Time to negotiate and find a win-win solution is now. We urge Egypt to choose the path of negotiation and the path of international law. The Cooperative Framework Agreement on the Nile River is entering into force on 13th October 2024. Egypt has the golden opportunity to return to peaceful conduct of its relations with the Nile River riparian states. Egypt is thus encouraged to ratify the CFA and play a constructive role in regional development. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I requested the floor to exercise the right to reply to the delegation of Azerbaijan. We regret that despite the forward-looking call of the Prime Minister of Armenia to normalize relations, despite the recent round of ministerial negotiations that took place just 2 days ago, Azerbaijan used this august body not only to express reluctance on normalizing relations with Armenia, but opted to propagate its usual distortions and allegations. Dear colleagues, nevertheless, let me once again reaffirm that Armenia is committed to achieving a just and lasting peace in the region and has engaged in negotiations to normalize the relations with Azerbaijan based on the international law, including the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. However, we are yet to see the same level of commitment and good faith from the Azerbaijani side. In response to all efforts toward the settlement of the long-term conflict, Azerbaijan continues to present new, unsubstantiated, and illegitimate claims to Armenia. The allegation that the Constitution of Armenia contains territorial claims against Azerbaijan is entirely false and has been refuted on a number of occasions. It is strange to hear allegations on military buildup from a country that for decades has engaged in uncontrolled and unabated accumulation of offensive weaponry in violation of literally all its obligations under regional arms control treaties. The military buildup of Azerbaijan resulted in acts of aggression with heavy toll on the civilian population, atrocity crimes, mass displacement, and destruction of critical civilian infrastructure. Armenia is exercising its sovereign right to strengthen its defense capabilities in line with international law. We have stressed a number of times that we don't have territorial claims against any of our neighbors, and we do not plan any aggressive action against any of them. We regret that Azerbaijan continues to spread false allegations on mines as a sheer distortion and propaganda that was twice rejected by the International Court of Justice. Azerbaijan has consistently used the humanitarian demining activities to create a pretext to justify its aggressive actions against Armenia and numerous atrocity crimes. During the past 4 years, Armenia has unilaterally provided all available maps of mined areas in its possession as a humanitarian gesture. The Armenian side also has expressed readiness to support the decoding of the transferred maps in cooperation with international partners. By contrast, Azerbaijan continues to violate its obligations under the international humanitarian law and the orders of the International Court of Justice. The international community should be cognizant of the fact that the country hosting the COP29 is yet to release the Armenian hostages held for more than 1 year in captivity and address the remaining humanitarian issues. At the same time, the issue of missing persons and enforced disappearances remains high on our agenda as well. There are more than 1,000 Armenians missing as a result of the conflict. We do believe that the issue of all missing persons should be addressed. The Armenian Relevant Commission on Missing Persons has numerous numerously suggested to hold meetings to this end that were rejected by Azerbaijani side. We call on Azerbaijan to abide by its illegal obligations under the international law and international humanitarian law, to release all the Armenian hostages held for more than 1 year in captivity, and to create a conducive environment for long-lasting regional peace and cooperation. We call upon the United Nations and its member states to firmly respond to the incompliance by Azerbaijan with its obligations and ensure that the attempt of this country to whitewash gross violations of human rights and humanitarian law through holding international events will not be tolerated. Mr. President, the concept of so-called Western Azerbaijan reveals the territorial claims of Azerbaijan towards the sovereign territory of Armenia, including its capital. Through such fake historical contrasts and weaponizing history, Azerbaijan intends to create a pretext to continue its policy of use of force in the region. Through these manipulations, Azerbaijan attempts to distract the attention of the international community from the ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of 115,000 people, the entire indigenous population of Nagorno-Karabakh, from its ancestral homeland 1 year ago. Interestingly, Azerbaijani minister failed to mention that Azerbaijanis who left Armenia during the collapse of the Soviet Union did it voluntarily. Furthermore, they received compensations in comparison to 360,000 Armenians who were forced to leave their homes and property as a result of state-orchestrated pogroms in Baku, Sumgait, Kiroabad, and other cities of Azerbaijan. The baseless claims regarding cultural heritage are an attempt to divert attention from the destruction, desecration, appropriation of millennia-old Armenian cultural heritage and acts of vandalism committed by Azerbaijan in Nagorno-Karabakh and prior to that in Nakhichevan. The delegation of Azerbaijan needs to be reminded that the International Court of Justice, in a legally binding order issued on 7 December 2021, mandated Azerbaijan to, and I quote, take all necessary measures to prevent and punish acts of vandalism and desecration towards Armenian cultural heritage, including churches and other places of worship, monuments, landmarks, cemeteries, and artifacts, end of the quote. Till now, Azerbaijan continues to deny the deployment of a UNESCO mission to conduct an inventory of the cultural property in Nagorno-Karabakh in an attempt to hide its state-led campaign of systemic destruction of the historic Armenian legacy of Nagorno-Karabakh, following the ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of its entire indigenous population. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to refer to the statement of a delegation referring to the South China Sea arbitration. We recall July 12, 2016, as the day that affirmed to the community of nations that the rule of law prevails and that stability, peace, and progress can only be attained when founded on a rules-based legal order on the oceans, as it should be everywhere else. The award and the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, are the twin anchors of the Philippines' policy and actions on the West Philippine Sea. UNCLOS sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. There is no recourse to general international law on matters comprehensively covered by the UNCLOS. Compliance with UNCLOS, which represents a delicate balance of the rights and obligations of all states parties in its entirety, is key to ensuring global and regional peace and the fair and sustainable use of the oceans. The award and affirmation of UNCLOS dispute resolution mechanisms not only sets reason and right in the South China Sea, but is an inspiration for how matters should be considered through reason and right by states facing similarly challenging circumstances. it authoritatively ruled that the claim of historic rights to resources within the sea areas falling within the 9-dash line had no basis in law and is without legal effect. It upheld the Philippines' sovereign rights and jurisdiction in its exclusive economic zone. It affirmed that certain actions within the Philippines EEZ violated the Philippines' sovereign rights and were thus unlawful, that large-scale reclamation and construction of artificial islands caused severe environmental harm in violation of international conventions, that the large-scale harvesting of endangered marine species damaged the marine ecosystem, and that actions taken since the commencement of the arbitration had aggravated the disputes. These findings are no longer within the reach of denial and rebuttal, and are conclusive, and they are indisputable. Mr. President, the award is final. We firmly reject attempts to undermine it, nay, even erase it from law, history, and our collective memories. At the same time, we welcome the support of countries for the award. The award benefits the world across the board. We do not see it as directed at any other country, near or far. We see it as it should be seen, as favoring all which are similarly situated by clarifying definitively a legal situation beyond the reach of arms to change. It puts this aspect of international law beyond the limit of prescription. And so we say once again, the present that we need and the future that we want is a peaceful South China Sea. The Philippines is committed to do this for as long as it exists. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I call on the representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In its speech at this general debate, the delegation of Armenia pointed out that the principle of mutual recognition by their country and Azerbaijan of territorial integrity and inviolability of borders is a fundamental factor for establishing peace. However, we have heard no apology from Armenia for its persistent denial of this very principle for 30 years, as a result of which tens of thousands of people lost their lives. The genocide in Khojaly and numerous other atrocities were committed against the Azerbaijani civilians. More than 1 million Azerbaijanis were expelled from their homes and deprived of their property. And thousands of cities, towns, and villages in my country, not in Armenia, were plundered and razed to the ground. Indeed, it is ironic to hear accusations from Armenia, which violated every norm and principle of international law, and whose agenda throughout the past conflict was to rid the formerly occupied territories of their Azerbaijani inhabitants by force, to prevent their return and to replace them with ethnic Armenians, thereby seeking to colonize these territories by changing their demography and character. The international community condemned these actions, qualifying them as amounting to ethnic cleansing and a scorched earth policy. The counter-offensive operation and the local counter-terrorism measures carried out by Azerbaijan in the fall of 2020 and in September last year, respectively, put an end to the unlawful occupation of its territories and ensured the restoration of my country's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Azerbaijan fought not against a fictitious entity of civilian residents, as Armenia falsely claims, but against the regular armed forces of Armenia, as well as terrorist and mercenary groups under its command and control, deployed in the then occupied territories of Azerbaijan. the common in all actions that Azerbaijan was compelled to take in response to Armenia's repeated unlawful use of force was their compliance with international law, the UN Charter, and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. As to the residents who decided to migrate to Armenia or other countries, it was their choice, although Azerbaijan, by all available means, encouraged them to stay. If Armenia is genuinely interested in finding out the reasons of this, then it should look for the roots in its notorious doctrine of ethnic incompatibility, which it sought to impose as a model for our peoples to live next to each other, but not together. Set against the claims made by the representative of Armenia, the United Nations interagency mission that visited the region refuted the allegations that the local residents and their property were targeted during the security measures or thereafter. Another false assertion is that Azerbaijan holds Armenian hostages. There are no Armenian hostages in Azerbaijan, while those held accountable for war crimes, terrorist activity, and other serious offenses committed during the conflict do not enjoy such status by definition. These measures are fully consistent with the legislation and international obligations of Azerbaijan. Armenia's feigned concern for cultural property is easily exposed by numerous facts of destruction, desecration, and appropriation of Azerbaijani cultural heritage, both in Armenia itself and in the territories of Azerbaijan when they were under occupation. Armenia's allegations about Azerbaijan's territorial claims against Armenia are equally groundless, as they totally ignore the simple fact that despite the ruinous consequences of the aggression, occupation, and mass atrocities endured by the people of my country, it was Azerbaijan that extended the hand of peace and initiated the process of normalizing relations with Armenia based on mutual recognition and respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is due to Azerbaijan's determined and consistent efforts that significant progress has been made in the bilateral negotiations on the draft peace agreement and the delimitation of the border between the two states over the past 4 years. The return of Azerbaijanis to their historical homeland in Armenia is a human right, not territorial claim. Mr. Chairman, with the end of the conflict, the historical opportunity has indeed emerged for a long-awaited peace in our region. However, the challenges remain. During this high-level week, we have once again witnessed Armenia's refusal to take practical steps at the national level to root out territorial claims from a number of its legal and political acts, and especially from its constitution, which laid the basis for the sustained denial of the principle of the inviolability of borders and ultimately underpinned the aggression against Azerbaijan in the past, and which constitute the main obstacle to the normalization of interstate relations today. While the delegation of Armenia is of view that there are no territorial claims against Azerbaijan in their constitution, the same constitution, however, proclaims that the declaration of independence of Armenia, which is based on the earlier act of annexation of part of the territory of Azerbaijan, enshrines the fundamental principles of the Armenian statehood and the nation-wide objectives. If this is not a territorial claim, then what is it? Consequently, what Armenia is required to do as the main prerequisite for signing a viable and sustainable peace agreement is to bring its rhetoric about territorial integrity and inviolability of borders in conformity with genuine respect for these principles in its policies, practice, and laws, including, in the first place, by prior modification of its constitution. The unacceptable comments just made by the representative of Armenia, along with the ongoing anti-Azerbaijan smear campaign, including through some third countries, pseudo-experts, lobbyists, diaspora, and NGOs aligned with shared xenophobic aspirations, clearly contradict Armenia's statements about its interests in creating an environment conducive to moving the peace process forward. Therefore, Armenia must demonstrate not only in words, but mainly in real deeds, that it is genuinely committed to international law and the peace agenda. Peace is indeed within reach. However, for this to happen, there is a pressing need to address the remaining issues responsibly and to legally ensure that a return to the past of irredentism and aggression is excluded forever. I thank you.
Thank you. I give now the floor to the representative of China for a second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. In response to the statement made by the delegate of the Philippines, China is compelled to make another response. China does not accept or recognize the so-called South China Sea arbitration. This is precisely for the preservation of the rule of law, of the international maritime rule of law. UNCLOS does not represent the entirety of international maritime law. The arbitration initiated by the Philippines boils down to the issue of territorial claims, which are not subject to a regulation by the UNCLOS. The so-called arbitration award contains many grave fallacies with regard to issues such as historical rights, the outlying archipelago of continental states, as well as the regime of islands. For example, according to the ruling, the biggest island in Nansha Qundao, the Taiping Dao, has been characterized as a rock. Such a fallacious ruling seriously undermines the credibility of the dispute resolution mechanism under the UNCLOS. If this argument, as contained in the ruling, has been accepted, then many countries' islands will become rocks and therefore are not entitled to full maritime rights. China's position is based on the maintenance of China's territorial rights and maritime interests and rights. It is also driven by the conviction that it is necessary to maintain the integrity and authority of the UNCLOS, prevent the UNCLOS from being abused, and prevent the international law being undermined. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of the Philippines for the second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. President. With respect to the earlier intervention made, allow me to reaffirm. The 2016 South China Sea arbitration is a testament to the Philippines' unwavering commitment to the rule of law and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Over the years, the Philippines has continued to demonstrate this commitment to peace even in the face of the unlawful actions which have caused serious incidents in the South China Sea without ever diminishing our resolve to protect and promote our people's interests and the full and responsible enjoyment of our legally settled maritime entitlements and its accompanying rights and jurisdictions. This determination has only been strengthened by the broadening affirmation of the legal value of the award as a positive and legitimate source of international law. We are encouraged by the expressions of support made by other states that confirm the final and binding status of the award, including the G7's consistent reaffirmation that it is a significant milestone and a useful basis for the peaceful management of and resolution of differences at sea. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, colleagues. That was the last statement in the exercise of the right of reply. We will continue the general debate on Monday, 30th of September at 9 a.m. in this hall. Have a good evening. This meeting is adjourned.